Oh, he didn't stop it. But
Is
is trutaCz going to react? He
Oh
does
my
cancel.
God,
And
dude!
that is actually a saving move for trutaCz right there.
Like, dude, Tech is playing out of his mind. All he has to do here is get some nice storms off. That's a lot of zealots. The Archon also is going to do a lot of work. He's going to run up here, but his units are starting to bunch up a bit. The Templar are going to go down before Stormlords, and this is going to be such a disastrous situation to be in as trutaCz. He's getting absolutely mauled at his third base, and all these Overlords, dude, they're just going to get evaporated by the Corsairs.
I know, wow, he already has the Filers and Dark Form, and that's just a pure goon army, basically, so no counter to Lings and Lurkers under Dark Form. You can see him scrambling to escape, but the Storm gets on top of his own units, and now I think Tech is on the brink of just being eliminated.
trutaCz, he does see the blood in the water. He is going to pounce on top of this Protoss force. Storms going off, though, some nice connections, but the problem is this Protoss force was whittled down too much, and again, trutaCz sniping all those Templars earlier on meant that this force basically only had 3 Templars to work with. Bo's gonna push the trigger. The shuttles do fly in onto the tank line. So many Zealots screening for the Dragoons, and this looks like such a sick engagement from Protoss. The Storms are also going down on top of the tanks. The Zealots do evaporate, though, and now Boa has to pull back. A lot of...
This is it. This is going to be Terra moving out in first place unless something catastrophic happens. But again, look at the Vultures in the back. Even though the Zealots may clean up the army, the Vultures make sure that the entire mineral line is destroyed.
Oh my god, and so many more probes coming in to their death here, and Terra is just doing game-ending damage. Oh my god, this is going to be so close. And the Rax is going to float down here, so the DTs are out. Okay, Ultra knows what's up. The DT.
Oh no, you can't go up here. That's a mistake.
Just dies.
Okay, where's that sec? Oh no! What?
It's out of range. Oh my god, dude.
My green screen fell because I'm.
Oh my god, and more goons coming in at the natural. I don't even know what is going on. Bo is actually just pushing through with the DT goon attack. You don't see this every day. This is going to be so tight of a defense for Zerg, and actually no cannons. That is a shield batter going out. The creep colony does get killed. Drones getting pulled here, and Crossy takes his engagement, but perfect positioning by the Zealots, and they're just going to completely wipe the floor with these Zerglings. A couple of drones go down as well. The shield battery finishes, and has Quirk done it?
Here he goes. Can he take down this many Lings and this many Sunken Mulas coming from the back? Mulas in the front, and there might actually be a little bit too much DPS for Crossy.
No, I mean, these +1/+1 Hydras. This is like watching a TVZ Naokin, and Avilov is a Terran player. He's just sunken busting Cross out of this tournament.
Oh, he's built so many links. He's going to try and engage this army. The Firebat is in the front. They're dealing so much damage into the front links. Look at these Firebats. He killed almost nothing.
Oh my god, a misclick from Gornich. 6 Scourge pop out. Those aren't Mutalisks, and Dandy's just going to run in here, kill the Sunken, and he is going to kill this hatchery for free. These Mutalisks are just not, there's just not enough Mutalisks to deal with these Marines. Dandy is focus firing the Mutalisks just well enough. And GG, oh my god. We'll have to see if he can do it here.
Yeah, but it's only 5 Mutalisks versus I thought I saw 10 for Gornish. So as long as the Scourge don't connect, this is an overwhelming amount of Mutalisks, and it looks like none of them are, maybe 2, and that's it. And this should be Gornish eliminating Zeke. There's only 4 Mutalisks right there.
Yeah, and Gornich, he's doing it, man. It's only 7 Marines. It's very easy to deal with that, especially with the Mutalisks that are left over. So this here is going to be a donation from Grindboss, and you, as a Terran player, you lose a lot of tempo by making this dropship and not getting any value out of it. So a lot of space to be gained by Hawk, and these vessels might be there, ready to get picked off. And if he loses these vessels, man, I mean, the game's going to be so hard for him. Loses. Oh, he's going to get some more vessels. You cannot lose these. I would actually just totally suicide these Mutalisks for these vessels. It's such huge value. Terran has absolutely no pressure going on to the Zerg, but the problem with Hawk's position is that, okay, Grindboss getting a bit feisty here. He's a bit mad.
Dragon coming in through the back. That is going to be another massive flank, and it looks like maybe Dragon can just barely hold, but Zealots coming in through the back. Also, now the Goons are hiding up high ground, and what looked like was going to be a great attack for Protoss ends up going in Zerg's favor. Well, chat, about 30 seconds from seeing a GG from Casper. The goons, they didn't get the kill onto the tank, but what they did see is there's no turret and no comsat, and with those swipes, that's going to be the end of Casper's run. There's no academy in sight. There's no eBay in sight. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, he's just gonna go in. He needs to get the right stasis off. One EMP goes off onto the Arbiter. Second EMP hits with the other Arbiter as well. He does have 2 stasis to work with, but they're not going down just yet. He does stasis a clump of tanks, but those are the ones that are gonna... It really saves them more than anything. He needs to stasis these back tanks. This is gonna be a massive stasis. Huge stasis, but it's just too late. The tanks have already dished out their damage. A lot of Protoss units are left over, but oh my god, the mines connect. That siege tank splash damage completely obliterates that group of goons.
It's time for some more BSL. I am Nyokin, joined by Gypsy. Last week, we completed the round of 24. Now we're starting the round of 16. The groups have been set. And to start us off, we've got 2 kings facing off each other in Group A.
Yeah, Nyokin, it is time for the BSL round of 16. And yeah, we had such great games in the previous round. You know, I mean, I'm drawing a blank now, guys. The hype is not there. But today we're gonna have an amazing. It's gonna be Bonyth, trutaCz, MadiNho, and Hawk. And honestly, like these are all powerhouse players. Of course, you know Bonyth and trutaCz, kind of the former kings and queens. Or wow, these jokes are landing really well. But 2 former champs here playing. Bonyth, of course. I mean, both of them just have had their kind of periods of domination in the foreign scene. So really exciting to see them play. trutaCz, of course, coming back from kind of a small break, really. And alongside them, you have Hawk and MadiNho, who are basically superstar up-and-comers. I mean, MadiNho has had really good success in the recent BSLs, and Hawk's recent... I mean, he got out of that extremely hard group in first place.
Yeah, Hawk performed very well. MadiNho's performing very well also. Remember, a couple seasons ago, he made top 8. But of course, there's 2 standouts in the group in Bonyth and trutaCz. So, of course, as soon as you see the first 2 players on the list, you're like, all right, well, we know who's going to get out. It's obviously Bonyth and trutaCz, but not the case because Hawk and MadiNho, very, very strong players. And as you mentioned, trutaCz has been on a bit of a break, and we know that for the first time ever, not in BSL, but in RCG, someone knocked out Bonyth, and that person was, you know, a very strong player, but players like Hawk and MadiNho can do the same thing too, so there is a real chance that neither of the kings make it out. Now, I think that's a bit unlikely, but it is a possibility. So, Group A should be very interesting. I'm excited to see, specifically, of course, Bonyth versus trutaCz. Last week, you know, I talked about how I like trutaCz in ZVT and ZVZ because his Mutamicro is fantastic, but his ZVP, all that movement with the Hydras was extremely impressive. He kept Protoss back a lot in scenarios where he should have been dead, like the game versus Sneasel, forcing him to bounce back and forth and never being able to go for the killing blow. So trutaCz's ZVP also looking on point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, trutaCz, the thing is, last week he did have kind of a tough way through the group, you know, like it wasn't just smooth sailing like you would expect from trutaCz, but like you said, I think as the games went on, he kind of found his groove, and especially in that macro ZVP, he's extremely strong. So up against Bonyth, you know, historically Bonyth, his Achilles heel has been PvZ. Now, that being said, of course, he still wins them. You know, if you remember to last season, he played versus Eon Zerg, right? And those games were crazy, but ultimately came out on top. But he also has lost the Eon Zerg in the past. And in general, if there's one matchup he loses, it's definitely versus Zerg. So I think this is going to be quite a difficult group for Bonyth, actually, because, you know, realistically, he might be playing against Hawk, even if he gets past trutaCz, and Hawk as well is an extremely strong VP player. So despite the fact that Bonyth is clearly the favorite to get out in first place, or, you know, just get out period, even if it's in second place, it is going to be a difficult group for him. But yeah, versus trutaCz, definitely a challenging series. And remember, guys, today, as opposed to, well, starting from today, as opposed to the previous round of 24 group stage, all the matches will be played in best of 3. So it's going to definitely kind of tax the players mentally and kind of their stamina as well. But it should, you know, there should be a bit less variance in the games.
Yeah, best of 1, quite ruthless, but now with it being best of 3, you know for sure there probably isn't going to be any upsets. But I do want to point out that this week our maps are going to be different. Our first map is going to be Overwatch to start us off in our initial series, and then we're going to have 2 new maps. It's going to be Demonic Azul as our winners match, and then Blade Runner as our losers match and advancement match. So that's going to be very interesting to see how these players are going to be able to navigate the new maps. Now, I personally have not played either of these new maps, but just looking at it, Demonic Azul I think looks pretty balanced. I think I watched Dragon versus Bonyth in a show match just the other day, and it looked pretty interesting. Meanwhile, Blade Runner, I remember watching it from Terran's point of view and seeing that Terran can basically siege the third base from their own main and defend it. It looks extremely, extremely favorable for Terran, but as you've mentioned, Bonyth, he doesn't lose versus Terran. So if he goes up against MadiNho, I'm still expecting him to find that W.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The 2 new maps, of course, kind of community-made maps. And I've been watching some streams here and there. The players have been playing it, you know, have been practicing on these maps. Like, for example, I think I tuned in randomly to Terra's stream the other day. Just playing some games on that Demonio Azul map. I'm sure the players will have some preparation here. You can see we have a nice, you know, we haven't spent too much time on these map kind of slides here previously because, of course, we've been playing mostly Polypoid, Sylphid, and Eclipse, and most of everyone knows what's up here. But just looking really quick on what we have prepared here for you guys. See, Demonio Azul is 3-player map, so the spawns will be at 12, 8, and 4. And, you know, it is, what does it say here? Large high ground platform and center with large ramps. So kind of reminiscent of Shakur's Plateau, except that high ground in the middle is very kind of centered. Aside from third base and center platform, map is flat. So that's going to make kind of, for an interesting dynamic navigating between the high ground and kind of the flat ground. You can see there's some very interesting high ground expansions as well. And there's water behind natural, allows vision for incoming air units. So that's interesting, kind of an anti-drop mechanic here. Because of course, when you have base layouts like this, drops can become problematic. So we'll have to see how this map and Blade Runner plays out. Like you said, I think it's going to be kind of fresh for all the players and for the viewers.
Yeah, always nice to have new maps. And of course, we're getting the profile screens right here. You can see that trutaCz, he's been really good. Seasons 1, 2, 6, and 7, the winner.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, we have Bonyth on the other side, basically every other season other than that, 8, 9, and 10. He's the winner. So these are the 2 champions of BSL. And then when he didn't win, it's not like he bombed out in 16th or 24th. 3rd place and 2nd. So just an absolute monster in the BSL, and he's looking to defend his title.
Yeah, basically. I mean, we'll have to see. Again, trutaCz is going to be a difficult opponent for Bonyth, but again, there are going to be questions about trutaCz's form. We saw him play some really good games last week, but we also saw him kind of struggle to get out of his group. So against Bonyth, you know, probably if both players are at their peak, you might even think trutaCz is a bit favored just because of the matchup, right? Bonyth definitely his worst matchup, and I would say this is probably trutaCz's best matchup. Despite the fact that they're very close in skill, that could be kind of the tiebreaker in the head-to-head. But I mean, as is right now, Bonyth, you know, has just been a god for a long time, so it's going to be very difficult for trutaCz here to. I mean, it's going to be difficult for both players. You know, I don't think Bonyth is going into this game necessarily with full confidence either. Like, oh, okay, this is another walk in the park. So we'll have to see what trutaCz has prepared for Bonyth, and whether or not Bonyth is going to throw in some interesting 2 gates, 1 base. We always talk about the Bonyth 1 base.
Yeah, last season I was waiting for the 1 base all year long, and then it ended up only happening in like the very final rounds of the tournament. So that's something that he could pull out right from the get-go. That's what I would like. Just set the pace. And it looks like our map is ready. Of course, this is Overwatch. Everybody knows this map. It was in the ladder pool a couple seasons ago. Tight rushing path through the middle. It's super tight, like only 1 lane can fit through, so you gotta be very careful. You can easily not be paying attention, just a move across the map, and boom, you have like 1 zealot versus 6 links, and oh, there goes that zealot in an instant. A lot of attack paths on this map, a lot of backstab paths on this map, so definitely a very dangerous map. I remember playing some off race on this map, and when it goes split map, Zerg is surprisingly strong on here with how effective their links and defilers are. So let's see who's going to be our first player moving to the next round of Group A. It is trutaCz versus Bonyth. So in the top left, in the pinkish color, we have our Polish Zerg. It is trutaCz.
And in the bottom right, his compatriot, it is Bonyth in the. This is like a light blue Protoss. I don't know if it's the blue, or like pale blue, or like the Shakura's blue. You know, sometimes some of these colors look a bit different depending on the tile set they're on. And my God, that pylon is really close to the Nexus. But yeah, I think it fits right there. Very well laid out. But looks like it's gonna be. I mean, the probe is chilling around here. This is gonna be is it gonna be 1 gate or 2 gates, you think?
It's 1 gate. If this was a different map, I think this could potentially be 2 gate, but it's definitely going to be 1 gate. And yeah, that pylon placement, as soon as I saw it, I'm like double, triple checking it. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Can a Nexus actually fit there? Because that's a dangerous position. But I'm thinking back to when I played Overwatch, and you can see that there's really not that much area to build cannons. So I think you have to put it as close to the Nexus as possible. Otherwise, you can only fit 1 row.
Yeah. And of course, with Bonyth, anything's possible. That's why, you know, most Protoss players, you look at that and you're like, yeah, of course it's going to be 1 gate. But Bonyth has whipped out the 2 gate more often than not. So, you know, right now, kind of opting to go for that 1 gate. Of course, on a 2-player map, going for a 2 gate is a bit trickier because it's just easier to scout, right? Like, part of the strength of the build is kind of the surprise factor. So if Zerg knows you're 2-gating right away, they can kind of adjust. And oh my God, dude, look at this production now. You can like, it's so crazy. Both players is FPV, man.
Yeah, at first I just thought it was. Well, actually, I don't even know what I thought it was, but now I realize that it is FPV of both players. So really sick viewpoints from both sides. Now, this is the question I always have when I watch ZVP: is how many lings are being made, and the answer is 2. And now, as a non-Protoss or non-Zerg player, I'm wondering if trutaCz skimped a little bit too much here, because it looked like the drone was going to top middle. You know how dangerous Bonyth is with the Zealot. Now, there's another question that has been answered. How many Zealot is coming out before the Nexus? The answer is 2. He also did not get a Forge before the Nexus, so this is about as fast as it's going to be. The Probe gets instantly picked off, and that's a huge win for trutaCz, but look at the stutter step micro. He's going to eliminate 3 out of the 4 lings instantly, still has about 30 health, and now the drone line is going to be under siege, but luckily a couple more lings are going to pop out in time.
Yeah, both players there, I think, trading pretty effectively. Of course, trutaCz not losing any drones, so that's really nice for him. And these two lings from trutaCz are kind of a huge nuisance. And Bonyth did go for that Nexus before Forge. And oh my god, trutaCz is doing such a good job. You know, we always talk about, look at Bonyth's micro, look at Bonyth's micro, which is always impressive. But look at trutaCz's micro. He's putting a lot of pressure onto this pylon. But ultimately, okay, Bonyth gets so scared, in fact, that he does put a second pylon, so that's, you know, that's some really good harassment here from trutaCz, but Bonyth did deal with it just fine. He is getting a Forge up and running as well, and from here it should be kind of smooth sailing for from both players.
Yeah, and if you look at the placement of that pylon, if there was another pylon right next to it, that's going to touch the gateway. And as I mentioned, there's not a lot of area for cannons on Overwatch. So definitely you need to get that pylon as close to the Nexus, because just barely 2 rows of cannons are able to fit here. 3 Zealots are going to be defending the gateway. No, Lings are not going to get in and deal with that probe. Cybernetics going up behind it, so he's got that halfway done. Did not get a glimpse to see if the lair has started. I imagine that it has. And I don't think this is Hydra play. Yeah, lair's done actually. So Spire's going to be going up in just a few seconds. And this is probably just going to be standard Stargate follow-up. Probe sees it, of course, so he knows exactly what's going on.
Yeah, the probe does see the Spire. And then Bonyth, if this probe stays alive, he might see whether or not there's a second gas early, which would be really important information, because obviously the second gas kind of telegraphs Mutalisks. But so far, trutaCz though does not see those 3 Zealots heading to his third base, and there are no drones there, but 3 Zealots, well, there's 1 drone, it is going to go down. 3 Zealots can really start crushing a hatchery, but it's a bit late here for these 3 Zealots to actually kill the hatchery, I feel like. So they're just going to make more, they're going to force trutaCz to make more lings. Decent surround there, but Bonyth does get out of the way, back into the mineral line, and now these are going to be some pretty good trades for the Zealots, but actually the surface area on the lings is quite good, so trutaCz is going to trade really well. But mind you, I mean, trutaCz does have speed, and he does have around a control group and a half of Zerglings, so Bonyth, you know, he definitely has forced trutaCz off of making too many drones.
Yeah, I thought that the Zealots were going to trade more effective than they did, but that was a lot of lings to be built, so either way, a decent amount of damage was done, because at least those were not drones. Now that Citadel seems to be quite quick. It's going to complete around 6 minutes, and we know from last season that often we saw a DT follow-up. I'm paying close attention to whether he's going to go for the Templar Archive, but instead, it looks like 4 gates are going down, and just like last week, trutaCz turned his Overlord around. He's going to save the Overlord, but in return, he's going to have no idea what the actual follow-up is. We see that this is going to be 3-gate, probably 4-gate Speed Zealot coming at him pretty soon. And even though Bonyth only has 2 Zealots right now, that's going to ramp up to 6, 9 Zealots pretty quickly. Forge has been spinning, so +1's probably going to complete within the next minute, and he's most likely going to hit a really nice +1 timing.
Yeah, that's totally right, Nyokin, and you know, when we looked at Bonyth's natural, his gas had just finished. You know, generally when you're going for kind of that tech build with the DT follow-up or the Corsairs, you get that second gas as your core is building, but this time around, like, that second gas basically finished after the tech buildings for Bonyth finished, the Stargate and the Citadel. So, very indicative that he does want to put on a lot of early pressure with Zealots. The problem for him is that he just lost 4 Zealots. You know, and those trades weren't too good for Bonyth. So coming on to his attack timing here, he is just going to have fewer Zealots to work with. And so the synergy is a bit off, but at the same time, he did force the Zerglings from trutaCz out earlier than trutaCz probably would have liked to. So we'll have to see if that kind of bears fruit here. You can see Bonyth is moving out. The Scourge do notice it, and actually Bonyth, despite that, he has been making Corsairs. He is up to 4 Corsairs here, and I don't think that he actually got +1 air weapon, so very interesting build here from Bonyth. The Zealots are coming. There are only 5 though, so really just poking in, seeing what's up, and this is a maneuver. I mean, a lot of people in StarCraft need to do this, right, where it's like, these Zealots are really fast. It's totally non-committal to come in and poke and see what the Zerg has and then just leave. But actually, he does find a small opening, but now the Zealots are going to get surrounded by the Zerg forces, and Bonyth, knowing this, will just take the trade here. But he does sneak in 3 Zealots at the natural.
Yeah, Zealots are running into the main, and that's going to ransack this mineral line. And behind this, we saw even more gates going down for Bonyth. It looks like the block didn't get that big just yet. It's going to be just 5. The first couple of Templars are popping. We saw +1 armor started too. Spire not going to get taken down. Hydras are going to be able to defend it, so that's a nice hold from trutaCz for now. But he is going to lose a couple drones. 3 drones falling right there, so that's going to be a decent dent to his econ. Meanwhile, trutaCz has decided that he needs to put some pressure back onto Bonyth. Looks like a couple of Hydras are going across the map, Hydras and Link, but they're really not going to find any success. Meanwhile, Bonyth realizes he bled quite a few Zealots off, so he's going to be forced to pump out a couple more cannons. It's just 4 though. It's a decent amount, but not an overcommittal. Behind this, I'm surprised that trutaCz is actually still defending. I guess he suspects that potentially a DT has snuck out and he doesn't want to see his mineral line wiped out, but we know, of course, that that has not happened.
Yeah, man. I mean, especially when you see these 4 Corsairs, you would suspect maybe some... Oh my god, that Scourge didn't even connect there. That's just 4 Corsairs. Somehow they killed the Scourge in time. But now Bonyth will have to be flying away here, so... Yeah, of course, with the Corsair play here, you would expect some DTs in conjunction, but just in general, it has been a bit weird just having those 4 Corsairs with, you know, just now, looks like +1 air weapons is coming here for Bonyth, so not yet kind of a dominating air superiority from the Protoss player, so, you know, if trutaCz kind of, you know, notices that Protoss doesn't have that much of a commitment in the air, he might go for Mutalisks. But we saw trutaCz, you know, as the Zealots come in here, he really favors kind of the heavy ground game. But as I said that, yeah, he does go for the Mutalisks.
Yeah, and look at him instantly hide them when he sees that the Zealots are going to get in. Now he shows them, but I thought he was going to wait and save up about 9 or so before showing them. There they are. They're going to come in here and try and defend this natural. Meanwhile, it looked like trutaCz has sent a drone to top right, thinking about taking that base. Meanwhile, the drones really haven't taken that much damage, and all of these Zealots are going to fall. Sure, he killed a decent amount of Hydras, but look at the supply lead now for trutaCz, and now it's critical that Bonyth kept those Corsairs alive. Remember, he's built 4. That looks like a 5th has been coming in, and that is 9 gates for Bonyth. And something I was looking at in his main is there's no double forge for him, so he's not going to have that powerful 2-1 spike coming in just yet. He is just going to pump out a ton of units instead.
Ooh, I do like that he did go for 1-1 ground upgrades though from Bonyth, kind of a new meta there. 1 Corsair does go down, but 4 Corsairs will be enough for now. But with the reinforcing Scourge here from trutaCz I think is going to cancel this Nexus, and Bonyth kind of being a bit cheeky there. You know, you can't, you can sometimes ninja an Expo, but trutaCz kind of sniffs it out and immediately replies there. So Bonyth in a tough situation. When you're on 2 base like this with 9 gates, especially 9 gates, like, you're going to be committed to that 2 base for a while. So by the time you push out, you can see his mineral patches in the main. Hold that thought though. The Scourge are going to come in and they're actually going to connect, but not really. Those Corsairs just standing and delivering. That was absolutely incredible. You don't see that every day. I was so sure a bunch of Corsairs would have went down there, but somehow the trade on Bonyth's side, and that was a huge victory for him.
Yeah, and all of the Mutalisks basically got eviscerated off the map, but despite that, look at the supply. It's still basically 100 for trutaCz. Bonyth's 3rd base has been delayed, but now the powerful Goon Zealot Templar combo is coming out, and those Templars were built 2 to 3 minutes ago, so they're definitely going to have 2 storms available. If he has the Kydarian Amulet, which he does, he's within 20 seconds of having triple storm, so despite having only 3 Templars, there are going to be 9 storms available. Meanwhile, Corsairs are, you know, holding the air, and they're going to be able to fend off a Mutaswitch if that comes, but we know that that's probably not going to happen. That's a great storm on both sides. Blankets both of the 3 times blankets the Hydras. Now, meanwhile, if another round of Zealots comes through, I think he can easily deny top right.
Yeah, but look at trutaCz's micro here. He is buying himself so much time. He's going to catch a couple of these Zealots, but those Hydralisks were softened by the earlier storm, so if these Zealots just sit here and fight, they might be able to trade. One storm again goes off, and yeah, they're just going to clean up this group of Hydralisks. And slowly but surely, trutaCz is bleeding his supply. You know, we keep talking about the supply, but the reality is that Zerg needs that extra compositional advantage, right? Like whether it's lurkers or mutalisks, and even if it's just hydralisks, the supply doesn't really matter too much. And trutaCz lost all his mutalisks, but the thing is, here comes actually a sick engagement from trutaCz, and Bonyth is fighting uphill, so these Dragoons are missing, but the Storms are absolutely clean. So it's gonna be a nice trade here for Protoss, but actually trutaCz does find the correct angle and the correct engagement, and he will clean up this Protoss force. So really amazingly done by the Zerg player.
Yeah, I thought for sure that Bonyth was going to win that fight, but fighting uphill really backfired. Also, there were no reinforcing zealots. Look how many zealots and Templars are coming out. This is 9 gates, so that was 2 production cycles that were produced from Bonyth that did not reinforce. Now, behind this is going to give trutaCz a bit of breathing room. We see he instantly morphed a bunch of Sunkens, and I think that's exactly what he needs to fend off this incoming attack. The Zealots and Goons should not be getting there in time. The Lurkers do pop just narrowly in the nick of time. They're going to burrow. And these Templars, they are fresh, so they don't have multiple Storms available. Maybe one. That's going to hit a lot of the Lurkers. But the Hydras, actually, they're getting cleaned up by the Zealots and the Goons.
Yeah, I mean, this is still quite a lot of Protoss units, but okay, trutaCz is smelling blood in the water. He's going to push forward, but these Lurkers are getting stormed down. They do get to burrow though, and as Bonyth kind of runs out of storm, he will retreat and morph that Archon. Meanwhile, trutaCz though, he does have a 4th base. Bonyth has a 3rd base, but remember, when Protoss is on an extended period of time on these 2 bases, he is going to mine out his main and natural quite soon. So Bonyth is going to have to think about taking a 4th base pretty soon here. And yeah, I mean, still a couple of leftover Corsairs are going to be able to fly around, kill a couple of Overlords, and you know, you still don't want to necessarily lose those Corsairs, because every time you lose the Corsairs, you get opened up to a Muta switch, and we saw Bonyth did lose a big majority of his Dragoons earlier, just now rebuilding that Dragoon ball. But the supply for Protoss is looking promising. I mean, he is at that 130 supply, which is kind of the threshold for like a really strong Protoss ball, but he needs to take, you know, Bonyth can't allow trutaCz to do those sick flanks with the Hydralisks, because really that's what won trutaCz the engagement earlier.
Yeah, now we do see that Double Forge is coming in, so it's going to ramp up into 3-2 quite quickly. I noticed that trutaCz has had +2 done for quite a while, so that's been a nice power spike for him. And behind this, Hive, I think, has completed, so more than likely +3 should be started. 2nd Evolution Chamber coming in for him, so that's going to be starting those Ling upgrades too, and we're going to be having Adrenaline pretty soon. Now look at the supply, it's slowly closing, 130 to 120, attacking uphill again. I think this is not the angle that Bonyth wants to take. But behind this, he is taking a 4th base. That one Lurker on the low ground dealing a decent chunk of damage. And the 4th base is already set up for Bonyth, so nicely done for him.
Oh.
It looks like this is going to go into split map, but not if these Storms keep connecting. He's hitting so many Hydras and Lurkers with them.
Yeah, that was some sick Storms there. But like you said, Nyokin, this is looking like it's going to slow down a bit. I mean, it's very hard. Overwatch, you know, one of the big features of the map is this high ground. That kind of defend, like it's kind of a connecting place for these 4 bases. So really, if you have a position on there, you can kind of just defend. Bonyth, you can see he is trying to move around. You know, attacking over this bridge is possible, but it does funnel your units heavily. And trutaCz is going to go for a pause here.
Yeah, and this looked like it may have been a winning move, because even though that's a tight choke, if you look at where all the units were positioned for trutaCz, they were all on that high ground. Okay, it looks like they are ready. So this, that's unfortunate that this kind of, okay, there we go. Now Bonyth is going to start moving in. And look, there's no defense. There's no Sunkens either, but this is also going to allow trutaCz to get into position. But look at how many Storms are available, or 3 Templar are sitting there and waiting, and they are just blanketing everything as they funnel in. The Lurkers are doing a good job in the back, but there's no supporting cast anymore.
Oh my god, and Bonyth with the amazing attack there. It really, I was just mentioning how hard it is to attack across this bridge, but Bonyth did it, and the thing is, he had his Templar in front to like storm at the incoming Zerg forces. You can see trutaCz just doesn't have any more units. He's funneling himself now into defending his natural, but the Protoss forces are being so cost efficient. Finally, 4 lurkers getting into position. Probably if they get to burrow here, they will be able to clean up these Dragoons, but that storm was sick as well, and Bonyth is getting such a sick trade here. We'll have to see what the follow-up is going to be, though, because trutaCz is going to eventually defend. You can see a big blob of blue, you know, just crossing the Protoss bridge right now.
Yeah, I was waiting for the reinforcements to come in again. That looks like at least 2 cycles of production coming at trutaCz, and now that the NAT has been breached, lurkers are set up, and I think all of the observers got popped. Oh, there is one more coming in. So this is really not enough defense for Zerg to defend with. Also, a couple of zealots were left over, and now I think Bonyth has done it. Supplies are now extremely in favor of him. He's up 35. 1-1 has kicked in for the Lings, but that doesn't matter. Look at the stream of pink coming in from the top right, but they are completely out of position. No Nidus either, so he can't reinforce instantly like you expect in a lot of the Zerg games. And now a few zealots have run into the main, and they're looking to ransack the tech.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult now for the Zerg, especially having those zealots in the main just attacking the tech buildings. Yeah, I mean, here comes trutaCz. He's trying to defend. Bonyth is doing a really good job with these trades, though.
Yeah, and once this Archon morphs, it's going to be one-shotting. All of the Lings are just going to get absolutely melted. 3-2 has already been completed, so goodbye, Lings. That Archon needs to be taken out ASAP, but instead the Goons are getting taken out. Now it's finally going to be dwindled down, but it's already eliminated all the Lings, and that's going to be it. trutaCz is going to tap out, and Bonyth is going to take game 1.
Bonyth is going to take game 1, and dude, he made that attack work. Really, like, I don't even know how that happens. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna cross this bridge, and especially with like Dragoons, they're really clunky units. So if you have like kind of the wrong configuration of your forces there, they kind of all get stuck. And what was really nice about what Bonyth did was that he actually made sure that the Templar crossed first, so that they were in position to storm the incoming Zerg reinforcements, and that's what won in the fight. So really sick move there, and man, I love Overwatch. It's such a good map. Like, you know, we were talking about how that high ground kind of creates a very like defender focused whatever, like you can kind of lock down the map from that position. But because of that small bridge, even though it's sometimes, most of the time it's impractical to go over there, it kind of loosens up that lockdown that we were talking about. So instead of going into kind of a long game where it's split map, the opposing player, like Bonyth, found a small route and he abused it. And that's like kind of a hallmark of a good map where, like, you know, some maps tend to just kind of freeze in place. There's not much dynamic play, you know, not much counterplay, but just that small feature of having that bridge being kind of way over there forces both players to continue playing rather than just sit there and defend.
Yeah, what I liked that Bonyth did was, if you were to rewatch the game, where was all the pressure? The entire game, the pressure was at top middle. So you know trutaCz is thinking the whole time, oh, I need to defend this platform, I need to defend this platform. And then in an instant, Bonyth decides, like, oh, there's another entrance to your main, I'm just going to go there. And there was no defense, not a single lurker, not 2 Lings on hold position. All of the focus was on the platform. So I love that Bonyth just in an instant changed where he's going to attack, and it just sealed the deal for him. I mean, behind, like, even if the game didn't end there, it was going fine for Bonyth because he's on 4 bases. It was perfectly fine for him to not just end the game there. He was looking fantastic regardless, but what a sick move from him. And trutaCz looked strong though. Like, he had even supply throughout the game. The only misstep I would say was the Mutas. That was a bit ambitious, and then he really lost all superiority. There was no threat of potentially sniping Templars, but other than that, the production was good. Remember, he built all those Lings in the beginning, and I thought his econ was going to be like dampered quite a bit, but he was macroing like a god. He had 6 hatches and took his 4th base, so this guy's really crushing it with the macro play.
Yeah, it looked really scary for Bonyth. I mean, trutaCz won that sick engagement early on, and yeah, surprising that Bonyth did pull it together and won really at the end of the day, because trutaCz was playing really strong. So Bonyth is going to have his work cut out for him, and it looks like Eclipse is going to be the second map here. Of course, you guys know, I mean, at this point, I think everyone knows about Eclipse. It's such a sick map, probably the best 2-player map ever made. You know, just in terms of the balance and kind of the gameplay it generates. And 2-player maps can be extremely tricky to make. But yeah, you know, we'll have to see what's gonna go down on this map here. Can trutaCz pull it back, or will Bonyth just win the best of 3?
All right, in the red in the top right, up 1-0. It is Bonyth. And in the bottom left in the blue, we have our Polish Zerg. He's down 0-1. It is trutaCz.
Yeah,
So-
well, Eclipse PVZ on these positions, Nayak, and you know what might happen. Well, Bonyth is chilling with his probe there around the natural. Thing is, Forge opening on these positions is quite strong. We saw it a lot of times already in the BSL, where Protoss does go for that cannon rush, but it looks like it's most likely going to be a 9-gate here.
Yeah, it is going to be gateway expanded. I was going to ask you, do you think that Bonyth was inspired by our Protoss players last week? But it looks like the answer is no. We're not going to see proxy. Well, we still have the chance for the cork gates, but the tech proxy or proxy cannons, that's not going to be on the menu today. It does look like it's just going to be normal gateway expand from Bonyth, but we'll have to wait and see if there's going to be a sneaky probe or sneaky gateways coming up somewhere out on the map.
Yeah, like you said, Nayak, and who knows? Voyagy and Quark, both kind of the leaders in that proxy gate tech. You know, the new kind of strategy where sometimes you can kind of fool the Zerg into a false sense of security. But opening with this 1 gate, especially on 9, is very aggressive. Bonyth putting some harassment onto the drone at the natural. He will be fended away though. And trutaCz is making 4 lings at least, could be 6.
I want to
have
get a
to
look
see.
at that. I want to get a look at that natural hatchery because that looked like it was placed quite high. Is that not quite high, Mihai? It looks
I
like
don't know.
the
I think it looks
hatchery. It looks fine. All right, it
Yeah.
looks kind of a little high to me, but I could be wrong. Now, meanwhile, the probe has been pushed out, and it did take more than shield damage, so it's going to be that much easier to actually kill by the lings. Remember last game, the probe got taken out instantly, and 2 lings dealt a lot of damage to that single pylon. Now, this looks identical to last game. We're seeing the Nexus go up after second Zealot again. Probe and Zealot again on hold position, making sure that these lings don't get in. So this is going to be a micro battle right now. Lings on the pylon. Meanwhile, Probe and Zealot going into the main. Let's see if Bonyth can have a little bit more success. Last time, he really didn't get any drones with this Zealot. 4 lings do pop out, and there goes the Probe again. So trutaCz really on top of it, and this just looks like a repeat of the Overwatch game.
Yeah, I mean, with these early Zealot pressures, the probe is such an important piece of it, and it's so fragile too. So trutaCz recognizing that, always focus firing down that probe. And like, this is the same thing that happened last game. trutaCz with the early 2 lings goes into Bonyth's base, and you know, it's quite hard. My god, if he gets probe kills with this, it's gonna be huge. It's quite hard to stop this as Protoss, because especially against like a pool opening, you want to make your Nexus before your Forge, so you don't have a wall at your front, and you don't have that many Zealots defending. So it is quite reliable for Zerg to run in here, though it does kind of diminish their defensive capabilities at home, because they don't have these 2 lings to work with. That probe does not go down, so sick micro there from Bonyth. The one thing that's going very poorly here from trutaCz, yeah, actually, at this point, he's just like, you know what, I'm going to stay on these 2 hatcheries. He doesn't have a 3rd hatchery. I don't know if that was like intentional, because you can see he's actually floating quite a lot of minerals, and there's a lot of Zerglings running down here, but there's already 4 Zealots. The cannon is warping in. The Zerglings are going to run by, but it's only 2, and a bunch of Zerglings do get demolished by those Zealots at the front, so even more Zerglings. No. Oh my god, Nayak, and this is a disaster. trutaCz tried to go for this all in, but it got totally stuffed by Bonyth.
Yeah, and now he's got like 10 more lings coming across the map. That's no way going to have any success. 1 cannon comboed with that many Zealots. it's easily going to be denied. And behind this, there's 0 drones at the natural. What do you think the follow-up is? Because now that there's so many Lings produced, I don't think you can go for mutas unless you're just going to try and bomb the cannon and then bust it down. Well, actually, I guess that could be a good combo, but I was thinking initially that this could be something like the Ling Lurker bus that Eon Zerg pulled out, but instead, there's the Spire, but look at the gas. It's non-existent. So what's trutaCz's move with this?
Well, this might be it. You know, as Protoss... Well, the Zerglings are going to surround the Zealots. They're not going to quite kill them. I was going to say, as the Protoss, you are playing in complete darkness here. And the follow-up to that Zergling attack could have been mass drone. So Bonyth, he has to kind of... You know, he still wants to push out and just make sure that Zerg isn't over-droning. But at this point, I think after seeing those Zerglings and speed and everything... Bonyth kind of knows that economically he should be ahead, and he is just chilling back home with these 3 Zealots. But yeah, Nayokin, I feel like, you know, really, we saw the Spire in trutaCz's base, and that's going to be his hope here. And you know what's really peculiar about this game is that it just seems like trutaCz, he thought he saw an opening. I don't think he actually prepared for, like, okay, on Eclipse, I'm going to all in. He saw a small opening, and he pulled the trigger. But everything kind of just didn't, you know, it wasn't cohesive. And now he's struggling to get a secondary game plan going. And that's going to be Mutalisks. This is going to be 6 to 7 Mutalisks, though. And there's only going to be 1 Corsair for the Protoss. And you can see that Bonyth is not actually... Well, he does have a cannon now to cover for Scourge. But he doesn't... He's adding the gateways really early here. So Bonyth does not have cannons really outside that 1 cannon at his main base, covering these mineral lines. So trutaCz might be able to find an opening here.
Yeah, so the question is two cannons beat 6 to 8 mutas? Because I think that's what he's going for, where I said the mutas are just going to try and bomb the cannon line and then bust through with the Lings. Corsair, and it instantly gets picked off, and now Bonyth is trying to confirm, okay, what exactly is this? Is he all in? Is he on 3 bases? And it looks like Bonyth realized that so many Lings have been made, so he's building a couple more cannons in his main. Stargate is continuing to be produced. That's still going to be just 1 Sair to defend his main, and there's only 1 cannon complete right now.
There's like that Ehan timing moment in the OSL, remember, with Jadong just coming in here with the Scourge. Do ward off that 1 Corsair, and the other Corsair is beaten up from before. And trutaCz is going to be able to basically deny this mineral line, but Bonyth does have 2 Corsairs. If he can save this Corsair, oh my god, it goes down. So now Bonyth, really, he's down to 1 Nexus, but again, Zerg is only on 2 base. Bonyth, I feel like, okay, he's actually keeping his Zealots back. I think he thinks that Zerg has a bunch of Lings and, you know, is threatening kind of a bust situation, which might happen if he moves out the Zealots. So he's just going to sit in his base. 2 Dragoons pop out from the gates. He does have 2 Stargates making. Nayokin, I feel like trutaCz has done it, man. This is such a good spot to be in with as Zerg, but his economy isn't where he wants to be. So we'll have to see, does trutaCz commit to making more Mutalisks, or will he try to drone up?
Yeah, I thought for sure when we saw the 2 cannons go up at the natural that Bonyth had read it correctly, that, hey, this has to be some type of all-in, because why are you building so many Lings? But the main was under-defended, and now he's getting punished, and now that opens up the door for the Lings to just flood in on top of those cannons, and they get instantly on top of all of them. Meanwhile, the mutas turn around to defend the Zealots, and look, the Zealots are actually turning around because he realizes that this counterattack did not work at all, and he's on the brink of just losing everything.
We'll have to see. There's 1 cannon left here. 2 Corsairs. 3rd Corsair pops out. Another Corsair is going to pop out soon from the secondary Stargate. And oh my god, the Scourge are actually connecting. What is trutaCz doing this game? He's just absolutely slapping Bonyth with kind of an impromptu build, like a completely improvised tactic here. And my god, the Zealots are going to try and counterattack, but it doesn't seem like Bonyth can do much at this point.
This is over. Double Stargate, unless these 6 Zealots get... Okay, well, there's not anything to defend the main of trutaCz, and this is going to be 6 Zealots with +1. Sure, I think Bonyth is still mega dead here, but we've got a real base trade scenario. If somehow Mass Sair can get up and running, the drone count of trutaCz should be ransacked, but look at the SimCity and the drilling. It's absolutely fantastic. Now with more mutas coming out, I think this is just going to be game over. The Nat is still up and running for Bonyth, but look at how few minerals he has. Not able to build cannons at any point. Not able to get the Sarah count up high enough. And this is going to be trutaCz taking game 2.
Yeah, I mean, really, that's there's not much more to be said about this when there's like a control group of Mutalisks standing over your Stargates and your mineral lines. There's really not much you can do as Protoss. So once this counterattack dies out from Bonyth, we'll probably be seeing a GG. I mean, these Zealots are still doing a lot of damage. Yeah, there we go. GG. Bonyth calls it. And so trutaCz evens it up 1-1.
Yeah, a bit of a disappointing game for Bonyth because as we see the econ for trutaCz mega all in, and this is one of those games where you watch the replay and you're just hating yourself. You're just like, why did I not build another cannon? I saw how many lings it was. I just needed to not die and the game will end because there's no chance for trutaCz to win there. He had literally no follow-up attack other than the mutas. So a bit of luck on trutaCz's side. What looked like was going to be a disaster all in, all of a sudden quickly turned the tides, and he's able to really steal a game from Bonyth.
Yeah, I mean, and even then, it kind of looked a bit scary on trutaCz's end. Like, you know, the Zergling counterattack worked, but he kind of just moved his Mutalisks back at this, you know, instead of committing both his Zerglings and his Mutalisks to the natural to really make sure that it kind of dealt the killing blow. So a bit disjointed, everything there was, it felt a bit disjointed, right? From trutaCz's perspective, like from the early all-in to even the follow-up Mutalisk play and even the counterattack. But he actually manages to make it work. And we're here at 1-1, third game. I mean, who do you think is favored here, man?
I feel like game 2 was just a steal, so I think I have to favor Bonyth, but trutaCz looked pretty good on Overwatch. That single attack just did him in. I think he was defending well, he was taking bases well, he upgraded well, he got the hive, everything was going fantastic for him, so I don't think he's going to be down and out. And this is what's going to decide who makes it out or makes it into the next round. It's going to be Blade Runner. I'll be honest here, I've never seen a ZVP.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how this will play out, but if you just look initially at the map, 4 bases really, really close to each other. And in my opinion, if Protoss doesn't really have to move that far to get 4 bases, they're going to be very, very dominant on the map. So let's see if Bonyth can make it out, or is it going to be trutaCz moving into the winner's match of Group A.
As we, we almost tricked you guys into thinking the game was starting, but it wasn't. We are going to chill on this lobby screen, though, because it is pretty nice. So trutaCz is back. Bonyth picked his race. Okay, so this is some behind the scenes. You guys get to
it's
see
not Blade
firsthand.
Runner. It's BS Runner.
Yeah, BS.
Every BSL map has been bombasticized, right? All right, in the top right, we have our blue Zerg with a really nice win on Eclipse. It is trutaCz.
And in the bottom left, in the red, it is Bonyth. Yeah, I mean, Blade Runner, of course, new map here, native to the BSL along with Demonio Azul. So we'll have to see. I'm actually curious. This is loser picks, right? So
No, it's nobody picks.
oh, is it?
It's set maps.
Oh no, it's losers pick. Come on, now you can get
What?
your yeah.
Oh,
So
aha.
Bonyth actually sat there,
Revolution Burr cheered X500.
looked at the map
Rip the
pool,
net.
and he's like, you know what? Blade Runner is gonna get me out of the ditch. Of all the maps, Blade Runner. So I'm actually curious, what is the decision making behind that? You know, is it because he's actually practiced a lot on this map and he's like, you know what? This is a really good PvZ map? Or does he think that maybe trutaCz hasn't had time to prepare? So you know what? I don't think trutaCz has even played a game on this map.
That could
So I'm gonna
definitely,
pick.
that could definitely be the case. I know that the elimination matches are Blade Runner, so when I saw this as the third map, I was thinking that nobody got to pick map. It was just preset. So again, we're having a gateway expand from Bonyth, and as I mentioned, personally, I think maps where you get easy bases is Protoss. That's the dream situation. Now, this is Circuit Breaker-esque, where the third base is just the mineral only, so that is something to consider as Bonyth. But because how somewhat close the fourth base is, I guess theoretically you could skip the mineral only and just go to bottom middle. It does have ramps there, so it is pretty easy to defend. Now the natural is quite interesting because with those, power generators there, what do you think about actually building cannons at the power generators? Now, of course, you would have hydras attacking from the bottom side too, but that is a pretty tight choke that I guess potentially you could set up massive defense at.
Man, like, and you're asking me the wrong questions. I have no idea. I'm not a theory crafter. Okay, I'm a brain dead studier
Oh,
of StarCraft. I just
you're
copy people.
yeah, you're one of those people that watches the VOD, and if it's not in the VOD, it's
Yeah,
illegal, right? It's like
yeah,
all
that's
those
me.
Zerg
Oh
players
yeah,
that ZVT.
yeah.
It's either ultras or defilers. It's not both. That's impossible. It's never been in a VOD before. You're one of those people, I see.
Well,
Okay.
not everyone has a beautiful mind such as yourself, Naok, and so. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure how these generators even work, to be honest with you, but it looks like the Zealot is going to come in here, and this is going to be kind of a replay of every other game we've... Well, actually, the thing is, the rush distances here are quite huge. This hatchery's done. The Zerglings are out. So this pressure from Bonyth, I mean, he is going to control this ramp until the second Zealot comes in. But, yeah, man, like, it doesn't seem like Protoss is going to do too much. We'll have to see how well these Zealots do trade, though, and holding the ramp is strong, for sure.
Pro versus Ling, who wins that fight? Looks like the Probe is willing to go one-on-one with it, toe-to-toe. Now, this is an interesting scenario because trutaCz has to build way more Lings just to defend these couple Zealots. Great surface area with these Lings in the back, so he's going to trade quite effectively. But having to build all those Lings in the early stages, that's not ideal for trutaCz. Meanwhile, I did notice that 100 gas has been spent from trutaCz and we're no longer mining gas. Now that makes me think that this might be another speedling play, but we do see a third hatch going down for him, so it looks like it is just going to be defensive Lings for now.
Yeah, I was just thinking, like, wow, those ramps are, they're vertical. They're not, like, angled. But I guess we've seen that before. Yeah, just an interesting opening here. trutaCz does defend really well, and he has his third hatchery out already. So, honestly, he's in a decent spot. Like you said, he did have to make a lot of Lings, but for Zerg in the early game, like, it's not too crazy if you make 2 or 4 Lings more than normal, because you do have that 3 hatchery production behind it. And you can really pump out the workers. And now trutaCz is putting a lot of pressure onto the gate, but Bonyth actually dealt with it very well. And really, he killed like 4 Zerglings there. So that's going to be nice for the Protoss player, relieving a lot of that pressure. And he did have a probe inside of Zerg's base, so he was able to even... I think he might have seen the lair, but in any case, he did see kind of the drone count. Hasn't really seen Hydroden, and I'm assuming he also saw the third base, so... when you get that rescout in at that crucial time where Zerglings are basically hitting your front base, that is a lot of very important information. And so Bonyth is going to be feeling pretty good about his position, and he is getting that second gas as the Stargate finishes here. So most likely, we even saw the core spinning. Most likely we're going to see a lot of Corsairs, and we might even see very early DTs.
Yeah, this looks like it's similar to the Overwatch game, but you know what's not similar to the Overwatch game? trutaCz no Spire right now. That is Hydroden at the natural. Spire nowhere in sight.
Yeah.
I'm paying close attention to where that gas is. It looks like it has not been spent just yet, but if I see 200 get spent instantly, like, oh, okay, that was not 200, that was 150, I was thinking maybe there could be a possibility for some type of lurker play, but it looks like that's either going to be speed or range for the Hydras. For now, only 4 hatches, so the 5th hatch is going to be coming out pretty soon, but without the with the lack of Spire, the Hydras are going to have to be dealing with the Zealots while also dealing with the Sares, and if they don't deal with the Sares, we know how easily Bonyth can supply block players, so trutaCz is going to have to be very careful.
Yeah, but we've seen this build from trutaCz. Even this BSL, he does like to go for that early lair, mostly to get the Overlord speed upgrade, I feel like, because then you see him kind of go into mass Hydralisk production and into kind of this 6 hatchery style. So, you know, interesting that this time around he is skipping the Spire, and again, that's indicative that he really just got the lair for the Overlord speed. And sometimes you see early lair like this for early lurkers, but, you know, oh, I think he just started lurker upgrade now, so yeah, it's just going to be Hydralisks here from trutaCz. He does have a couple of Zerglings at the front poking, just making sure Protoss is staying inside of his base. And Bonyth flying around with these Corsairs. He is up to 4 Corsairs. We'll have to see if he does continue to make Corsairs. I mean, once you get the +1 upgrade, like, I don't know, it looks like he only has 3 Corsairs. So he might have stopped making Corsairs. Yeah, he's not making Corsairs anymore. And I don't know if he actually finished the +1 on the Corsairs, so we'll have to see. No, he didn't. He actually canceled that. So totally just kind of pivoting away from the Corsair play, and he's adding all his gateways here. So really nice decision. He does have +1 attack on the Zealots already.
Yeah, not going to build an overwhelming amount of Sares, so the Overlords will survive a little bit longer. If he had gone up to 5 with +1 and no Spire armor upgrade, those Overlords would have been absolutely decimated. Now this attack is coming, looks like it may be a little quick for trutaCz, because this looks like it's about 10 Zealots or so. There's no Sunkens here, it's pure Hydras trying to defend this. A couple Lings will buffer some of the hits. Couple of disjointed Zealots in the back, and maybe trutaCz will hold this quite easily. +1 weapon for the Zealots, but that's not going to be enough to bust through this Hydra count.
Yeah, well, you know, Bonyth is putting on pressure. Yeah, you know, nowadays, I feel like a long time ago, this is almost your era, now can, like, when people
Holy smokes.
on the fossil strats. You know, Zergs did tend to die to this early Zealot pressure, but nowadays it never happens. It never, ever happens unless Zerg really screws up. So this early attack is kind of, again, meant to keep the Zerg honest, keep them from droning too hard. Zealots do get on top of the Hydralisk, but this is so many Hydras, and no supporting Templar just yet for Bonyth. But yeah, it's meant to keep the Zerg honest, and it's meant to basically buy time so that behind this you can see Bonyth is making Templar. So he's getting Storm. And, you know, again, Protoss, the game plan here is to kind of chill on 2 base, because it's very hard to expand once this Hydralisk count is up and running.
Uh-oh.
Stay on 2 base, wait for that 130 supply, and then push out.
Oh, well, that's a free Templar, and that's not what you want to see if you're a Bonyth fan. Luckily for Bonyth, there's not that many Hydras, so Storm Zealot Cannon combo should be able to deal with it quite easily. That 3rd base looked heavily exposed. I thought that the Zealots might attempt to run in there, but instead, Bonyth is just going to turn around. Looks like trutaCz spotted a pylon was going up, so he's probably thinking about making sure that he denies the 3rd base as possible. Now, this is always a dangerous moment, because those Zealots have been in the dark for quite a while. They could be anywhere, and boom, there they go. They're into the 3rd base, going to get a couple of drones, and they should start thinking about turning around. Yep, they are going to turn. Oh, no, they're going to try and fight this this Hydra count. It's surprisingly smaller than I thought, but now with a couple Hydras popping out, they should be able to clean it up.
Oh my god, and trutaCz running home with his other Hydras. Man, trutaCz has so many units, and he's so good at moving these Hydralisks around and having the right amount at the right location at the right time. And even lurkers are out now, and you can see, I mean, Bonyth does have an observer, so these lurkers might be getting surrounded. trutaCz very smartly unburrows them. He is going to run them back to his Hydralisks for defense. But you can see Bonyth does not have Dragoons out just yet, so it's going to be quite hard for him to push out. But again, we can see kind of the feature of this map is that, look, Bonyth basically pushed trutaCz out, and now he has access to his 3rd base, so he might be able to get... Oh, the Observer goes down, though.
Yeah, and this was what I was thinking was going to happen, is potentially a Lurker Contain gets set up. And again, Bonyth aggressively taking a third base. And because he bled off so many Zealots, and as you mentioned, there's no goons out, really no way to engage this Lurker Hydra army. Also lost his first Templar, remember that. So that's a lot of Storm just instantly gone. And this is a 20 supply lead for trutaCz right now, and the choke to get out of your nat. Oh, that's a great Storm, and I think that's exactly what Bonyth need to potentially get out of his base. Zealots on the bottom side potentially might have enough to break through. There's so many gates for Bonyth right now, and actually that helped Bonyth right now, taking down the gate, because now the goons don't funnel out one at a time.
Yeah, trutaCz kind of giving Bonyth a hand, but really Bonyth is kind of in a very dicey situation. And to be completely honest with you, this third base was so greedy from Protoss. I mean, you should almost assume that you can't get that third base up until you get your big Protoss ball going. Like, again, that 110 to 130 supply with all the Dragoons. He does finally have that now, but you know, putting down that Nexus does slow you down. He's gonna try and push out here. The Dragoons are getting on top of the Lurkers. Where's the Storm? One Storm goes down, but it's a massive whiff. There are 2 more Templars, 3 more Templar at the natural, but they're kind of just chilling there. Now they're gonna join the fight. Do they have? They don't have Storm just yet, so they're fresh. Okay, now they do have Storm. These Dragoons are trading really well with the Hydralisks, though. But the thing is, these Hydras are doing their job, pushing the Protoss back. The Lurkers remain untouched, and now you can see some blue funneling around the map. Oh my god, is that a drop?
I don't think that's a drop. The Overlords are on the top side of the map. That would not make any sense at all.
Yeah.
I think that if they go to the bottom side, let Bonyth push out and then instantly go for a drop, that could be a great move. Hydras coming in through the top, trying to snipe the Templar, but instead are just focusing down the goons. There's so many Hydras in the back, not firing. Bonyth desperately trying to get reinforcements, but this is so many Hydras, he's going to be denied again, and there's 0 Storms available. Those are 2 fresh Templars again, and again he's going to be denied. And now we're starting to get to the point in the game where Bonyth has to be worried about actually mining out, because it's approaching 17 minutes. We're at 14 right now, so about 2 to 3 more minutes left. But those are amazing Storms, game-saving Storms potentially, but still so many Hydras left over for for trutaCz. But it looks like now with the Zealots coming out, maybe, no, I don't think that's enough.
These trades are so good for the Zerg player because, like you mentioned, Nyokin, Protoss is on such a timer. He has to secure another base because he's staying on these 2 bases. He's just going to mine them out. He's going to push out here. The Zealots do get on top of the Hydralisks. This one Archon can put in a lot of work, but as the Zealots melt, so does the Archon. And so do Bonyth's chances in this game, really. It looks like he's run out completely out of steam as Zerg units do reinforce. Bonyth getting desperate. He is getting even Reavers as well to try and deal with these Hydralisks. Those Overlords are spotted. You know, like we said, probably not drops there. They are going to just kind of run across the map and do some scouting and just make sure that there's detection available at the front here. The Reaver does get a shot off. But yeah, I mean, behind this... Oh, no, that is a drop. Wait, he's going inside the main?
I think it's a fake. I think it's a
Oh,
fake.
it is.
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
nothing in it. He's trying to draw all the units back. Yeah, but Bonyth has seen this before playing Tai 2, so a really nice move from trutaCz, but it doesn't work out. And what I was thinking was I would love to see trutaCz go for a Mutafall up now, because you've seen that the Templar count is low. He's definitely not going to have Archons because he's saving up all of those Templars just for Storm. We know that the Sayers are non-existent because he's so desperate to hold the Hydras. And with the 3rd gas going up at top middle, I really thought that this was going to be Mutaplay. But instead, it looked like a fake drop was on the menu, but Bonyth read it perfectly, and now he actually is going to get his Nexus up. But will it be up and running? I think it will. So, oh, the shuttle gets sniped in. There's no Reaver in sight, so I think it was in there. Storm does not get off, but there's so many Templars out now. There's like 7. There's another Templar that goes down, and trutaCz is picking off so many Templars. He may not win right here, but he's dealt quite a bit of damage.
Look at Protoss's main base. It's mined out. The naturals can be really low as well. Man. Looks like trutaCz is getting ready to flank this army. He really wants to just end the game now, prevent the Protoss from taking a 3rd base, but Bonyth has rebuilt a sizable army now, and it looks like Zerg is also running out of resources slowly but surely at their bases, so you know, I mean, it looks so desperate for Bonyth, but Bonyth is fighting back. You know, he does have a good army. It looks like he's going to be able to secure this third base. Another nice storm there. So trutaCz, even though he would love to end the game right now, you can see even at the natural, the resources are starting to thin out. It looks like Zerg might actually have to think about taking a fifth base himself.
Yeah, I think that trutaCz is not going to be able to bust through, but something that I noticed right there, a key thing for Protoss is lack of upgrades. He's at 1-1 right now. If you think about the Overwatch game, he was crushing it with the upgrades. He was at 3-1 or 3-2 at this same point in the game. So he's really low on the upgrades. Another Reaver is going to get picked off. And more than likely, Zerg is probably at +2 weapons. So they're going to be hitting like a truck. We don't know if he has Hive yet, but because he has top middle with so many hatches, potentially he also has Hive coming. This choke has been a disaster for both sides. As Zerg comes in from this angle, you would think a storm would blanket everything, but instead, again, no storms really available. Another Archon morph at the bottom, and slowly Bonyth is losing all of his units.
Yeah, and Zerg units are so cost efficient in these small engagements here. Hydralisks, absolute powerhouses, and looks like trutaCz, again, he's trading Hydras for gate units, and that's always a good trade for Zerg. Thing is, you know, Protoss did secure another base here. Meanwhile, Zerg is still on the same amount of bases as before. So if someone's making progress, it is the Protoss player. If Bonyth can kind of weather the storm here, he might be able to rebuild his supply up to, again, that like 110, 130 supply threshold. But this Nexus is getting targeted. Is it going to go down? It's going to be so close. I don't think there's quite enough, but with these units coming from the north side, oh my god, the Nexus goes down, and kind of a YOLO play almost from trutaCz, but it does work out. And now Bonyth, I mean, he has to rebuild his Nexus. He does not have his main base mining. He's really only mining off of his natural.
Natural's gone in a second also. As I mentioned, about the 17-minute mark is when stuff starts mining out, and we can see at 18:45 the Nat is going to mine out. The main mined out a bit faster, around like 16:30 or so. And now distance mining completely, basically. And Bonyth is in a bit of trouble. Meanwhile, top left is being taken from trutaCz. Now, if Bonyth can get bottom middle up and running, I think he's still got a shot, because right now this is Lair Man. He's got 10 hatches, but there's no Hive. There's no armor upgrades for Zerg just yet. It's really just pure Hydras and Lurkers at this point. Meanwhile, Reaver, it's going to try and hold its ground at the entrance. DT is going to try and sneak out, and I think that's going to be suicide for him. Looks like he's not going to get through. Meanwhile, another skirmish at the bottom, and another Reaver is going to be taken out, and that's so expensive to lose those Reavers and really, what, get like one Hydra kill?
This fourth base is so tricky for Protoss to take. You can see Bonyth is trying to pause around the 6 o'clock. You know, trutaCz is going to push here. That was a 6th storm by Bonyth. The 6th storm again. Oh my god, Bonyth is just right on top of these Hydralisks. He's being ultra cost efficient in these engagements. And, you know, that being said, Hydras are still really strong. They do push through here, kill a lot of units, but it looks like Bonyth is going to hold on. He does have a couple of units left. More Hydras funneling in here, but they do get pushed back. And it looks like Bonyth is going to stabilize this base, but again, like I was saying, it's so hard in this position for Protoss to take control of 6 o'clock, because, you know, when Protoss moves his army here to like push back the Hydralisks, he leaves open that choke at his front for counterattacks. And oh my god, trutaCz is just so good at coming in from all these different angles. He has Hydras here, he has Hydras at the 6 o'clock. Look at this, man. It's just absolutely immaculate play from trutaCz.
Oh, and there's no defense there. Maybe one Reaver and one Templar, but we've seen the Reaver get picked off every single time. He could pick off those Templars too, but instead he's multitasking both fronts. Looks like a Storm had a massive hit there, but now those Lurkers that were sitting behind the power generators have now set up in front of the entrance, and if a Lurker gets into the worker line, it's going to two-shot everything, and it ends up being Bonyth tapping out, and trutaCz with ridiculous play on Blade Runner. We saw him versus Sneasel last week, the multitask, back and forth, drawing Protoss out of position constantly. That's exactly what he did to Bonyth again. How many Templars died to like 3 or 4 Hydras attacking the entrance? Like over and over and over, they got so many Templar kills and just Bonyth could never stabilize.
Yeah, and I mean, it all comes down to that early third base. Bonyth tried to get away with it, and instead of kind of building his army up first and getting again to that threshold 110, 130 supply and then pushing out, he assumed kind of a defensive position early on. And once Zerg gets into that position in front of your base and like has traded off units, then okay, even if you get onto that third base, it's so hard to take that fourth base. Whereas if you focus on 2 bases first, then build this big sizable ball and push out onto the map and force Zerg kind of to respond to your main army, whether it's in the middle of the map, maybe it's... Anyway, it's further away from your bases, then you can take the 2 bases in conjunction together. But if you take that third base early and you're like kind of posturing on your side of the map and being ultra defensive, then taking that fourth base becomes such a nightmare. And not to mention, I mean, he wasn't even able to secure the third base until really, really late. So trutaCz kind of playing out of his mind that game. Bonyth is going to be a bit disappointed because, like we said, that second game probably should have been his. And but the first game looked like trutaCz was going to win as well. So to be honest, trutaCz played absolutely amazingly this here against Bonyth.
Yes, so redemption here for trutaCz, because Bonyth and trutaCz obviously have massive history in BSL, and Bonyth has gotten the best of him in the latest BSLs. Now, I want to point out something very, very minor that I noticed in the game was Robo was done at 9:30. Now, I'm not a Protoss player, however, I know with Gateway Expand, a lot of time your tech is delayed in comparison to like a Forge Expand, and generally, when I was playing Protoss and when I watched Protoss, around 10 minutes is when Robo completes. And why is that a factor? Because remember, when the lurkers came out, the goons had like just barely popped out, like right when the contain had set up. If those goons had gotten out and into an arc, that lurker contain never happens. And I think that looks completely different. So a really, really nice timing from trutaCz to get all of those lurkers into position and just trade effectively, so effectively for the majority of the game. So that's going to wrap up game or series 1. I think we're going to go into a break now before we get into Hawk and MadiNho, but don't go anywhere because Hawk versus MadiNho, that's going to be another fantastic matchup.
Like, dude, Tech is playing out of his mind. All he has to do here is get some nice storms off. That's a lot of...
we are back with more of the round of 16. The first series was already action-packed, back and forth from both players. Game 2, it looked like trutaCz was just going to go out 2-0. Instead, brings it back to a 2-1 victory. And now Bonyth is going to be in the loser's bracket. We were talking earlier, Hawk has really good ZVP. Now, MadiNho's very good, but I remember from the profile picture of Bonyth, it said 100% win rate versus Terran. So if MadiNho goes into the loser bracket, he's probably going to have a really tough time. But whoever goes up against Bonyth in the losers, well, at some point he's going to face a Zerg, right? Like, that's just going to happen. It's going to be a hard matchup for him. So there's a real scenario where we could have trutaCz Bonyth rematch, and that could go completely a different way. So there's a definite scenario where Bonyth gets eliminated in the round of 16. That would be nuts. But now we're going into Hawk versus MadiNho. We saw MadiNho last week pull out some mech play versus I can't remember the Zerg, but he looked pretty good with that. And meanwhile, Hawk decimated his group. Like, he just picked apart Casper. Remember that? We were talking about how, or I was saying how greedy Casper was, getting away with like 5 racks +1 with no units. In that game, he had 5 Marines. That's it. And still, Hawk was able to pick him apart with Mutalisk.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk just in incredible form right now. And going up against MadiNho, you know, here's the thing about MadiNho's TVZ. It is very tricky for a Zerg player that's never played against him. But if you actually sit there and watch his VODs, I mean, this guy, I don't remember him ever going for a bio. You know, he always kind of just defaults into mech. And if you go into the game knowing that, I feel like Zerg can get into a really nice position. And Hawk, he's quite good against mech. You know, the mech playstyle, the versus mech playstyle, it's kind of like a very reminiscent of like versus Protoss. You're just playing kind of slowly and you're just making, you know, managing your economy and just making a bunch of units. And Hawk is really good at that. So I think against MadiNho, he's going to have really good chances. If anything, I think MadiNho is a bit of an underdog here. But at the same time, MadiNho, you know, what his strength is that he's very improvisational. He can make any situation work, and he kind of thrives in that chaos. And so, you know, if he can get Hawk into some kind of uncomfortable position, it's going to be really good for him. But Hawk is just one of these, like, kind of brain players, like a very smart player. I feel like he can adapt to those situations.
Yeah, I'm thinking back to matches that I played versus Hawk. There was a tournament that me and him played, and even back when mech was newish and the map was Overwatch, it was a very hard series to play versus. Like, he had really nice Hydra control, nice Queen usage, and now that mech has kind of been figured out what the counter is, I think he's going to be even deadlier. And Overwatch is one of those maps that you can pull a player apart. We already saw Bonyth pull trutaCz to the top side of the map, and then meanwhile just instantly backstab the main. So that is a real scenario also that Hawk could, MadiNho could set up a nice defense at the top side, but then instantly get countered. So it's something to watch out for. So we are going to going into our second series. It is going to be Hawk versus MadiNho. Winner is going to be going up against trutaCz.
Well, we are debating you guys once again, but actually not. Looks like MadiNho's back. Have fun, good luck. MadiNho is the type of okay, well, so in the top left, in the blue, the American Zerg, it is Hawk.
And in the bottom right, we have our red Terran. It is MadiNho. Now, before you get into your thing, I just want to point this out, that Overwatch is a map that you can wall. And if Hawk has played MadiNho and he knows that he walls, this map I'm 7-pooling. And the reason I'm 7-pooling is because, or 4-pooling or 5-pooling, because you can actually knock down depots in time before they complete. So if we see this SCV move out, I would really have loved for Hawk to go for an early pool. But we'll have to wait and see if MadiNho is somebody that walls. I know you're not a fan of the wall, but I am a fan of the wall. You know, yesterday at Artos's house, we were building that wall. and we were going for siege expand. We got the boomer builds, but we got the victory. So
yeah, the fossil strats. Yeah, well, that is a good point, Nyokin, and as always, you are a scholar of StarCraft. I was gonna talk about something totally unrelated, but kind of related, which is, you know, MadiNho, he's the type of player that types have fun. And we saw Hawk is the type of player that just types good game, good luck. No, have fun. What about you, Nyokin? Do you ever say have fun?
I just ignore you as soon as you start writing in the chat. But before ladder came out, like on iCup, I was the GLGG guy. You know, back in the boomer days, people never ever wrote have fun. It was like I don't want to say like a new thing, but
Yeah.
like in the very old days, it was only GL and GG. That's it. There was never have fun. So I've always just
Well,
done a GL.
guys,
GG.
real quick, we literally just hit 5,000 followers, so probably after this game, Zero's gonna hop on real quick, say a big thanks. Unless he wants to. Oh, he does want to do it now. There you go. Yeah. Well, that was it. I hope that worked because we couldn't hear him, could we? I was like, did
I
my
couldn't hear.
well, you know. Okay. So apparently we're getting confirmation it was okay, but that would have been so sick if that was sick. Look at this production, Nyokin. It's just crazy. 5,000 followers. We are at BSL11, and the tournament has come such a long way. The production is so amazing, and the history keeps building itself. Just such a sick tournament as we drop down to turn rate 8. So unfortunate for the players, that's for sure.
Yeah, turn rate 8. Not ideal. I 100%. Whether I'm in Korea or US, I'm out of this game instantly. This is a bit unlucky for Zerg because, as everybody knows, Mutaplay is generally the de facto build for Zerg. Now, I feel like you're kind of obligated to go Lurker at this point because Mutas are not going to do anything. That's just a fact unless you're going like 3 hatch and then you were never like 3 hatch, 3rd hatch on location and then just mass Mutaman and you were never really intending to micro. And that is a possible build versus MadiNho because we have seen him consistently pull out Goliath play, which does not have AoE. If this was a guy that built Valkyries, I don't think that strategy would ever work. So I think Mutaplay is still a possibility if Hawk ends up taking it on location 3rd base. But for now, if I was in this game and it was a turn rate 8 latency game, I would be expecting Zerg to go for Lurkers, but there's the Spire.
Oh my god. There, the Spire, and so far, I mean, this build here from MadiNho is so weird. It's so weird. You know, you almost never see this getting the bunker as well. So definitely it is going to kind of put Hawk into uncharted territories. And we'll have to see, man. I mean, the early Spire is nice. Is that a hatchery there? I wonder. Yeah, it is going to be a hatchery. So looks like Hawk is getting into a nice situation here. MadiNho finally does put down the command center. I mean, sometimes, you know, you can see a command center after starport, but generally you don't see it this late, and you don't see a bunker. So I think Hawk is for sure going to be a bit confused, which is like a good thing, obviously, for MadiNho. And again, this is exactly what MadiNho likes to do, and it's kind of the circumstances that he thrives in. So we'll have to see if he can kind of pilot this situation into a victory. An armory is being built there, so definitely we're going to see Valkyries. Now, I wonder if he is going to get the dropship first. It looks like this is a drop play, but it's not. Okay, no, the starport is not blinking, so he is going to go. Oh, he's getting cloak as well.
Is it?
Okay.
Oh, I'm a bit lost here, and the reason I am lost is because this is not 2-port Wraith. Well, you can go Wraith and then have Valkyries also. Looks like Vultures are going to be into the mineral line, and surprisingly got, what, 2 drone kills despite the great Sim City. I'm surprised it even got any kills. Now the first couple Mutalisks are going to be popping out, and because he saw speed on the Vultures, you know, that's gas that could have been Wraith. So you would not be expecting Cloak Wraith if when these mutas come in. So this might actually deal more damage than I was expecting, but Cloak just started, and that's a pretty long upgrade, so I don't think that the mutas are going to be too worried about Cloak just yet. Meanwhile, tons and tons of turrets being set up, 2 in the main, 3 at the natural. And remember, this was one base play for quite a bit, so this is kind of really hurting the Terran econ. Now, how many Mutalisks does Hawk want to build? Because as I've stated, I'm not on Mutalist very long in this latency, so I'm well, there's more Mutalisks. So I don't know how many this is going to be. Right now it's at 7, which is the magic number to one-shot SCV, so for now, this is a good count.
Yeah, well, Mutalisks, you can make it work against mech a bit more than you can against bio in these latency conditions, but like you said, probably not going to be staying on them for long. But, you know, Hawk, here's the thing. You know, when Terran does these kinds of, like, crazy build orders and puts Zerg into kind of an uncomfortable position, what usually ends up happening is that the Zerg just does not make enough drones. You know, they play very scared because they can't necessarily figure out what's happening, and they start expecting timings at all weird, you know, weird occasions. But Hawk, he's really good at just droning. You know, like, he's just really good at droning. He doesn't mind just making 2 Mutalisks and being like, okay, I'm going to make drones. And you saw it took a while for him to build up his Mutalist count from the time that his Spire finished. So, you know, whereas a lot of Zergs in this situation, they would have seen MadiNho's build and they would have started panicking. Like, okay, I need to get my Hydras out. I need to get Mutas out. And they would have ended up just staying on a very small drone count. So here comes an attack here from Hawk. Nice timing. The cloak is finished though, and there's no overlords around and probably no overlord speed. I think again this is going to be unexpected from Hawk, you know, well rather from MadiNho, but Hawk is surprised by it, and now he's going to have to adjust again. But look, I mean, just look at his mineral lines. You know, his drone count is so healthy. So yeah, it looks like Nyokin, he did get a nice sip of water, and he was talking into
I pulled a 0 right there. I pulled a 0. That was my bad right there. But yeah, Goliath Wraith, such a weird comp, and now he's going bio. This is all over the place. And Guard Leopard, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you so much for supporting the BSL. And I want to. Oh,
wait, do you see that? Look at what he's wearing.
Oh, he's wearing the Mickey Mouse hat.
It's not the Viking hat today, it's Mickey Mouse.
Or is it Mickey Mouse, or is it the dead mouse hat?
Well, it's a mouse.
It is a mouse. But I want to talk about this build from MadiNho because I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, wow, Cloak is expensive. Wow, Goliaths are expensive. I didn't get to see whether the armory was spinning, but if you're going up against Mutas, you know what both of those units have in common? They deal half damage to Mutas. So... yeah. It's really weird. So this switch into bio now is kind of making more sense that the real DPS is not in the Goliath. It's not in the Wraith. The Wraith and the Goliath are just to buy time to make sure he doesn't die. And it also forces Zerg to get this Overlord speed upgrade that he doesn't really want. Now, as we were saying, Mass Muta can work versus Goliath and Wraith, but once he sees this bio ball, this is no longer going to work. Assuming he actually has Marines right now, it looks like he only has 2.
Yeah, there's 4 medics. He even made all the medics beforehand to start building up that energy. But guess what? If you make a bunch of medics, you're not making Marines, so you don't have any units. Oh, he does have units. Oh, they were all in the bunkers, actually. So MadiNho does unload the bunkers. He is reinforcing here his position, and these Wraiths are going to go down for free, really. I mean, those Wraiths aren't going to do anything, and that's massive there for Hawk. But, you know, at the same time, MadiNho did get a decent amount of turrets up. It looks like he's not going to die to mass Mutalisks, and he is going to have at least one timing with these with the bio force here. It's going to be very hard for Hawk to deal with this amount of Marines. And oh my god, only now does the Queen's Nest go down for Hawk, and this is really, really bad actually for the Zerg player, because you know, all of a sudden he cannot use these Mulists to fight against the Marines. I mean, you know, look at the turn rate; it's not very ideal, and you know, Mutalisks are just not good in a straight up fight against Marines. So I would have expected Hawk to be well on his way to Hive, but I think Hawk was probably expecting this to be just pure mech. And so once he flew in, he's like, oh crap, I have to start changing my game plan out. And that's when he put his Queen's Nest down. So, you know, Zerg in this position, ideally, you're on your way to Ultralisks, and you have that Carapace upgrade and everything. But I suspect that probably Hawk, he was upgrading Hydralisk upgrades, and he just has no Hive in sight. Now, he does have Lurkers, and you can see now that he knows what he's up against, Hawk is teching to that Hive. But this third base here is not ideal versus Bioplay.
Definitely is not ideal, but at least Overwatch has a lot of high ground that you can sit a couple lurkers on. So at least he's got that going for him. And because the Marine Ball has been delayed for quite a bit, I think he may be able to get lurkers up in time, but those mutas are going to take quite a bit of damage to not just the Marines, but also the Irradiate. And it looks like they want to go in for a round 2. But you can see that Hawk was planning to just all in this because he has +1 armor on his Mutalisk. He really wanted to just overwhelm the Goliath Wraith Ball. And this is MadiNho playing to his image. Before the game even started, we were talking about how this guy loves to play mech. I'm sure he listened to the cast and probably heard that and thought like, hey, these Zerg players probably expect me to play mech, so if I just play Marines, this will be a nice combo. And also opening with Goliath is genius because it really sells the idea that, hey, I'm just going to play mech again. But we see that this is actually Fantasy S style where he's going to go into Marine, Medic, Tank, Vessel. Now, Hive, I think, has started. Double upgrades are going in for the Zerg, so it's probably going to be Hydra Lurker for quite a bit. Another Muta attack, but the Irradiate's perfect and the split is not. And all of these Mutalisks are probably going to fall or at least be heavily damaged.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so hard to control these Mutalisks. The Irradiate was on point there from MadiNho. And, of course, the Terran player does clean up bottom left. That's okay for Hawk to lose. He does have Hive. He still has 3 gas going, 3 mineral lines pretty well saturated. So he's in a good spot. He is expanding at 12 o'clock as well. And, you know, Zerg is getting into a nice position. I mean, Hive is finished. Looks like, you know, I wonder if he's going to even go for Defilers at this point. Is he just going to try and get into Ultralisks and really... Oh, he does have the Defiler mount. Okay, that's good. The problem with this position here is that usually, if you know the follow-up is going to be some kind of tech play into Marines, like let's say 1-1-1, Zerg generally gets the Carapace upgrade immediately. Whereas if you think you're dealing with... Okay, he does have +1 Carapace, so that's really good for Zerg. And yeah, he did not get a range upgrade. That was the big worry here for me, is that had Hawk went for that range upgrade early, kind of suspecting mech play and trying to play in Hydralisks, he would be in a really tough spot. But because he has Carapace upgrade, that means that eventually the Ultralisks are going to be very threatening. And so he has a very, very simple game plan here. Defend, defend, defend until my Ultras are out.
Well, you say Ultras. I actually think this is going to be Hydra, Defiler, Plague, Darkstorm. Because, or is that an Ultra Den? Oh, there is the Ultra Den. So I'm a bit surprised at that. But because he's got +1 armor so quickly, I guess he will be able to match the upgrades, but actually it's at +2 already, so that's the reason he's going for Ultras. Because I'm losing my mind in this game because Terran has +2 weapon, but now he's going into a mech switch. And Overwatch, this is a map you can split. However, I don't think this was a wise decision because he's had his third base running for quite a bit. 4 base Zerg is going to kick in. And I think he may simply just overrun MadiNho. Here comes a Ling Muta attack. There's a bit too much DPS right here, but really the threat of MadiNho was in this mid game, and he really didn't do much with it.
Yeah, I mean, but this is how MadiNho plays, actually. He doesn't really play too aggressive. He does all these like crazy tech switches, but he does try to just keep expanding and keep expanding and keep expanding. And it really throws Zerg off, I feel like, because generally when you're the Zerg player in this situation, you're constantly trying to figure out, okay, when's the next attack? When do I have to start making units? Can I drone now? And a lot of Zergs end up just not having an economy to deal with this. Because really MadiNho's economy is amazing. He has 3 fully saturated bases. He has a bunch of production buildings. And now with vultures out in play and mines out in play, Zerg really needs a strong economy to deal with mech. Like a very strong economy to deal with late game mech. And generally what happens is MadiNho just wins because, you know, both players get into this position, but the Zerg player gets into this position with a very, very weak economy. Hawk, on the other hand, he likes to make drones. And even when it seems like risky to do so, he does make them. He is a very greedy player in that sense. And so, really, he's in a phenomenal position to deal with this.
Well, let me just say this. Because of all the tech switches that's going on, and also because he's gotten +2 weapon on ground, the big question now is what is the mech upgrades? Because actually, just like in TVP, 2-1 or a +2 weapon is critical versus Zerg. And I'm not going to get into a huge rant on why, but it's with AoE is the main issue. And if MadiNho does not have +2 going up against these heavily upgraded Zerg units, he's just going to be crushed. And also, he has no armor upgrades himself on the mech. So these lings that are already +1 weapons, soon to be +2, if he ever gets on top of the mech army, these things are just going to be wiped out so fast. But it looks like a counterattack is going up the top right. This is going to be the 5th base tonight. It looks like there's a drop at the natural too.
Oh my God.
So MadiNho making it real wild. I just now realized that supply is max for MadiNho versus Hawk. But don't be confused here. Hawk has a bank. It's 2k 1k, now it's 1k 1k, so there should be a couple of ultras popping out pretty soon. Look how it went so quickly from 200 or from 110 all the way up to 140, but Nidus gets popped. Now I don't know how many actual irradiates are available, but this top base may actually be wiped out by simply pure Marines.
Oh my God, dude, if MadiNho gets his
+3.
base, +3 does finish. Does he have +5 on the Ultralisk though? Oh, he does. So this is going to be really good. These Ultras are never going to die. It doesn't even need Dark Swarm, honestly. The Ultras basically have built-in Dark Swarm when they have +1 armor upgrade advantage onto the Marines. They literally just cannot die. So, you know, but at the same time, MadiNho doesn't really care. You know, he's fully transitioning into mech at this point. So the bio upgrades are not going to be as important, but as you said, Nyokin, the mech upgrades are going to be really important. These 2 vessels are going to go down, though. No, just 1. Oh, okay. Actually clips that last vessel at the last second. So really nice target firing there from Hawk to kind of switch the focus of those Scourge. But MadiNho, with the remnants, like the last bio forces that he had, he did put in a lot of work. He did kill top right. He was pressuring 12 o'clock really well, and behind this he does have minefields around the map, but they're just not quite. There are not quite enough mines, in my opinion, just yet. These vultures are kind of AFKing here. MadiNho really needs to get proactive about laying down mines. He does not have that many tanks, and Zerg is transitioning into this big Ultralisk play. So now you can see Zerg is going to start running down the map and pressuring all of Terran's bases. But Terran just, I don't think, will have enough units, and he does not have enough mines to hold these Ultras for now. I mean, this high ground is kind of a mine.
Oh.
No, the 1 mine kills 2 defilers there, or 1 defiler and an Ultralist. That's absolutely insane. Now the tanks are going to come down here, and the problem for Terran is that this bottom left base is undefended. So Terran's going to have to stabilize on 3 base and start kind of slowly creeping out, but it doesn't look like Hawk has quite noticed the bottom left just yet.
Yeah, another nice mine hit eliminates 2 lurkers. Now the map looks pretty decent for MadiNho, like he's got mines everywhere, he's got a ton of tanks, but he's actually in really big time trouble because Hawk still has a sizable bank. There's still no answer to these Ultralisks because they're so heavily upgraded. There's no answer to the Lings, let's be honest, except for the mines. The command center ends up falling. Hawk is starting to put down even more macro hatches. He's taking the mineral only. Top right is being taken. Supply still 40 supply lead for MadiNho, but we saw how many vultures there were. That's basically negligible supply. He needs to have mass tanks, and sure, he has 1k gas now, but this is 20 minutes. That means main gas is gone. Nat gas is approaching being mined out. Really, he's going to be on like 1.5 gas in a second, and he really doesn't have anything to stand up to the Zerg army. Zerg can really start thinking about taking mid-right And that forces Terran's hand. Zerg cannot have mid-right. If Zerg gets mid-right, this game is 100% over. There's just way too many resources. And eventually Hawk will just overrun him.
Yeah, but we'll have to see here because, of course, Terran mech is very difficult to kill. And, you know, we'll have to see whether or not Hawk chooses to go into something like Queens as well. Thing is, MadiNho has a lot of vessels. And vessels, you know, EMP, Radiate, both are really strong late game. It looks like MadiNho, instead of playing towards that bottom left expansion, he's going to play towards this 3 o'clock expansion to the mid right. And pushing across the map, he does hit that +2 attack threshold that you were talking about. So decent upgrades there, though no plating just yet. So these units are going to be very fragile. And MadiNho, he's actually just going to try and go for an attack. This base here is very unimportant, really. It's just a mineral only for the Zerg. So it's okay if this hatchery goes down. But this does draw the Terran forces out onto the map. And you can see Hawk posturing to the north side, posturing to the west side. He is going to try and envelop this push, but it is only Zergling Defiler. Not very threatening just yet. And in the north side as well. Where are Hawk's units? Okay, the Ultras are popping in his natural, but they're kind of getting stuck around there. This is scary, though, for Zerg. I mean, it doesn't look like he has an army ready to stop this attack. Okay, here comes the big push. No siege just yet. Darkstorm goes down, so no DPS coming onto these Zerg units because the siege tanks are unsieged. And my god, they're still in siege. These Ultras are going to get on top of these Terran units before there's even siege. There's no mines. There's nothing. So this is going to be a really good trade for the Zerg player, but at the same time, these Ultras are going to go down. And the thing is, MadiNho, if he kills one more base here, if he kills top right, this game is going to look really, really bad for the Zerg player.
I'm just confused. Where's the supply? Zerg is still 155, but that's 6 units. That was it. Where is all of the supply from Hawk? It looks like it's at the natural, but still that looks like a little bit too tiny of an army. Does he just have pure drones at this point? Regardless, supplies are no longer max for Terran. You saw how fast those units died, and this is going to be another army being wiped out from Terran. All the Ultras and Lings are going to get on top of it. A couple vessels end up falling too. Tanks on the high ground are doing a good job simply because the Ultras decide not to fight. Lings are trying to get on top of them now too, and that's going to be 3 tanks falling down. And look at how gas-starved MadiNho is, down to 300. As I mentioned, he needs another gas base. He needs bottom left, but there's an Overlord over there. We saw that Hawk's screen just went down there, so you can expect an attack to go down there. Yep, there it goes, bottom left. So that's going to be another command center. Most likely going to be... Oh, that's not even a command center. That's just a floating Rex. And I think Hawk has done it because now he's got supply lead. 4th base is being permanently denied. And there's just way too much econ for Zerg at this point.
Yeah, and that was looking really worrisome for Hawk.
Oh, no.
As the Scourge come in here, they are going to wipe out all the vessels. That's a huge pick-off. All of a sudden, even Mutalisks are a possibility. And remember, the Terran mech army, it does not have plating upgrades, does not have the armor upgrades. So Mutalisks can be quite strong to switch into if there is no Irradiate. And, you know, Queens as well, if there's no EMP. I mean, this opens up a slew of possibilities for the Zerg player. So, you know, I mean, MadiNho is in a tough spot, but at the same time, it's not like Hawk has that many bases up on the Terran player. More Ultras coming in here, though. They are going to kill these tanks, and if Hawk prevents MadiNho from taking a 4th base, the game is virtually over. This mid-right does get landed, but it's not operational just yet. You know, MadiNho will have to transfer SCVs through basically the contested territory here in the middle of the map. Hawk does scout it, though, so he will force the command center to lift. Bottom left is getting canceled, and now even 6 o'clock is going to get harassed here. So MadiNho's position is slowly crumbling.
I like how that lurker drew in the mines, but it still had 14 kills somehow. Nice SimCity at the top side. Medic wall even denies those Lings and Ultras from getting in. But as you mentioned, you got to get a 4th base. Otherwise, this game is done. Look at bottom middle. It's basically mined out. Supply lead for Hawk. He's still got 2k, 1k. He's taking bottom left. Terran sees it. Terran's definitely not happy about that. But also, again, forces Terran to make a move out of position, you know, away from his bases that he's obviously needing to defend. You could argue, like, why doesn't MadiNho just take that mineral only? But the issue is he needs gas. Vultures are not going to win him the game. It's the tanks and the vessels that are going to win him the game. And he just can't deny Zerg from taking the entire map. A 30 supply lead now for Hawk. Vultures maybe deny bottom left for now, but one Ultra can just move over there and kill it.
Yeah, and really it doesn't seem like MadiNho has many options left, as Zerg is still mining off of a considerable amount of bases. See, finally Hawk does take the supply lead, which is huge in this matchup. Get into his FP view real quick, the sick production. And you can see just he has vision all over the map. He has workers mining all over the map. He has all the bases saved for these 3 bottom right bases. Plagues that command center for good measure. I'd like to see an infestation, honestly, at this point. Get them queens out. Finish that command center off. Get some infested Terrans. But really, MadiNho is going to keep playing this out. But he has very, very, very few outs. I mean, he has no outs. He's mined out. He's 37 minerals, 130 supply.
Well,
it's time to, well, you know, he's probably thinking about the next game, right? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean, you have to be, right? Because he's not attacking. He's mined out.
yeah.
So where's our win? There's no world where he actually takes this game. Okay, so he does tap out GG. And interesting,
so
just
funny.
all around build from MadiNho. I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, okay, Goliath, Wraith, Mass Mutas beats that, but then he goes Marines. So, okay, Marines beats that. And then we look at Hawk's base, there's no hive, there's no anything. It's just him taking bases. Well, Marine Medic just goes and walks and kills that. And then MadiNho doesn't go and kill it. But he has tanks, and he has vessels, and then you look back and he's mech switching, but he has +2 weapon. I'm like, what is this game? And it really let Hawk get back into the game, because as soon as I saw the Marine Medic switch with the tanks versus no lurkers, no upgrades, no hive, I'm like, okay, he's just gonna go kill everything, and then that never happened.
Well, that was a classic MadiNho game, but I feel like Hawk is pretty well prepared to deal with that type of situation, whereas we've seen MadiNho, like this style, kind of take games off of really strong players. So, you know, Hawk, though, he's not fazed by this. And what's really surprising to me at the end of the day is how fast Hawk's upgrades were, despite the fact that, like, the build was so crazy from MadiNho. Like, he kind of just knew, I don't know, like, how he knew. He kind of just knew, like, okay, I'm going to make ultras in the end game here. And I'm telling you, against mech, you don't want Carapace. I mean, it's totally worthless. Yeah. You know, that being said, though, with the build like what MadiNho is doing, generally your eBay is pretty late. Like, your upgrades are pretty late anyway, so that might have played a part into allowing Hawk to have that extra time to get the Carapace upgrades going. But that was surprising to me how well prepared Hawk was to face the bio transition, and then he kind of set himself up to deal with the late game, though it kind of looked like a bit suspect at many points in the game for sure.
Yeah, as I mentioned, there were power spikes for MadiNho where you're looking at the map and you're like, well, Zerg's just dead. He doesn't have anything. But then the attack never came. So it's very weird. I think MadiNho will rewatch that game and see that he had potential to maybe not win the game outright, but definitely kill bases for sure. Yeah. And Zerg would have been in trouble. But as you mentioned, the Carapace upgrade, if you think about, okay, this guy's going mech, you're always getting like Hydra damage or Ling damage or something. You're never getting Carapace. So it was a bit, I guess, a soul read from Hawk.
I really don't know. Like, how did that happen?
So weird.
Like,
it's so
we need
weird.
to watch the replay. Did he like were the upgrades that late for MadiNho, or was Hawk just galaxy brain prepared for that transition? I don't know.
Yeah, we also don't know when MadiNho started upgrades, right? Because as I was mentioning, once the mech switch happened, he needs to have +2, and then he only had +1 for a long time. So I'm just assuming he didn't even upgrade his armory. So that could have been the tell that let Hawk know. But of course, we don't know. We don't have interview with the players right now. But regardless, nicely done from Hawk. I like the build choice from MadiNho. The initial Goliath, Wraith, looks like mech, but then the Marine Medic switch, it looked great. Just bit awkward execution. But now we're going to go into second map. As you mentioned, this is loser's pick. We've already seen Demonic Azul, and Blade Runner, and having played in BSL, you know, players get to ban maps that they don't want. So that's surprising that Bonyth and them would ban out maps like what we're about to see right here, which is Sylphid. So let's see if Hawk takes this series 2-0, or if MadiNho ties up the score 1-1.
Well, we'll have to see, because honestly, Sylphid, dude, Sylphid's one of the worst TVZ maps ever. It's
As
so
people
bad.
are googling right now, it probably has like a 51% Terran win
Oh well,
rate,
yeah,
which
but
is-
like the thing is, well, okay, we'd have to. Well, I mean, it's not the worst, but like it's not the best. I feel like there's definitely better options out there, but it is. There's one thing going for Sylphid is that it's a pretty good mech map, and it's a pretty decent Wraith map, or at least in the foreign scene. The foreign Terrans do like to go for 2-port Wraith on this map because you get a nice solid 2 depot 1 racks wall at all positions that's link tight. So we'll have to see. And I mean, MadiNho is the type of player that 2 ports, so that might be going through his head. But definitely, if I'm Hawk, there's exclamation marks going off, because Sylphid is not traditionally a map that, you know, if you're a kind of standard Terran player, you're like, yeah, you know what, I want to play versus Zerg on this map. It's really good for standard play. So it's not. I mean, it might, yeah. So actually, Zero's gonna jump in to.
Yeah, guys, because the casters don't know yet, because everyone can hear me, guys. So the moment I appeared on the stream, I was muted. So I wanted to say thank you for the 5,000 followers, guys. I know I'm retarded, and yeah, have a nice match.
Yeah, so big thanks again for the 5,000 followers. It is a huge milestone, and for Zero it means a lot. For us, it means a lot. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, Nyokin. You've been here for a long time, but how do you feel about like the growth of BSL? Oh wait, never mind. We are ready. So we're gonna get into game number 2 here. MadiNho has to win this game. Let's get into it.
So in the blue, in the top middle, 1 game away from making it into the winners match versus trutaCz, it is Hawk.
And in the bottom left, in the red, it is MadiNho, all the way from Norway, sporting that Mickey Mouse hat. Sometimes he's a Viking, sometimes he's a Mickey Mouse, sometimes he's Batman. Oh yeah, that's why he dropped that Batman reference. Well, Nyokin, how do you feel about the growth of BSL? I mean, you've been here for a really long time. When did you start? Like season 4?
I started in season 6.
6.
And I also played in it at the same time. By far my best finish, got to round of 8. Had my highlight game versus Eon Zerg in the round of 16. Made it through Kenzie and Eon Zerg. But every season BSL gets bigger and bigger. If you just look at the charts that they've posted, the statistics, the viewer count has gone up. The production has been insane. We've got the FP views now. We've got the dual FP views now. It's just absolutely crazy. We've got the bombastic apparel. You could see that me and Mihai are wearing them today. I didn't show my BSL hoodie, but I actually got it in the mail just a couple days ago. It's fantastic. You guys should definitely consider purchasing something from the store. And of course, I recommend the socks, even though I didn't get them. You can flaunt them in the office and have people ask you, oh, what's the BSL? And then they'll tune in and see our lovely faces. But overall, BSL has gotten bigger and bigger, and I always look forward to BSL. And I'm still waiting for the day for Blizzard to invite us down to BlizzCon, have like top 4 BSL finishers for the year, and just have like, you know, the show match that they do with the Koreans. That's the dream for me, but we haven't gotten there yet.
Well, dream big, something like that. I don't know. It might happen someday. Nyokin. That would be so sick. That would be so hype. I'm just daydreaming that, dude. Just out there. Looks like MadiNho though. He is gonna go for that wall. So really, this is looking like 2-port Wraith, but again, we have to mention it. It is turn rate 8. So if he goes 2-port Wraith and turn rate 8, that would be insane.
Yeah, now that drone, I was instantly looking at how much gas Hawk has, because that could have been a Hydrogen. But it looks like he's going to not go for the Hydrogen, just going to go for standard layer. Now, you know, I know you're not a big fan of walling. However, I am a massive fan of walling. However, I'm a bigger fan of walling
fan of
at
walling,
the natural.
man.
When you wall the main, it's almost guaranteed it's going to be 2-port Wraith. But knowing MadiNho, he's got all types of builds. This could be some type of weird drop. Drop will hit before mutas pop out when it is 1 base. When it's 2 base, it does not hit in time. So there could be drop potential. Could be some weird 2-fact play. You know, I have seen Flash play 2-fact like Vulture run by, and then he stays on 1 base for a little bit longer, goes into Goliath, and then plays a macro game. And I have seen it on Sylphid. So that is still an option, but it looks like this is going to be 2-port Wraith. There's the first one, and because he's continuing to mining gas, you know the second one's coming in just a second.
Well, he's making a Vulture here, which is really weird. Usually you don't make that Vulture, you stay on 1 Marine, and then you have enough minerals to get both ports at the same time. So you say that, Nyokin, and I mean, I agree with you, but the second port's not there. And it looks like it's not going to be there. So MadiNho not actually going for a 2-port Wraith, even though he's doing the build order for a 2-port Wraith.
Well, now I'm looking at it and I'm thinking, well, it could be drops, but then I'm looking at Spire timing, and because this is a more modern Spire timing, it looks like drops will not get there in time. So I feel like this build order choice, again, is very weird from MadiNho, but Mihai, he has a wall and he's building Marines. What is this, like a Marine medic drop? What is this? That's a science facility. That's what just went down.
Yeah, that is a science facility. So he is going straight into science vessels to deal with the Mutalisks. Now, okay, and now we're adding racks. I like this from MadiNho. This is the ultimate bamboozling going on here. I'm looking at Nyokin. He's just very confused himself. So if the casters are confused, guys, think about what Hawk's thinking. It's like, what am I playing against? So this is, you know, there's a lot of strength to doing something unconventional like this if you're MadiNho, because the other player had, like, when you throw the player into kind of uncharted territory, it's very hard to react optimally. But the problem is, you know, does Hawk really care? I mean, his build, regardless of what the Terran is doing, is going to be to get these 6 Mutalisks out. And once these 6 Mutalisks are out, I mean, is MadiNho going to have enough to defend against them? Now, under normal conditions, going for the Science Vessel, it's not even that good. Because, like, sure, you get it Irradiate, but the Zerg can just pull the irradiated Mutalisk out, and the sooner they do it, the sooner they completely nullify the irradiate. But given the latency of this game, it might be a solid choice here for MadiNho.
Oh my god, that eBay timing. I'm sitting here, I'm like, dude, you don't even have an eBay, there's no turrets. These Marines don't have any upgrades.
Oh my god,
and
a micro.
Because a lot of Zergs will build 2 Scourge with this army, I am getting super worried that that vessel just instantly gets picked off. But now that turrets are actually up, now that Stim will probably kick in within the next 30 seconds or so, maybe that window has come and gone, but look how many Marines have already dwindled down. It's gone from like 9 down to 5. There's an Irradiate. That's amazing. Hawk's not looking. Okay, he does split it off, and unfortunately for MadiNho, that was the weakest Muta of them all. But that's the main DPS really for MadiNho right now, just instantly gone.
And this is why vessels are, I mean, they're good, but they're not that good. You know, like, if the Zerg micros properly, they can just nullify the Radiate, whereas a unit like a Valkyrie, there's no counter micro to it. So, okay,
They want
Hawk,
him to fight.
yeah, the drone's coming in. Is he gonna try and just drop a bunch of hatcheries? I wonder. He is, no, that was of course a miss rally. So, you know, the thing though is that I really like what Hawk is doing though. He is droning up. It's easy for Zerg to kind of be in this position and be like, you know what, I'm just gonna kill the Terran. But this is what a Terran build like this is really good at, just staying alive and generating value. Because of course, doesn't seem like MadiNho is ever gonna die from this position. and he's gonna just continue increasing his vessel count, and those vessels are gonna continue essentially generating value for him over a long period of time. Whereas Hawk, what's Hawk's advantage in this situation? It's his massive economy. Hawk just has to sit here and build a bunch of drones, get that 4th hatchery up, and then he's going to be able to overwhelm whatever push Terran musters up, because Terran is, of course, on 1 base. So, you know, I like how Hawk is playing this.
Well, you can see that these mutas are just trying to draw the vessel out so he can get the Scourge on top of it. Okay, that was a big misstep right there. He's going to take out the turret, but takes a lot of damage on the Mutalisk. Now, back in Hawk's base, just like last game, he rushed the evolution chamber, and now that he knows it's bio, I think this is definitely going to be for Carapace. And surprisingly, I'm going to say I would like to see him just go Hydra Lurker, because 1 base Terran, sure, Marine Medic is strong. However, there's not going to be critical mass Marine Medic for, you know, several attacks. It's going to be like 1, and that's it. If you wipe out that attack, you win. You're just simply going to have way too much stuff that consistently gets pumped out. Now, there's the first few Hydras. We, of course, don't know whether this is for Lurkers or if it's just going to be mass Hydra Man, but I personally would like to see a lot of Hydras. Also, his evolution chamber was done before the eBay started +1, so there's going to be a small window of opportunity where he's going to be ahead in upgrades, but I mean, that's like a tiny thing. I think maybe like 20 seconds or so. You just coming back into the main, playing with fire, just within vision of those couple vessels, he still tries to deal a little bit of damage. Hawk is supply block now, and MadiNho's moving out, and I see that Hawk is taking mid right. So this might be the moment that MadiNho can actually get some damage done.
Yeah, and Hawk is just perpetually supply blocked, so he can't even start those lurkers. It looks like it's going to be lurkers because Hawk is also making Zerglings. Yeah. So that's going to be a lot of lurkers, and, you know, honestly, it's just Terran does not have an economy. Like, that's the big problem with these 1 base builds. Like, Zerg just needs to make a bunch of units. These vessels are doing work, but really they're defending against these Mutalisks, and honestly, this is good for Hawk to be soaking up all these irradiates, because then these vessels cannot irradiate the lurkers. So, and by the way, Hawk's control is absolutely incredible in this lag. Like, how is he moving these Mutalisks? He's been spreading all the rated Mutalisks. It's like he's hacking or something. I don't know what kind of program he's using. I want to use that program, the auto split program, because he's just completely I'm not joking. It's really impressive actually how well he's microing under these conditions, and now he has a bunch of lurkers. Looks like he's gonna go for the killing move here.
I think MadiNho just dies now. All of his units are out of position. Luckily, he's turning around the majority, but as you mentioned, there's no irradiates. Imagine if those 4 irradiates that went onto all these lurkers. That would be 4 out of the 6 just instantly dead. These Lings do have +1 armor. The Marines are trying to come back. They're not able to get into position just in time, but at least it keeps the Zerg from reinforcing, and now it's just 6 lurkers stuck here. Okay, that's going to be 6 more lurkers. However, there's no supporting Lings with them, so if they run into these Marines, or the Marines find them, they will be able to take out maybe 1 or 2, but I actually think MadiNho needs to back off, because there's going to be so many lurkers popping out all at once. This army should just get eviscerated.
This is so weird, though, coming from Hawk. I mean, we'll have to see 1 lurker. No, it doesn't go down. Nice micro there from MadiNho, though. It does pull out of range of the lurkers, and Hawk is going to try and kill these units because he wants to have the reinforcement path cleared to continuously reinforce this contain that he has going. So instead of going straight for the natural, I do like this play from Hawk. He is playing very slow. But what's kind of risky about Hawk's position here is that he basically was like, you know what? Screw my 3rd base. I don't care about it. I'm just going to kill you off of these 2 bases that I have. But these low econ situations are what Tech Terran thrives in, because these vessels are just so they just provide so much value in low econ situations. You can see the lurkers are going down, and I don't know, Nyokin, this is starting to look real bad for Zerg.
Yeah, that trade with the Marine Medic I think went about as good as it's possibly going to go. Now this Vulture has speed and mines for some reason. He's going to deny the mid-right base. Those vessels, they built up energy the entire time the Marine Medic are dealing with those lurkers in the center of the map. So now they've irradiated probably like 3, 4, 5 lurkers. So this attack is not going to do anything. Vulture is still surviving, still denying this 3rd base. Behind this, Looks like Hawk is going into Hive. It's still alive, man. It's going to deny another drone. These Lings are... Oh my god. The Vulture has 14 kills by itself. Now has set up another mine to ensure any flood of Lings cannot deny it. And look at this. Hawk is obligated to take this top middle base that he really doesn't want to take.
Dude, this game is really disastrous for Zerg all of a sudden. And honestly, yeah, look at the supplies. Obviously, this is so bad for Zerg. And the thing is, MadiNho is getting into that situation where he's starting to do his crazy tech switches. It looks like he's probably going to get into mechs soon enough. It doesn't look like he added more racks. I think he's literally just on 2 racks. And with Vulture's speed and mines, yep, that's going to be factories. And again, you need such a good eco to deal with this as Zerg. And Hawk, with that decision where he made a cautious decision where he sacrificed his 3rd base and said, you know what, I'm just going to kill you with these lurkers, and it didn't work out. And all of a sudden, these vessels just sat there, irradiated all those lurkers, and now MadiNho's ahead, substantially ahead, actually. I can't see Terran losing this game, to be honest, because there's a point where basically, if Zerg falls too far behind in the econ department, it just snowballs. And it looks like we're at that point. I mean, there's no 3rd base yet for Zerg. It looks like MadiNho's taking his 3rd base. Supplies are doubled. And now with mines in play... Okay, that's not actually quite a 3rd base just yet for MadiNho. That looks like a command center building, though. But with mines out on the field... I mean, mines are so incredibly powerful against Zerg. You know, Protoss and Terran, they have ways of dealing with mines that don't involve just running your units through them. But when Zerg goes for this kind of like... Well, basically, when Zerg's not playing with Hydralisks, they have to run Zerglings to basically demine the map. And to be able to do that consistently, you need a really strong economy and you need strong production. And if you can't do that, you're basically getting contained by mines, and the mines are just going to ravage like whatever it is you send. Defilers, Ultras, Lurkers. So such a bad position to be in as Zerg.
Yeah, Command Center is going to finish in maybe about 30 seconds or so. Double Evolution Chamber for Hawk. I really thought he was going to go into Ultra Play. 4th Command Center even now for MadiNho, and that vessel count surprisingly only at 3. I thought he had a bit more than that, like 4 or 5. So he's still got a decent amount of irradiate, but not an overwhelming amount of irradiate. And once generally Terran reaches like 6, 8 vessels, that's like an amount that just is so punishing for Zerg. So at least that's going for Hawk. He's not going to have to deal with endless irradiates for now. But as you said, 3rd base is just now started mining for Hawk. But Hawk, if there's anyone here that can recover from a situation like this, it's going to be Hawk. He has a lot of hatches. He's going to be able to drone up pretty quickly. Luckily for him, he's playing versus MadiNho, who in general is pretty passive, but he needs to get some Sunkens up or Lurkers at his 3rd base. I think he already has the Lurkers, but really the only threat to him right now is Vulture run by, because we know MadiNho loves to do that. So I would like to see him try and take this mineral only at top right. Looks like MadiNho has set up a few mines there. But if he can get mineral only up and running, that would put him on 4 base. It would be equal to Terran. Sure, that's not ideal, but at least it gives you a fighting chance. Defilerling Lurker versus Mech is still also very strong. It's not just only strong versus Bio. But now that vessel count looks like it's 4, looks like it's at 4 and slowly building up. And there's the Vulture. Oh, I thought it was going to be the run by.
Yeah, well, he could have. I mean, there's only 2 Lurkers there, and Vultures are quite good at basically ignoring Lurkers. But looks like, again, Terran is getting into a nice position. Going to see what Mr. Mickey Mouse is up to. Getting that 4th base up to, what is that, 7 factories? It's crazy, actually, the production that you get. And really, you only really need to make Ultras at this point, especially if there's only Zerglings out on the map. Look how much control that's giving MadiNho. Hawk, though, he is droning up, and it's quite sad, really, in a sense. I think if Hawk ends up losing this game, he will be kicking himself for it, because really this position that Hawk is in, he should have been in this position probably 3-4 minutes ago, had he not sacked his 3rd base. And he's really good at getting into this position. Like, he's really good at macroing, at making drones. He's good at dealing with mech. But he just has given himself such a massive handicap with essentially that failed semi all-in is what it was with the Lurker attack, that now he's he has to play from extremely far back. But of course, Zerg can generate a lot of value once the filers are out. And, you know, looks like there is a queen out. Did parasite that vessel, which is really annoying, but I wouldn't be surprised. You know, there's still a couple of medics out on the field. I wouldn't be surprised if MadiNho just gets restoration. That would be totally worth it. But definitely, you know, when you're the Terran player in this situation, looks like he's winning really hard. But it only takes one disaster engagement where, as Terran, you kind of guess wrong. You're like, you know what, I have enough tanks to go end the game, and you go attack. And then suddenly you get met with Dark Swarm and you die. So it is still possible for Terran to lose this game. But I don't think we can understate just how difficult of a position Hawk is in.
Yeah, so it looks like MadiNho's probably just waiting for 2-1. He's got +1 right now. Also, obviously, critical mass tanks is what he's looking for. And I'm looking at that factory wall that he has, and only one add-on. So if he was to lose this army, it would take quite a while to rebuild that tank count. So definitely MadiNho needs to be careful, make sure he doesn't run into a Dark Swarm with several lurkers under it and just instantly gets his tank count wiped out, or gets all of them plagued or something of that nature. Supplies are 170 to 100, which obviously looks very good for Terran, but as everybody knows, Dark Swarm very, very effective, so it's not like MadiNho can just move across the map. He needs to be very careful. Now, something that is lacking in this army, there's no Goliaths, which means vessels could potentially get picked off. There's a Great Plague, hits a couple of the vultures, but I think there's just no units for Hawk, right? Like, you see how skimpy the army is. What was that, like 5 Hydras and 10 Lings? Queens are being pumped out, and unfortunately, they've got to build energy for 2 minutes to actually be effective. So right now, I think Hawk just loses his third base and mineral only.
Yeah, it is going to be a slow demise here for the Zerg player. Look at these irradiates just popping off. So many irradiates did he work. Oh my god, he actually irradiates all the queens. That's massive. So he doesn't even have those 2 minutes anymore. He's just, what's he waiting for? You know, he's basically dead. This mid-right base is going to be so hard to defend. Of course, Lurkers and Dark Swarm, maybe he can pull a miracle off and hang on to that base, but meanwhile, Terran is taking a 5th base himself and just getting such a strong economy that it doesn't really matter if Hawk defends mid-right. Tanks are going to get into position. There are no Sunkens here to basically punish the tanks getting too close. Now with this hatchery, oh my god, that Lurker just gets popped. This hatchery is going to go down, and that's going to spill the end of Zerg, honestly.
Yeah, Hawk just too far behind. He's going to make a desperation move with the Lings and Lurkers. Dark Swarm will, you know, save the ramp, but the tanks can fire from the low ground. It's going to knock out the hatchery. Eventually, you can see that he's refocus firing right there. Maybe one tank gets eliminated, but that's it. Goodbye, hatch. And that's going to be not just the third base gone, but also third gas gone for Hawk. He's stuck down to just mineral only at top right. 20 minutes, 21 minutes into the game, main and natural should be mined out pretty soon. Mine hits have been fantastic on a lot of the expensive units too, like Lurkers and Defilers running into them. Hawk is going to push it back for now, but you can just see the bottom side of the map. 5 base for Terran, 5... Oh, I thought it was 5 gas. Actually, 4 gas for Terran, and that's really a massive power spike for Terran. You can just pump out vessels for days, tanks for days. Hawk's going to try and rebuild mid-right. You know, at least this third base that MadiNho has is, you know, very limited resources, so that's going to mine out quickly if there's anything hopeful for Zerg. But look at that vessel count.
Yeah, I mean, it's massive. Just look at this Terran force. Gonna move through these Zerg units, and, you know, Hawk is going to fight it out, but really, this game, slowly but surely, escaping his grasp. And kind of a role reversal here from last game where MadiNho was basically on the back foot for a really long time and kind of just slowly lost the game. I think Hawk is probably mentally preparing himself for next game, thinking about what he can do, what map to choose. But really, there is no hope at this point. This hatchery is also going to go down. You know, and I mean, Terran's max, Hawk is at 70 supply, so definitely going to be seeing GG soon. And what do you think Hawk is looking at right now? Like, which maps do you think he would want to play against MadiNho?
I'd have to go relook at the map pool. There isn't really a map that I'm thinking that's like, oh, well, I definitely need to play this. I think any map is probably fine. Honestly, versus MadiNho, I'm thinking versus this guy, I want to play some heavy econ build, because if he's going to one base, heavy econ beats it. If he wants to go for like a tech heavy build, like what we saw on Overwatch, which was Wraith Goliath, heavy econ beats that too. So if I was him, I would probably play a 3-hatch build. I would not cripple my econ in the early game and try and, like, you know, heavily damage MadiNho. I would just take bases versus this guy and then force him to, you know, match my econ, because if he wants to hurt himself in the early stages, if I go 3-hatch, play defensive like with SimCity and Sunken versus whatever he's going to do, like Wraith or whatever, and go Hydras,
Yeah.
just to simply defend, I think that's a good move versus him. Now, I could be completely wrong, but that's what I would personally go for.
Yeah, well, I'm looking at Polypoid and Eclipse. Honestly, Eclipse might be a good map actually for MadiNho, because eventually you can split that map, but it is very standard. And we already saw Hawk win on a 2-player map, so maybe he's thinking about that. But he could also look at, you know, Demonio Azul, or even Blade Runner, or even Gold Rush. You know, Gold Rush kind of it is in the map pool. Okay, so apparently Hawk actually banned Demonio Azul and MadiNho banned Gold Rush. So we aren't going to be seeing those maps. Blade Runner, I suspect, would be quite good for MadiNho. So I don't think we're going to be seeing that.
Yeah, I actually agree with you with the Polypoid thing, because Polypoid, I mean, you can split it, but it's very hard. And versus somebody that's passive like MadiNho, Polypoid kind of forces the issue, like, hey man, if you don't attack me, all of a sudden I'm going to have 10 bases. And there just simply is no world where Terran, even with high ground, even with 5 gas, can hold off like 10 bases. So I think Polypoid would be a smart choice from Hawk. You know, it's in ladder pool, so for sure he's played it a ton. Eclipse is another good map, but that's a map that you can split. However, my personal opinion of Eclipse is it's very spread out. It's a bit hard to play mech. So I don't know about, well, that could be a good map for that reason, since MadiNho's not picking, right? It's Hawk picking. So Eclipse or Polypoid, but yeah, there it is. There's Polypoid. So no shocker here. You can see easily you can get 3, 4, 5 bases as any race. High ground mineral only is going to give you a massive advantage. Also, we've talked about this multiple times. There's positional advantages. If it's bottom right versus bottom left has the advantage because they can sit on the middle only, and the other player has to attack into them. Otherwise, they have to take a very long route to the natural. Now, our players are ready, so let's see, is it Hawk or MadiNho making it out? So in the top right are blue Zerg getting the positional advantage. It is Hawk.
And in the top left, in that sexy red race car Terran, it is MadiToss, aka MadiNho, all the way from Norway. MadiNho is probably the biggest mind gamer in the foreign scene. Always has something to say. And, you know, if I'm playing against him in a tournament, first thing I'm doing is /ignore. But to be completely honest with you, Hawk is on that same wavelength. You know, Hawk, both players are very kind of mentally resilient, I would say. If there's, again, Hawk is probably one of the worst matchups for MadiNho to play against, in my opinion, because I feel like Hawk can deal with kind of the chaos that he creates and ushers in. But so far, you know, after that win last game, I feel like MadiNho's gonna be feeling pretty good. But honestly, Hawk, he was in such a sick position last game. If he had just not tried to go for that big lurker bust and just secured his third base, he would have been in a dominant position. So if I'm Hawk in this game, I'm thinking, you know what? I gotta just relax, calm down, and play my game. Just sit there and make drones and hit my timings instead of trying to like go for a big all-out attack.
Well, Hawk, it looks like it's going to be the same thing because I'm expecting Pool to go down. He did not build extra drones at all. So this is going to be another 2-hatch play. He also, we were talking about, you know, high ground advantage, but also because he got this position, he can fly directly to the natural. I find defending the natural much harder than defending the main. So overall, this is already just, in my opinion, a great spawn for Hawk. Now, this is the first time we see MadiNho not going tech. This is going to be command center on the low ground.
Yeah.
I would not be surprised if this is delayed mech. However,
dude, he didn't even scout.
No, he's just an SCV in his main.
Oh, he does. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. However, I would not be surprised if this is delayed mech. But what is surprising, if you're going to play delayed mech, you got one of the spawns on Polypoid that you can walk.
Yeah.
So why not do that? I guess it kind of gives it away, but we already know he's going to tech. So, yep, there it is. Gas just went down right now, so this is going to be some delayed tech play.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. You know, MadiNho, you're never seeing this guy going to Rax Academy or even eBay, 1Rax eBay or something. It's always going to be a factory. Of course, we've seen that he can eventually make his way back into bio, but does not really play straight up bio. So probably Hawk is going to be suspecting something like that. Hawk did see the expansion go down, but he does not see the main. A bunker being built by MadiNho despite there being only 2 lanes, so a bit early for that. You can see he's actually going to have enough gas for the factory, but can't put it down just yet.
Yeah, but that drone at the natural looked like it wanted to build something. Okay, it did not build anything. So again, it's just going to be Spire. Now, as someone that mechs often and delayed mechs often, you can just outright kill people if you go Wing Lurker versus this build. The purpose of this build is you either rush Goliath or you rush Valkyrie and you just blind counter mutas. And Terran never gets scanned with this. If they get scanned, their econ is really shot. So you literally just walk in with Ling Lurker and they lose. So this is going to be 2 fact from MadiNho. It looks like Hawk just wants to play what he always plays. However, I think Ling Lurker is a really good choice for him if it would have probably been a killing move. But as I say that, probably MadiNho just opens straight mines and he just runs into death if he goes for that, because that just seems to be how MadiNho's mine placement has been going for him. Now, bottom right, third base going up for Hawk already. That's very greedy.
Yeah, it is pretty greedy, like you said. But at the same time, I feel like if you know you're playing against someone who's meching, it's not, you know. Although it is interesting to see that Hawk chose to go all the way bottom right instead of mid right. It is going to be a bit harder to defend, especially against vultures, you know. But generally, you don't see vultures that early on. So honestly, this is probably a really good decision here from Hawk to take that base. And if it pays off, he will be in a really strong position. A couple of vultures out for MadiNho. Of course, there's kind of a delay between the factory finishing and the armory finishing. So, you know, you kind of expect 1 or 2 vultures in the interim. But now Goliath should be making. No, they're not. Wait, the eBay's not finished. Armory's not finished. But 6 mutas are on the way.
Yeah, this is going to be a dicey situation. He's got to instantly build turrets. I think they're going to be in time. Generally, if you start around 5:35, it should be in time. Maybe like the turret is like within like 10 health of being completed. And I think that the mutas are actually going to slightly be a little bit too late. But one of the dangers of playing delayed mech is that when the mutas get here, you literally have 2 Goliaths. That's it. If they die, you have only turrets to defend. And because Zerg has no threat, they can take... Oh, is he just going to run by the bunker? Well, because Zerg has no threat, they can easily take bases, or they can just slowly build up the muta count. So definitely MadiNho needs to be a bit careful. It looks like there's a bit of an exposed area near his factories. Look at this. If the Goliaths try to come down here and defend, they get instantly picked off by the Mutas. So this is really nice play from Hawk.
This is a lot of turrets though, and I mean, if these turrets go down, that would be pretty disastrous actually for MadiNho, but I think that top turret is going to survive, and with the Goliaths there supporting, they'll be just fine. But I'm not liking this from Hawk actually. He's making so many Mutalisks, but he already saw, generally Terran, when they're meching, right, like, they only really stick to 4 turrets. And MadiNho has already made like 6 to 7 turrets. I mean, it's an insane number of turrets. That's going to delay his build. And as Zerg, like, you see this, you should be thinking, you know what, I'm not going to bust this. I'm just going to drone. But it looks like Hawk is going to be more aggressive. Goliath range does finish. You can see Hawk is going to kill that turret. But now the Goliaths are in position to defend. So really, like, who cares if you have this many Mutalisks? Though Hawk is going to go in and take the trade against SCVs. That's a really nice thing to do. You know, that's what's really strong about high eco Zerg. Well, okay, generally when Zerg goes something like 3 hatch, you usually see this a bit more because it's easier to get up to like 9 Mutalisks, and you can just sit there and tank the turrets and the Goliaths and just trade Muta health for SCVs. But in this situation, he is rather low eco, and you know, when you're going a lot of Mutalisks off of 2 hatchery, that means you're just not making that many drones. So Hawk is doing a lot of damage, but his economy, and he's still making Mutalisks. I wonder, yeah, this third, not saturated just yet. This is kind of risky from Hawk. I feel like this kind of play plays into what MadiNho is doing, though he has killed a lot of SCVs.
Yeah, and you know what I love about these Mutas is that even though they're badly injured, none of them have died. I think just one has died the entire time. All those Goliath shots that occurred during the main, only one Muta died. Everything else just got heavily damaged. All the Goliaths are sitting at the natural, out of position. It's only 2 factories. It's also starport tech, so there's no 3rd, 4th, 5th factory coming down. So again, this SCV line is going to get ransacked. Meanwhile, Vultures look like they are harassing bottom right, but it seems that there is already a couple Mutalisks in place and a Sunken even going up. So I think that Hawk has already done it. He's crippling the econ of MadiNho. You can see already his supply leads 70 to 60. Meanwhile, these Mutas are going to have +1 armor probably pretty soon. And Mass Mutaman, I think, will simply just overrun MadiNho.
I don't know, man. Like, I obviously agree, just looking at the screen, Hawk is killing a lot of SCVs. I mean, he's killed a lot of SCVs, and he's ahead in supply. But this is exactly the type of situation that can go down south, like we saw in the previous game, real quick. This is going to be a sick timing, though. 2 groups of Mutalisks. He's actually just going to go for the kill move. But I mean, look, there's 4 turrets. There's a control group of Goliaths. These 2 Vultures are preventing mining at the 3rd base for quite a while. If this doesn't kill Terran, and if it doesn't kill any SCVs, I mean, Hawk is going to slowly but surely kind of throw away his lead, really. I mean, he is killing more SCVs, which is really good, but he's not killing the Terran. And MadiNho's happy to stay back because he's going for this ultra, basically slow style. Like, this is why, like, the reason why MadiNho's build order here is not something that would be, for example, meta, is because it's way too slow. Like, sitting there, first of all, you're on 2 factories forever. You're trying to get a starport and vessels like really early on. That means that Zerg can just sit there and make drones nonstop for like 10 hours. And by the time you push out, Zerg has like infinite bases around the map. So for Hawk to be playing into this, like, it looks dominating because, to be quite frank with you, MadiNho's build is a bit, it's not super tight. But this is the type of situation that can really escape the Zerg without noticing.
Well, I think if Hawk's going to play this style, he needs to go for this fight because it's only 8 Goliath versus like 20 Mutas. Okay, now he's realized that, hey, the Goliath count is simply too low, and now he's going to try and engage it. First vessel pops out, but because the Nat Gas was so late.
he's done.
I don't even think Irradiate is complete just yet. So the vessel right now can't do anything. If he finds the vessel and he gets taken down, which he's going to find,
Yeah.
this is going to be a massive win for him. Also, the armory is up there. If he snipes the armory, this game's done because the upgrade style from MadiNho simply will never come to fruition. Meanwhile, Goliaths are just dying left and right. You can see the power of unupgraded Goliaths versus Mutalisks. They're just way too strong. He even has OO on his Goliaths.
Yeah, Hawk's playing phenomenally well. You know, you would expect this to happen more often than not, to be completely honest. But again, in these latency conditions, it's just so hard to be abusive and really pipe the Mutalisks. But Hawk has done it, and this aggressive play actually worked out, and he completely smashed MadiNho's build. And I'm actually really surprised to see this, because that's how we've seen MadiNho win games. Like, most Zergs are a bit, they're not quite tight enough to really punish this type of build from MadiNho, and they kind of just get behind because of it. But Hawk, relentless aggression, relentless harass, and with sick macro to back it up, he did get that third base really early on, and now he's just controlling so well, man. All these games, his Mutalisk control has been spot on, despite the fact that they are playing in higher latency. And yeah, I mean, what is MadiNho going to do here?
Well, he can't do anything. He doesn't have the production to match the Zerg. 3-hatch Muta will just simply win versus 2-hatch or 2-fact production when the vessels also get picked off. And now the Mutas, of course, have free reign over the main. They've had free reign over the main for the past minute or so. The SCV lines can get wiped out. The armory's also up here. The E-base up here. Once both of those go down, there's no anti-air. There's no, 3 to 5 racks that we saw in Overwatch. This is it. He has nothing else other than the eBay and the Goliath. Looks like the Mutas are not confident to go down to the low ground. I think he should just focus the armory. Yeah, take out the armory. He can even focus down the command center. There's no SCVs to repair it.
Yeah, well,
I mean,
he's done it, man. I mean,
it's done. It's 100 supply to 37.
So sick, dude. That was sick actually from Hawk. I'm really surprised that he managed to basically kill MadiNho. And to be honest with you, Nyokin, I mean, this should happen. MadiNho's build just wasn't really tight at all. It was kind of like very floaty, and finally Hawk, one of the few players that has successfully punished it on time. And most of the time, again, what you see happening is some of these Zerg players, their builds aren't necessarily strong enough to just completely overwhelm a build like MadiNho's. And so MadiNho kind of generates value over time with the Zerg like kind of committing to harass but not committing to win. So I just skipped +1 attack, bad strategy, GG, he calls it. But Hawk, just, man, that was solid from him.
Yeah, really nicely done from Hawk. And even though he didn't go for the 3-hatch before gas, he still went for a 3-hatch, more econ-based build. And you can see he just had so much money. He had so many mutas. He just pumped out endless amounts of mutas. And as you were saying, MadiNho's build a little bit off. The biggest thing I was looking at is as soon as he put down the starport, I was like, well, you're not mining your nat gas. He wasn't mining the nat gas the whole time, so it seemed like he was kind of flip-flopping between what could have been maybe like a 5-fact timing or going for heavy upgrades. If you don't have your nat gas, you can't go heavy upgrades. You as you saw the vessel, but there's no irradiate. You just don't have the gas. So MadiNho's build it was just a bit off, and Hawk punished it perfectly.
Yeah, really, that's there's not much more to it than that. Hawk played really well. MadiNho, unfortunately, lost the game, so he is going to go down to face Bonyth. It's going to be an extremely difficult opponent. But Hawk, with this win, is going to go into the winner's match against trutaCz. So we're going to be getting a ZVZ here in just a minute. That's going to be an extremely exciting match. But before we get into it, we are going to go into a quick commercial break. So stay tuned.
It is time, and now we're going to find out who's going to make it out of Group A in first place. And we've got a ZVZ. It's going to be trutaCz versus Hawk. I would ask you who you got, but you always jinx it. So I'll just go with what I got. I'm going to go with trutaCz, and I think it's hard to argue versus trutaCz because just in the history of BSL, if you look at his ZVZ, I even asked Eon Zerg this, who ZVZ did he think was the best, and he even said trutaCz a long time ago. I think if you ever bet against trutaCz and ZVZ, that's a big mistake. So I'm going to go with trutaCz here, even though I want my boy Hawk, the insurance man from NA, to make it out so badly.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with you, so I'll just go trutaCz as well.
That's
and
it.
now he's cursed.
Oh, he's cursed now. That's true. Well, either way, I'm a winner. Either my prediction's right or I get the NA Hawk out. But regardless, whoever ends up losing here is going to be going up against, potentially or most likely Bonyth, because Bonyth 100% win rate versus Terran. Of course, MadiNho does have a good shot, but every game we've seen Bonyth play versus Terran, he just picks apart Terran so easily. So it's going to be a very uphill battle for him. We are getting a look at the profiles. You can see that the statistics say his versus Protoss is the best trutaCz. I mean, his versus Zerg is a 70 or 69% win rate, 60% plus across the board. Meanwhile, Hawk, his ZVZ, only at 25%. However, you can see the amount of games he's played is only 12, so the sample size is relatively low.
Yeah, I mean, the sample size here for Hawk is it's not the best, but he also has won ZZ recently versus Cross in the NA tournament, Rogue City, whatever, the Rogue City Rumble. So the map is going to be Demonio Azur. The players are ready. Let's get right into it, boys.
So in the bottom left, in the red, it is trutaCz.
And in the 12 o'clock position, in the blue, it is Hawk.
Now I'm looking at this map, and I've never played it, so I'm just gonna take some guesses about it. It looks like, again, rotational advantage for trutaCz here because he's gonna have direct access into the main or into the NAT. However, Hawk's gonna have direct access into the main, but the NAT is a little bit farther away, so I think I'm gonna favor trutaCz a little bit here. Now, more and more I watch pros play, and it seems like Evolution Chamber style is, it used to be in the past, I think like maybe 10% of games you would see it. Now it seems like it's closer to like 30, 40, 50% you see Evolution Chamber play. So somebody may get aggressive with Lings and then try and transition into some macro play. Looks like Hawk is already going for an interesting opener because that is gas that is not going to be canceled. So he's going to slowly build up that gas. I think we saw somebody use this last week, and it turns out that this is like a 70 gas advantage, which is 1 Scourge.
Yeah.
So that might be what Hawk is going for.
Yeah, we'll have to see. In ZVZ, the map isn't too important. There's 2 main features to look at the map in ZVZ. One, is it a 2-player map? Because obviously with direct scouting, it changes the dynamics of the builds a bit. Stuff like 12 hatch are much harder to pull off when you know that your opponent can consistently scout you. And the other is whether or not there's a ramp. And whether there's a ramp or a reverse ramp, the ramp is super important. Now, generally when there's a ramp, that tends to favor kind of early layer. Like, it allows for 1 base layer plays much more. And generally when there's not a ramp, kind of the go-to traditionally has been something like 12, 11 into mass lings. So 12 pool, 12 gas, 11 hatchery. Now that being said, both players are actually going for a tech build here. And that's interesting because, again, when you don't have a ramp to defend your entrance, mass ling can be a problem, but neither player is going for that. So looks like pretty mirror builds here.
Yeah, but that's a lot of lings for trutaCz, and that is a very skimpy amount of lings for Hawk now. 6 versus 6 coming in, but first hit goes off to trutaCz. Really nice backstep from Hawk right there, but still, it's 5 versus 4, now 5 versus 6. trutaCz is going to turn around his lair, or he is going lair. Meanwhile, look at the gas. It's identical. Okay, 100 gas got spent for trutaCz, so that's going to be speed for him. Meanwhile, no speed for Hawk just yet, I don't think. However, if you factor in that gas differential, even gas count, which is a bit surprising because we know that Hawk went for the faster extractor in the early stages. Spire timing is basically going to be identical. Looks, I don't know what that ling is doing. I guess he's scouting around for potentially a hidden ling in his base. So that was a pretty cute move from trutaCz to make sure that something, you know, during the chaos, 2 lings don't just get into his main and instantly wipe out his drone line. So really nicely done from him. Now, I was just recognizing that both of these players are in IRK, so you think they play versus each other quite a lot, or because of latency, you don't think so?
I don't know. Who knows? They probably do. Hawk had joined IRK not too long ago, so very strong team with a lot of players for good practice. I would assume Hawk has played with them quite a bit. But yeah, just from the opening, it looks like Hawk did get away with an extra drone, just from like looking at the lings and stuff. So that's gonna be a really nice spot to be in as Hawk. trutaCz is trying to be aggressive. Both players do have ling speed though, and you can see this is why not having a ramp is so crucial in this matchup.
No.
Oh my god, Hawk just lets him in there. That was kind of really sloppy because, you know, if you're Hawk, you should have a perfect arc at that point. There's really nothing else to do with your APM. And going for the 3 Mutalisks here is so risky. He doesn't have a sunk. He's relying on basically pure ling, so he has to overpower this ling force from trutaCz. Now, fortunately for him, trutaCz is not rallying more lings. trutaCz might kill the gas. He has enough lings to kill the gas and take the fight with Hawk. So if this gas goes down, this is terrible for Hawk. Just such a risky play to go for that. Essentially for the Mutalisks right away, but he does not lose any more drones, only loses his gas. So to be completely honest with you, well, trutaCz behind that actually made his own Mutalisk, so slowing down Hawk's gas here is massive.
Yeah, that 100 cast lead for Hawk is going to go down the drain. It takes about 25 seconds for the drones to mine 100 gas. I think that's correct. So the extractor also takes 25 seconds, so basically it's just going to even the gas count for both of the players. Look at the gas, 34, 42 to 39, so basically identical. It looks like trutaCz ended up making a couple Scourge, meanwhile Hawk did not. Surprisingly, Hawk is the one that's able to put down a hatchery at his natural. You can see that the muta count is even right now, 5 versus 5, so it is going to come down to who's got the better micro. 6 versus 5 right now. There's the Scourge, but still 6 versus 6. I think Hawk is just going pure Mutalist, so right now trutaCz has a little bit of a window.
We'll have to see if he does push that window. They are like,
Oh,
my
no!
god, the Hawk just AFKs. The 2 Scourge do connect. Fortunately for Hawk, they connected on the same Mutalisk rather than be spread out. But Hawk is going to take the fight despite being down a Mutalisk, and only now, oh my god, the Scourge coming in. That was complete devastation there by trutaCz. Just completely slammed Hawk, and really he's going to win from here. So, wow, Hawk kind of having a little bit of a derp moment there. Did not control his Mutalisk and just got instantly punished.
Yeah, the arc and then the loss of the cast, and then he must have looked at his main just for a second, and unfortunately for him, trutaCz was just sitting there. And as usual, during all the chaos of the Muta fight, he sees Scourge and he instantly picks him off. trutaCz did, and I mean, that's just patented trutaCz. I don't think I've ever seen a Scourge connect versus him. It just never lands.
Yeah.
So it's almost pointless to build it versus him. Meanwhile, of course, trutaCz's Scourge, of course, land, because that's just how it goes. So he is just going to take an easy game 1. Well, he made it look easy. Of course, it wasn't. The micro on the gas was nice. He had the perfect amount of lanes to also be on the gas and deal with the lings. So really nicely done from him. Yeah. And he's just on the brink of making it out.
Yeah. Seems like it. trutaCz is going to go up 1-0. Just has to win one more game here to get out of the group. And Hawk probably not feeling too well after that one, because really he just got out-executed sharply in many areas. So he is going to go for Eclipse. Very interesting choice. 2-player map. Again, ZVZ, like I said, the map really doesn't matter too much. It's either, is it a 2-player map or is it not? And then is there a ramp or not? Like those really are the most important aspects of a map. So with a 2-player map here, it looks like Hawk is feeling confident. Generally, if you want to give yourself a chance, because you're kind of like trying to take a risk or something, you do go for those 4-player maps. But Hawk probably feeling confident still. Both players are ready. We are getting into the game momentarily.
So in the top right, our red Zerg. He's angry about last season, and he's showing it this group. He's knocking out everybody left and right. It is trutaCz.
In the bottom left, in the blue, it is Hawk. Trying to get that comeback win. And again, 2-player map, like, it is the most stable for ZVZ. Because, you know, with both players getting the scout off, it just reduces a lot of the possibilities here for like stuff like, I don't know, 12 hatch versus 9 pool or whatever. So, and especially with the ramp, on top of that, the ramp further increases, like kind of reduces variance. So this is probably one of the most stable maps in ZVZ. Now, the scouting distance is quite significant for the overlords to traverse the map, so you know, that is one thing to remember. And it looks like trutaCz is going to go for that over gas, which is a very solid on this map. Again, because there's a ramp. And Hawk, he is going to make those 2 drones. It would be so insane if he went for a 12 hatch. So insane.
Well, this might be the build that you were talking about, the 12, 12, 11, because there's the 12 pool. This is the same build that Hawk pulled out last game. trutaCz is doing what the build that Hawk did last game, so he's going to have a lot more gas than Hawk. Just now, Hawk starting his gas after trutaCz already mined 50, so there's going to be about 100 to 125 gas lead for trutaCz going into the mid game. That's obviously sizable. However, more drones for Hawk. Going to be taking his natural pretty soon, so I imagine that he's probably going to be going into evolution chamber type play. And I watch a few games of ZVZ now and then, and it seems like Eclipse is like the most common map I see evolution chamber play. And I think it's because people have gotten really good with their SimCity that the Ling run by while the Mutas sit on the ramp just doesn't work that well on this map. So I do think that this is a pretty good build for this particular map.
Yeah, that, and again, like the rush distances are pretty significant, like especially main to main from air, but it does give you way more time to prepare and get the spores out. But yeah, spores are really strong in this matchup to kind of make up for the tech disadvantage and kind of accentuate like economic advantages. But a lot of the times we've seen, you know, I feel like the lair player can very easily just play a macro game. It looks like it is going to speed here and be speed here from trutaCz, or from Hawk rather. And trutaCz is going to go for that second hatchery in main. This is very standard with overgas because it's impossible in this situation to take your natural, but you actually get so much gas from overgas that you need those extra larvae to pop out like a bunch of mutas at once. So really sick build here. I do like the build here from trutaCz. And Hawk, I mean, even though this is a nice arc set up by trutaCz at his ramp, 2 hatchery production can make a lot of lings. So definitely Hawk has the ability to bust, but just from how he's posturing, it looks like he's going to play it out and drone up despite being a bit later on his spire.
Yeah, it looks like he is just going to power. Now, if I had been watching this like even just a year ago, I would think that for sure this is going to be the Muta with the mass Ling flood, using simply the Mutas to just allow the Lings to get into the base. But now that I've watched more ZVZ lately, this doesn't necessarily have to be the case. trutaCz could just, you know, decide to build drones while he knows Hawk is most likely going to go for spores. But again, another amazing trade for trutaCz. How many Lings did he get? 2 there? And he lost none?
He's still making Lings. This is so weird. Hawk getting kind of caught off guard. This is trutaCz. He saw something, maybe with the Overlord, he actually saw how many... Look at how many drones there are at the natural here for Hawk. That's insane. Hawk's just going to die to these Zerglings, man. It doesn't look like trutaCz has speed quite yet, so that's not going to help him. But that is a lot of Lings, and now Hawk is going to be forced to making a lot of Lings. Oh my god, dude. If Hawk gets away with these drones here, he's just going to win the game.
Yeah, that's a ton of drones. Evolution Chamber is about done for Hawk, but again, another... Oh, I thought the arc advantage for trutaCz, but it looks like the Ling count is slowly dwindling down, but more reinforcing. It looks like about 7 versus 9. Okay, now trutaCz is going to have to turn around, and as you mentioned, that's going to be tons and tons of mutas coming out. Already 3 coming out, looks like 4 or 5 potentially coming. Lings are going to sneak into the main. Spore is getting set up at the natural. Meanwhile, in the main, another Spore going up. So, oh, he even gets a drone kill. If he can get 2 drone kills, that would be huge. That's great kills from trutaCz.
Yeah, but 2 drones, not quite enough. I mean, Hawk has so many drones at his natural. You're not supposed to have this many drones early on. I mean, look, he built a bit. The thing is, at his main, there's not that many drones, but there are 3 drones mining the gas. He built an Evo chamber. He built 2 spores. And he built a bunch of Lings. You're not supposed to have this many drones, given the fact that he built so many things. So, like, this is a really good spot to be in as Hawk. And because he also won that Ling trade so heavily, all of a sudden trutaCz can't just run around with Mutalisks and get drone kills off, at least not as early. You see he had to wait until he got up to 8 Mutalisks here, because the counterattack from Hawk is a possibility. Now, sick micro there from trutaCz. He's going to come in here. There are, some angles to hit at, and this is exactly what the Lair player, the Mutalisk player, needs to do. But it looks like trutaCz is actually making a lot of Lings, so, trutaCz is not interested in trying to take his own natural. Looks like he's going to go for a bust. This is really good micro, though.
Yeah, this seems
counterattack.
There's just way too many Lings. Look how many Lings he has. In Hawk's Lings, that was like 10 a moment ago, all of a sudden dwindled down to now 3. trutaCz flat out has more mutas. Also, this is a lack of SimCity at the natural now. So now there's a real scenario where trutaCz just sits on the ramp and Lings just run into your main. There's no sunken there. There's just spores. So there's nothing to defend it. This is the move that I really loved in the olden days. So I'm expecting this is exactly what you're going to see. He's using the mutas on the ramp. Lings are going to flood into the main. And there's nothing that Hawk can do about it.
Yeah, well, I mean, Hawk does have Mutalisks of his own, but he is severely outnumbered. And 3 Lings get inside the main, but the Mutalisks from Hawk can defend. I mean, the thing is, usually this attack that you're mentioning, Nyokin, does happen usually before the other player has Mutalisks. So Hawk does have a chance to defend. A lot of drones getting picked off, though. And really, Hawk with that counterattack, kind of, once you lose those Lings, then the opposing player can freely move around the map with their Mutalisks, and so it was kind of a blunder for Hawk to try and push up the ramp. He should have just recognized that, okay, trutaCz does not have his natural just yet. I can play a bit slower, but once he threw away those Lings, it kind of opened up a can of worms for him to deal with. And now trutaCz, because he can run around with his full stack of Mutalisks, it's much easier to snipe drones. And despite the fact that trutaCz is going to be at a... Well, he's not even at a gas disadvantage. He killed so many drones that Hawk has not had the economy to get his second gas up just yet. So really, really bad situation to be in as the Red Zerg here.
Yeah, we were talking about drone counts from Hawk, but meanwhile, trutaCz had like 15 drones in his main, so his econ's wild. He's pumping out drones and Mutalisks. He's not even building lings, so his third base is going to be up and running pretty soon. And despite Hawk having the third base for so long, there's no nat gas for him. So
Yeah.
trutaCz already had gas advantage. Now he's going to have an even bigger gas advantage. I wouldn't be surprised if he's even upgrading armor at this point, and if he has armor going, there's almost no world where Hawk will ever win a fight. He's just trying to stabilize. 18-20 supply lead for trutaCz. That's unimaginable in ZVZ, and it's probably just maybe like 1 or 2 more rounds of mutas, and trutaCz may be thinking about just ending this game.
I mean, trutaCz is so massively ahead. Now he has 3 hatcheries going, full saturation at the main. He has access to that second gas actually faster than Hawk. So literally in all aspects, trutaCz is ahead, and there's really not much Hawk can do. He can pray that maybe the Spore adds enough DPS for him to win the Muta fight, but it looks like trutaCz is going to come in here. He recognizes his lead. He's going to take the fight. He has a lot more Scourge than Hawk does, and now the Scourge are going to come in and try and connect onto the Muta Ball from Hawk. But really good micro actually from Hawk to evade a lot of these Scourge. Meanwhile, the Spore is laying into those Mutalisks. So wow, that was really impressive from Hawk. He has a couple of Scourge left over, so he actually took a really good trade there. But at the same time, you know, the supplies haven't changed much, relatively speaking, and that really goes to show how far ahead trutaCz is economically. And remember, he does have access to those 3 hatchery production. He does have flat out more drones than Hawk. So despite the fact that Hawk actually had some magic there, he made some magic happen with those Mutalisks, he's still significantly behind.
Yeah, and it looks like Hawk has 6 mutas versus 9 or so for trutaCz. Meanwhile, he's also got a bunch of Scourge, or did have a bunch of Scourge. I don't know where they are. I guess they are probably trailing the Mutalisks. And it looks like maybe he's got his eyes set on the main this time. Maybe he can pop a few drones. That Spore near the extractor seems a bit far off, so I don't think it's really going to be able to defend this mineral line quite well. You can see that Hawk is kind of prioritizing defending the natural because trutaCz has gone there every single time. So another nice move from trutaCz here. He's going to get a couple drones basically for free. There goes 1, 2, 3. Probably the whole line is going to get wiped out before these mutas gets into position. It looks like he got 6 or so. Meanwhile, Lings attack the natural, and this is just what happens once you fall behind in ZVZ. You get picked apart, and unfortunately, this is going to be Hawk falling 2-0, and trutaCz, one of the best players in the history of BSL, he's going to easily make it out of Group A.
Yeah, dominating performance here from trutaCz. We were talking about, you know, as Hawk GGs. We were talking about, well, you were talking about trutaCz's ZVZ and just how powerful it is, and I feel like Hawk felt the wrath there. Really, just at no point did it seem like, I mean, that Eclipse game, after Hawk got away with all those drones early on, I feel like if he had piloted a bit better, he would have been in a really phenomenal spot. But trutaCz is just so strong in this matchup.
Yeah, ZVZ, every time I look at it, it's just like, if you get him, you're in trouble. I don't think I've ever seen a game where he gets picked apart like he picks apart players. It's just crazy. It's ridiculous. His mutas never get connected with Scourge, except for that fight at the very end where he was dealing with the Spore also. That's probably the only time I've seen Scourge connect. Like, he's just a monster in ZVZ, and he just steamrolled Hawk like he was nothing. And he also got through Bonyth, probably may have been the hardest group in the round of 16, and he makes it out. So he's really looking like he's in tip-top shape, and the rest of the people coming out of the round of 16 have really got to be worried, especially the Protoss players, because the ZVP looks fantastic, just moving around all over the place and drawing Protoss out of position, and of course the ZVZ always immaculate, so definitely players need to be watching out for trutaCz. But that's going to conclude our winners match, and now we're going to get into a TVP. It's going to be MadiNho versus Bonyth, but of course we're going into a break, and then we'll get into that game. We are back, of course. Me and Gypsy here. We're going to be going into a TVP, something we haven't seen in a while, I don't think. Well, we did see Casper, but we're going to see arguably the strongest PV tier that the foreign scene has in Bonyth. You know, he crushes Terran players, so MadiNho's in a bit of trouble. Now, I do have to mention that in RCG, I think it was Dandy that actually knocked out Bonyth. So
Yeah.
in recent past, not in BSL, Terran has taken down Bonyth, so MadiNho does have a shot. However, BSL is a whole nother beast. Bonyth just doesn't lose in this tournament, especially if you're Terran. So unless MadiNho has some clever builds, which we've already seen him pull out in TVZ, I think he's in a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Nathan. So he's going to have his work cut out for him. And versus Bonyth, I mean, Bonyth is just so strong in the early game. He's so aggressive that as a Terran player, you really need to have solid micro and solid build orders. And MadiNho, we've seen him, his success usually comes in those games where it's a bit slower, it's slowed down, and he kind of grinds out victory. So I feel like it might be a bit of a stylistic mismatch here for the Terran player. But that being said, you know, MadiNho he has a shot here. And MadiNho in this matchup, I feel like he generally favors stuff like starport openings. So that's going to be really interesting because starport openings can be, especially against a player like Bonyth who tends to go Reaver so much, it can be kind of a tricky, chaotic situation. So you know, that could be really good for MadiNho. You can see here, Bonyth versus Terran, 100% win rate. Absolutely bonkers. MadiNho does have a decent win rate though versus Protoss. The sample size is a bit small though, but you know, MadiNho has a shot, but it is going to be difficult for sure.
Well, we have to remember that the maps are going to be Blade Runner first in the loser side of the bracket. So we were both talking about how this looks like a good Terran map because first off, you can siege from your main and defend your third base. That's absolutely nuts. Also, fourth base very close, so you can get 3 gas pretty easily as Terran. However, Protoss has the same thing. They can easily take 4 base. And we were talking about how Bonyth does like to be aggressive. You are going to have to micro very effectively versus him. So you would think that, well, you and I have discussed that some of the things, or one of the reasons that Bonyth is very powerful is he translates that early lead into super powerful units in the mid game, such as the carriers. So if you don't take damage in the early stages of the game, you would think something like a timing attack can work versus Bonyth. However, he has some of the best Reaver control in the game. So if you go for a timing attack, you and I both know Reaver shut that down very easily. So it's very hard to go up against somebody like Bonyth. So I'm interested to see what MadiNho has planned, especially on this particular map. I'm hoping he has something planned.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the map, again, Blade Runner, you know, there are 4 bases easy to take here. It seems kind of hard to push across because, again, there's vision blocking in the center of the map, so kind of reminiscent of Whiteout. So really, like, where are you pushing? You might be pushing across these high ground situations. It looks like Protoss might have a lot of chances, basically, to defend against early pushes. So, you know, we'll have to see exactly what's going to happen on Blade Runner. The game is ready. We are going to get into it. Bonyth versus MadiNho, game 1.
All right, in the top right, our red Protoss player, it is Bonyth.
And in the bottom left, in that blue Terran, it is MadiNho.
So already not a good sign for MadiNho fans. 5 years since the last victory. I think that's the last time Mihai beat me. You're not too amused with that one. I'm just kidding. Actually, Mihai, I think he beat me recently, a year ago, or like, you know, a couple months ago. But
who cares, dude?
You know what I'm most worried about? Oh, no, I can't. Well, I won't bring that up. But anyways, we've got top right cross spawn. So what do you think about this? At least MadiNho's got favorable spawns here, right? Like, he's not going to take... I assume he's not going to take a lot of damage to Zealot pressure.
Well, you're the expert here, and I'm not really a player. I'm not a real player, so I'm just kind of here to color commentate. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. If you look up the statistics, I wonder what color wins more. Is it blue or red? I feel like it's probably red. I don't know what you think about that. Also, when you have top right versus bottom left, like, who tends to win more? Is it the top right player or the bottom left player? They're all interesting points that we might consider. MadiNho looks like he is building that racks inside his base and getting the 12 gas. So, standard gas opening for him. Again, MadiNho does favor starport openings a lot. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw kind of a starport before the command center. I love watching MadiNho. He just always has something to say, and it looks like I honestly think Bonyth hit him with the fat ignore, which is also respectable. Oh, never mind.
Oh, no. Well, it seems like MadiNho hasn't played this map, and I also noticed that his name has changed. He's now Madeline.
Yeah.
Not Madtosis anymore.
Yeah.
Now, here's a bit of a surprise. There's no Zealot from Bonyth, and it's not like he scouted MadiNho first. Oh, there's the Zealot. So now it pops out. Now I'm looking at this chunk. Remember, we already saw this game or saw this map earlier, and the probe and Zealot just sat on the ramp, and I think SCV is fat enough, just one of them can deny, or even just one Marine can just deny this probe. So actually, I don't think this Zealot should deal a lot of damage. You know what's actually also insane is that he can sit off to the right side of those eggs or the left side of those eggs, and as the Zealot comes up, he can also shoot it there. Now, MadiNho has pulled off of gas, so this is not going to be a one-base play. He's not going to channel his inner Artosis here. I think that's a smart move, of course. Oh, God.
Oh, my God. That's so funny, dude. This guy's insane. I'm telling you, MadiNho likes getting inside your head, and... Okay, well, hold that thought. Bonyth is coming in here with his trademark Zealot probe. Of course, this is turn rate 24. Both players on optimal latency. Oh my God, instantly just... Look at how that Zealot doesn't even slow down. He's like on a bike, just fucking... Oh, that just let her rip, dude. Just drives around, punches these Marines down. Gets me so excited that I let, the bomb go. I mean, it's just insane. Like, the Zealot just doesn't have any brakes. It's just no gas, no brakes. Just slams that one Marine, and the Dragoon's already here. Like, what is going on, man?
It's cross spawn, and it's already here. And one of the Marines is within one shot, and that other one's within 2 shots. So I'm already thinking, if he pylon blocks this tank into the factory, I think this game could potentially just end right now.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's going to lose all of his Marines. The Dragoon is really taking no damage. The Zealot is still alive.
Classic Bonyth. I don't know. This is cross spawn. The gateway is in the main. How does this happen, Nayokin?
Oh my God. It's DT, man. This is my nightmare. Where the game just gets crazy, and then you end up dying to a follow-up attack like this. Okay, I'm gonna say a normal game because I don't know how else to reference it. In a game where it's just normal, nothing happens. 100% MadiNho's building this eBay or he's building an academy, but because the game has already gotten so weird, he may be thinking like, okay, Nexus should be down. I don't have to worry about anything. I took damage, so I got to take a risky play. He's building his command center on the high ground, but honestly, I think that this DT rally is probably just going to end him.
Yeah.
Oh my! He's gonna lose the Vulture too.
It's just such a tough situation to be in as Terran. He lost a bunch of SCVs too to that attack, which you don't want to have happen. That command center looks like it's a factory. He has no eBay out at all. These DTs, man, they're just gonna walk in here, stab some units in the back, and oh well, the eBay is on time. Well, it's on the way. I don't know if it's on time. It might be on time, actually.
eBay takes 45 seconds, and then turret takes 25 seconds. I think that it could be on time, but because Bonyth is making it weird and making MadiNho pay attention to other things, I think there's a chance that the turret doesn't get built. Now the SCV looks like it's going to the entrance and setting up for a turret, so maybe it will get built. What just happened? Oh, he's got his Batman mask on.
He's insane. This guy's insane. Absolutely insane. He is going to have a turret out. He is going to have mines out. And this is classic MadiNho. Look, he's just going to leapfrog turrets into his natural.
He's gonna face tank it.
One gun's... he doesn't have that many units. It's just one tank, one vulture, and the DT just slips by. Has free reign onto this mineral line, so it is going to cause havoc. And already MadiNho's natural is delayed, so everything is going to get... Oh, no, actually, there was a turret underneath the eBay. Okay. Well, we should have known better, because we've seen MadiNho in the earlier games also hide turrets under eBays, so really sneaking out. Coming out of the base with a couple vultures. One goes down, though. I do like this, trying to get vultures out on the map, despite going for that siege mode. He is trying to put on pressure and put on some map control. Now, generally with the DT follow-up, you don't really suspect carriers. Like, obviously the standard transition is Arbiters because you already have that Templar Archives. By the way, like, MadiNho is so far behind economically, just from the SCVs dying, from this command center not going down in the natural. But yeah, I'm interested to see, you know, Bonyth, being Bonyth, you would expect carriers, but this time around, because it is DTs, I'd be surprised if we're getting into 2-base Arbiter tech. And meanwhile, the Terran still struggling to get his his natural down. Oh, he went for Dobbs.
Yeah, this game's already over. There's no turret to allow the command center to land. It looks like the high ground should be close enough to the natural where you could slowly creep it, but I don't think he's doing that. Mines, maybe they get set up, but look at him. He's just picking off mines left and right. And, I mean, I hate this. However, when I play Protoss, this is what I do too, so I actually love it at the same time. The only thing Bonyth needs to do is start building Stargates and building Nexuses all over the map, because then Terran really can't do anything. Like, they have to balance their gas with tanks and vultures, of course, but they also have to build Goliaths. I'm surprised, actually, there's no Stargates just yet, but maybe Bonyth has just decided he's dealt so much damage, might as well just 10-gate this guy and just run him over. The command center's still floating. There's still a red dot under that.
Well, he finally gets Comsat, lands his command center 8 minutes in. 9 minutes in almost. Meanwhile, Protoss already has his third base finished, so this is disaster town for Terran. And, you know, MadiNho, to be honest, a lot of his games look like this, but most of his games are not against Bonyth. So I don't think that he's going to be able to get away with it this time. And especially not in this matchup. You know, against Zerg it's a bit different, even in TVT it can be a bit different. But Protoss, like, when Protoss has an economic advantage...
There it is.
Okay, it is going to be carriers, of course. Of course, Nyokin. You know, who cares if we have the Templar Archives? I'm going to get my obs, and then I'm going to go into carriers. Of course. So, Carrier Man from Bonyth. Now, this map doesn't strike me as the best carrier map, but one feature about it that is difficult for Terran versus carriers is that the natural third base does not have a gas. And you need 3 gases to deal with carriers, like, late game. If it's not a 2-base timing attack, I mean.
Yeah, definitely map going against MadiNho in that case. Looks like he's got vultures at top middle, so he's going to deny the 4th base for now. He gets a free goon kill, so that's nice. However, I don't think he's going to find much else success. Vulture's trying to come into the 3rd base, get a couple probe kills. Now he sees how skimpy the goon count is. If this is me, I'm instantly scanning to see what this guy is doing, but I'm pretty sure MadiNho already knows that this has to be Stargates. I'm wondering, does he have an armory anywhere? 3rd factory coming down. Looks like he's just going to go for a timing. Okay, there's the armory. It looks like he may go for a timing. Honestly, I think that's his best shot. Maybe catch him before he gets to carriers. Maybe he can't, you know, take down the natural and main, but maybe even up the base count 2-2 and then try and salvage the game that way.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see here. I don't really know what Terran can do in this situation. You know, the timing for a 2-base has come and gone. And now if you go up to 3-base, you don't have that third gas, so... Well, it looks like MadiNho is going to go for this timing attack. And Protoss does spot it, but he's not in position to intercept it before he gets to this high ground, so... This is a nice little attack from MadiNho.
Yeah, Carrier's not out just yet, and of course the interceptors take quite a while to build, so this attack might have some success, but there's no SCV to build turrets. I'm worried there's a DT in here that just drags the mines. Oh, that's a nice hit right there. 2 goons going down, and Zealot Bomb really didn't work out. Wow, that's a lot of goons in the back, and this just might be an overwhelming amount of goons.
Yeah, I mean, this is so many Protoss units here, and really there's not much Terran to do about it. Again, this is kind of the result of that early game. Just such a disastrous opening for the Terran player, and it's finally manifesting itself at this point in time. MadiNho, of course, he's desperate to do something because most likely he did scan the carrier tech, and he realizes that, you know, it's too late for him to get a 3rd base and a 4th base. But he is going to play this out. I mean, MadiNho, again, he's very... Okay, well, GG. I was going to say he's very resilient, but he did scan the carriers at the end there and knew it was over. So, yeah, I mean, that was a rough game if you're a MadiNho fan, that's for sure.
Well, that went pretty much how almost every PvT seems to go for Bonyth. Massive lead in the early stages, takes bases and transitions into carriers. And you just feel helpless as Terran. What are you going to do? You go for a timing, he has too many units. You sit back, well, 2 carriers turn into 20, and you can never kill him. It's just so punishing. I think I did like the DT because he never goes DT. I don't think I remember the last time he ever went DT versus Terran. It's a nice mix-up there.
Yeah.
And, well, let's just say this. MadiNho at least is going to play a map he knows because it seemed like he didn't know Blade Runner at all, at least based from the chat, so at least he's got that going for him.
I don't know, man. I feel like MadiNho is the type of player that, like, he played a bunch of games on Blade Runner, and the first thing he says is, wait, so is this whiteout? Like, I really feel like he might, like, he's that type of mind. Like, literally, it's very obvious that he tries to kind of unhinge whoever he's playing against through his text, through everything, and that's fair game, honestly, in a sense. So, but Bonyth, just such a strong player, and really TVP, it's hard to kind of mind game your opponent. You know, TVP is a very, like, you have, well, Terran in general, like, it's a very, like, solid, like, you have to play very solidly. It doesn't really matter if they know what you're doing. Like, it's all about the execution. And Bonyth, just with his sick early game, puts on so much pressure that as a Terran, you have to be on top of your game from minute 1. So Bonyth up 1-0 in the series, just needs to win one more game here. And we're waiting to see what MadiNho's pick for a map is. Now, what do you think? I feel like we might see Eclipse or something. I'm not too sure. Or Sylphid, actually.
I was going to say Eclipse also, or Sylphid is a good choice. I don't think I'm ever picking Polyvoid. Yep, Sylphid coming in. Now, I think I remember reading that this is Terran favored versus Protoss, like 60-40. However, that's, you know, on like pro games. This is BSL where Protoss players
we are in the pro league.
Terran.
Okay. So the game is ready. We are going to get into it. Bonyth versus MadiNho, game 2 on Sylphid.
Well, in the bottom left are red Terran. It is MadiNho.
And in the bottom right, in the blue, it is Bonyth.
Well, Mihai, let me point out, the colors are reversed.
Yeah.
We were talking about that last game.
Well,
so MadiNho's already got a better chance.
Yeah. We got to start tracking those statistics. Last stream hack or map hack. MadiNho, man, he always has something to say. Entertaining to watch, though. I mean, it's so funny that I don't know how he plays with those hats on, or like the Batman mask on. And also, you know they're all lying around because he switches them in the games. Like, I'm sure this time around we'll go into the FP view. Ooh, okay. Okay, interesting. That's some spiciness. We'll have to see which hat MadiNho is wearing this time around, but yeah, we have to start ramping, like tracking those color statistics, man, and like the positions, like, you know, if you're like, which quadrant of the map wins more? Is it like top left, bottom right, bottom left? Those are really interesting statistics in my opinion.
Well, we've got racks right next to the command center. Nothing special from MadiNho. There's no, I don't think it's going to be gasless. There's the gas going down. No forward racks. No forward gate, but it's definitely going to be a Zealot just because it always is when it's Bonyth. Now, okay, are we going into the MadiNho camp? Yeah, Viking hat this time. He's changed back. I guess he got victories with the Viking hat, so he's feeling it. Batman didn't do it for him. So he's got to go back to what he knows will work. And I don't know about you, but like if anything changes in my setup when I play, like it's like a huge deal to me. Like, so when I came to Korea, I'm obviously using a different desk, and just simply the height of the desk bothers me. Also, having armrests bother me because I can't get as close to the keyboard anymore. And the height of the monitor also affects me. Like there's a whole bunch of things. So for him to be able to play in all these setups, I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, well, you'll live, Nyokin. But yeah, Sylphid is a really good Terran map. It's a very good Terran map in TVP. Mostly when you play like very late game upgrade style though. The early game can be a bit rough. Reavers can be problematic. Shuttles can be problematic because the main is so open. And early aggression can be problematic because you don't have a ramp. So yeah, MadiNho, of course, with his patented text still going on. And we'll have to see this time around, can Bonyth do as much damage as he did last game? It is going to be a similar opening. The Zealot and the Probe here, only 2 Marines. MadiNho probably too busy typing, does not notice these, and now he is on the run. This is a terrible situation to be in, because when SV goes down, the Zealot is warding the Marines away. He does have 3 Marines though, so with proper control, he should be just fine. And oh my god, Bonyth actually slightly miscontrolling there, but he does kill 2 SCVs, so 100% worth there. Forces the bunker, forces a bunch of Marines, which delays the command center, and the Dragoon is already out. And the follow-up is going to be 2-gate Goon, so kind of patented Bonyth. You know, we talk about how strong his PvT is, but he doesn't like. If you compare him to someone like DeWalt will sit there and play a very solid macro style. Bonyth really enjoys putting on the pressure early, whether it's through DT rush, whether it's through early robotics, or this 2-gate opening. He's going to try and basically kill Terran from the get-go.
Well, I like this follow-up from Bonyth. He's going 2-gate range, and this is going to be a good counter to what MadiNho is doing because he ended up building a Vulture. I guess he really respects the Zealot pressure that he definitely did not want to die to the Zealot, so he ends up building a one. Now he lets a Vulture into his base, and that's going to be 1 probe down. Okay, luckily the Goons are going to turn around, but this was what was probably going to be a lot of damage dealt by the Protoss player. Is now Protoss is taking tons of damage. 3 probes have already fallen. That's going to be a 4th one. Goons are still screwing around at the bottom. He needs to wipe out this Vulture. 5 probe kills. This is one way that MadiNho can definitely even up the score. Goons are attacking the bunker. Look how many SCVs were pulled to repair this. You can see how worried he was simply just because he doesn't have a tank sitting here to defend. But that was a really nice counter because losing 2 SCVs to 1 Zealot, if you're Protoss, that's a great trade for you.
Yeah, I mean, everything's going pretty good here for Bonyth. And finally, the Dragoons are hitting this bunker. I'm thinking, what is... Okay, the tank is already out. So this is going to be good. That's a lot of Goons. He doesn't have SCVs, and they're kind of just, you know, I was going to say, they're spazzing out in they're spazzing out in the back. but finally get around get around the bunker to repair it. And now Bonyth is going to kill a couple of these SCVs. Really nicely done by him, but this is a good position to be in as Terran for now. You know, not dying and having that fast expansion, you are ahead economically. He did lose a couple of SCVs, but Protoss can do this to even out this early game. But, you know, importantly, MadiNho is holding on to the bunker, and siege mode should be done momentarily. He has 2 tanks, loses another SCV. Unfortunately, he needs to minimize these SCV losses. Siege mode is done, gets 1 Dragoon down, but, you know, honestly, decent opener from Bonyth, because I think he actually killed enough workers, especially if you consider the early 2 SCVs to kill the Zealot, the other scouting SCV as well, to really even it out here. And Bonyth, you know, when you open with this 2-gate opener, you can take a really fast third as well. And it looks like with the observatory coming in, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a Nexus too.
Yeah, Nexus is about to complete for Bonyth, or it is completed. He's transferred his pros. We've got this Robo is done. I didn't get a glimpse on what that building is. It's an observatory, but it wouldn't surprise me if he does end up going into the Reaver. Both players have traded blows on the worker count. Now a slight supply lead for Bonyth. Still only 1 factory for MadiNho. He spent so many resources simply repairing that 1 bunker. There is the support base. So Reaver is going to be coming in. He needs to get his armory up. He needs to get up a 2nd factory, and he needs to get an eBay. Lack of academy means he's kind of in the dark right now. So he really kind of just has to guess. And when you're guessing, you kind of are obligated to at least build a turret in your main to potentially fend off the incoming potential Reaver drop. It looks like Bonyth is setting up to take mid right, so that's going to be a 3rd base for him going up pretty soon. But looks like MadiNho has a Vulture already over there, so maybe he can deny this base for a long time like he did versus Hawk.
Yeah, that would be really funny, but thing is, Dragoons can actually kill Vultures, unlike Zerglings, so we'll have to see. It is interesting to see Bonyth go for this delayed shuttle, though, rather than for the fast 3rd Nexus, because honestly, Protoss can kind of open in any which way against Terran and even it out, and generally with the early 2-gate goon pressure, yes, Terran does get a significant economic lead, though this game it was drastically minimized by the amount of SCVs that Bonyth killed. But Protoss can easily take a 3rd base and kind of eventually stabilize the economy disadvantage. So, but this time around, he is going for the Reaver himself. The problem with the Reaver here is that, honestly, when Terran has this econ advantage from opening with a fast command center, they can afford building a bunch of turrets. This Vulture is going to kill 1 probe. And if you already have a turret ring and it kind of defends against the shuttle and you're not doing any damage, then all you're doing really as a Protoss is delaying your 3rd base. So we'll have to see. And also, it seems like MadiNho does not have a 2nd gas yet, which is really, really peculiar. He does not have an armory as well, just 4 factories. Very interesting build from him. I wonder if he's going to go for a timing attack or something. I'm not too sure what this represents.
Oh! Really nice minefield right there. All 3 of them set up, so as soon as 1 goon triggers a single mine, all of them are going to get triggered. The Vulture ends up scouting the the shuttle, and I think it has speed. Yeah, it has speed. Nice turret ring. It's going to deny. Well, I don't know about that turret right there. That seems a bit far off, and the Reaver's probably going to knock it down. You see that MadiNho recognizes that. Nice turnaround with the Vulture to minimize the another nice one right there. Minimize the amount of damage that the Reaver can actually deal. Now behind this, still no 3rd base for Bonyth. So this Vulture movement from MadiNho has done a good job to delay the econ power spike. Of course, that's what I was waiting for. I was going to ask you, Mihai, how many goons does it take for you to build a Stargate? Looks like the answer is about maybe 7, 8, something like that.
Yeah, straight into Stargate off of 2 base. So, you know, the problem for MadiNho is that he doesn't have an armory. He has no upgrades coming along, and upgrades are really what deal with carriers. So this is going to be really good for Bonyth. Everything about this game is looking good for Terran. Like just in terms of Protoss's build selection. But I just think Terran's build it's not quite cohesive. I mean, he has a lot of tanks, and he has 4 factories. So, you know what could happen, Nyokin, is that MadiNho might just kill Protoss with a timing attack here. Honestly.
Yeah, we do see that Bonyth just spent 700 resources going into those carriers, and something to note here is that this is basically a streamlined 4-fact because there's no academy, there's nothing really to delay it. Of course, there's... Oh my gosh, I think he saved that Reaver, but there's nothing to really delay the factory count, so this is about as fast... okay.
That was... Oh my god, dude, Bonyth is crazy.
I can't believe that didn't land.
His reaction is insane because there's no way he knows there's a mine there. He's just dropping the Reaver trying to delay this push. And then he instantly picks it up. So he was babysitting it the whole time. Really masterfully done there by Bonyth.
Well,
yeah, this is scary for Protoss.
The gig is up because Terran confirms there's still no third base. You can see that the add-on is spinning, so that's definitely for Goliath range. However, if he's going to be going for this timing, I think he needs to really commit to it, put down 5-6 factories, and really try and overwhelm this Protoss army. Because if you just half commit to going for a timing attack, especially when they're going carriers, carriers will snowball really hard anytime there's a poor engagement. So I think you really have to commit hard. And as we were talking earlier, it doesn't matter if Bonyth is going for carriers off of 1 goon. He has these Reavers, and they will delay you forever, and that's exactly what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, and I feel like it was a bit of a missed opportunity here from MadiNho because there was a time, of course for us it's easy to say because we're observing the game, but there was a time where there was a single Reaver in the shuttle, and 1 Reaver is not quite enough to stop a push. 2 Reavers, though, can do tremendous amount of damage. But unfortunately, MadiNho kind of lost his timing, and it doesn't look like he's pushing anymore. I would suspect he's actually, because he's adding a bunch of factories, he is also going into a lot of Goliaths. Yeah, the Goliaths are out, so he knows what's up. He has so much gas to work with, which is really nice. But, you know, the reason he has so much gas to work with, Nyokin, is because he doesn't have a starport, he doesn't have a second army, he doesn't have a science facility. So, yeah, okay, he's going to have a lot of Goliaths here to deal with the carriers, but they're going to be very poorly upgraded, and the tanks are going to be poorly upgraded. So I feel like in a grind, Protoss is going to be able to squeeze the victory, but still, you know, looking at the supplies here, this is a nice attack from Terran.
Oh.
Nice pickup there by the shuttle. But we'll have to see if he has enough of a punch here to deliver a W. Wow, okay. Well,
Okay.
that changes things.
Yeah, that's game changing because now there's no longer Reaver shots that could either, you know, snipe tanks or soften up Goliaths quite a bit. Carrier count is only at 2. There is a world where this push works. My magic number versus carriers is 4 Goliaths per carrier. It seems to be great. So if he's got 8 Goliaths, he can deal with 2 carriers. However, if it turns into 4 carriers, he needs to have 16. So he's definitely got to be careful with his Goliath count. Here's the 4 carriers, but now MadiNho is so close to the natural, he can breach this. He's also so close that he's almost able to spam turrets there if he ends up getting a couple SCVs. But for now,
he needs to go
yeah,
before
he's
the
gotta
interceptors finish. The interceptors are building. Remember, 8 interceptors take as much time as a carrier to make, so not quite full interceptor numbers just yet. That's a lot of Goliaths, but no vulture support here, so these zealots are never going to die, and they get on top of the tanks. And the thing is, with the zealots and the interceptors, between the 2 of them, just nothing is going to die. If the Goliaths are the only thing attacking the zealots, they're not attacking the interceptors. And so really these carriers are going to do so much damage. So I feel like MadiNho barely missed his timing. He took a bit too long to get across the map. I mean, he still has a lot of Goliaths here, but remember, these aren't like +2 Goliaths, and that's +1 attack on carriers, so they're going to be able to completely wreck whatever they target fire instantly. The tanks are going to go down in a matter of seconds, and the Goliaths are simply not dishing out enough damage to keep the interceptors back from firing.
well, they're not really doing any damage because they're attacking interceptors, but the interceptors don't really die. Meanwhile, the zealots are just moving through unhindered. There's no vulture support, so nothing to really deal with them. And look at the carrier control. He didn't lose a single one. All he really lost there were zealots. I don't think a single goon died at all either. So now there's a 25 supply lead for Bonyth. More tanks are getting picked off left and right. And this is kind of just what happens once Bonyth gets carriers. There's just nothing really you can do. Remember, he even sniped the shuttle that had all the Reavers, and it still wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, that's going to be it. Asking for Julia. Well, MadiNho, you're in the round of 16, man, not the round of 24. You think Bonyth is going to be in the round of 24? Come on, dude. That's you know, slight diss there to the king. But yeah, that's going to be it for MadiNho's run here in this tournament. Bonyth. That was scary, man. GL in the finals. Warhead. Good job, well played. MadiNho is out, and Bonyth, well, Bonyth's not quite out of the woods just yet. Wins against MadiNho, but now he's going to have his work cut out for him in Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk looked really good versus MadiNho earlier. Kind of got picked apart by trutaCz, but Hawk, he's a really good player, and Bonyth, I think he let it slip versus trutaCz. You know, he had game 2, really, so it's not like Bonyth played poorly. Has been playing poorly, so of course Hawk is going to have a bit of trouble, but definitely Hawk has a good shot. But Bonyth is going to move into the losers match, so before we get into that, I think we're going to go to a break, right?
Yeah.
So we'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Out of his mind, all he has to do here is get some nice storms off. That's a lot of zealots. The Archon also is going to do a lot of work. He's going to run up here, but his units are starting to bunch up a bit. The Templar are going to go down before Stormlords, and this is going to be such a disastrous situation to be in as trutaCz. He's getting absolutely mauled at his third base, and all these Overlords, they're just going to get evaporated by the Corsairs.
I know, wow, he already has the Filers and Dark Form, and that's just a pure goon army, basically, so no counter to Lings and Lurkers under Dark Form. You can see him scrambling to escape, but the Storm gets on top of his own units, and now I think Tech is on the brink of just being eliminated.
trutaCz, he does see the blood in the water. He is going to pounce on top of this Protoss force. Storms going off, though, some nice connections, but the problem is this Protoss force was whittled down too much, and again, trutaCz sniping all those Templars earlier on meant that this force basically only had 3 Templars to work with. Bo's gonna push the trigger. The shuttles do fly in onto the tank line. So many Zealots screening for the Dragoons, and this looks like such a sick engagement from Protoss. The Storms are also going down on top of the tanks. The Zealots do evaporate, though, and now Boa has to pull back. A lot of...
This is it. This is going to be Terra moving out in first place unless something catastrophic happens. But again, look at the Vultures in the back. Even though the Zealots may clean up the army, the Vultures make sure that the entire mineral line is destroyed.
Oh my god, and so many more probes coming in to their death here, and Terra is just doing game-ending damage. Oh my god, this is going to be so close. And the Rax is going to float down here, so the DTs are out. Okay, Ultra knows what's up. The DT.
Oh no, you can't go up here. That's a mistake.
Just dies.
Okay, where's that sec? Oh no! What?
It's out of range. Oh my god, dude.
My green screen fell because I'm.
Oh my god, and more goons coming in at the natural. I don't even know what is going on. Bo is actually just pushing through with the DT goon attack. You don't see this every day. This is going to be so tight of a defense for Zerg, and actually no cannons. That is the shield batter going out. The creep colony does get killed. Drones getting pulled here, and Crossy takes his engagement, but... Welcome back, guys. I'm Guy. He's Nye. And I've been waiting forever to do that. We are going to be getting into the last game today, which is going to be Bonyth versus Hawk. But quickly before that, guys, big shout out again to our sponsor, Esport Fund, and our second sponsor, you guys. Community support right here. You can see we have the stretch. I always forget. Like for me, it's like I don't know if it's mirrored or what. Like this is my right. Anyway, it's like flipped. So now that you guys know, anyway, top right here, this is our stretch goal for BSL12. Of course, BSL11 happening only because of you guys. We did reach our $4,000 goal last season. So absolutely incredible. There's so many ways to support the tournament, whether it's through Twitch and subscriptions or through the Patreon, or the Patreon, which is down here, of course, or through the store, the merch store, which you can see, and Nye and I sporting the sick BSL apparel rather. So just so many ways, and so far, like the support has been tremendous. You know, we get to see all the like donations that pop up over the course of a broadcast, and whether it's $1 or 5, 10, whatever, it doesn't matter. It all contributes to making this happen. So big thanks to you guys. And yeah, with that, we are going to get into the last match here, Hawk versus Bonyth. Now, Nyokin, because apparently you know, like whenever you make a prediction, it turns out to be true. And I've tried to jinx them just to troll you a bit, but it looks like you have the magic touch. So who's getting out of this group?
I have to go with Bonyth. I don't think there wasn't anything really that stood out to me in the trutaCz game where I thought, okay, well, he's just off his game today. There just happens sometimes. More mutas come in your base than you expect, and you throw a game like that. Meanwhile, Hawk, it's not like he's playing poor either. It's just, this is BSL. I'm pretty sure the B stands for Bonyth. It's just his Starleague, right? He never loses. So it's hard to argue against Bonyth here. So I think I have to go with Bonyth, even though I want NA desperately to make it to round of 8.
Yeah. Well, we'll have to see, though, because, again, Hawk is a strong player. And, again, the Zerg matchup is Bonyth's Achilles heel. We saw it today against trutaCz. Now, trutaCz, obviously an amazing player, so arguably better than Hawk. But I would say if Hawk plays really well, I think he's on that same tier. So it's going to be up to Hawk to really kind of like play his own game and deliver a victory here. Of course, he's up against the tippity top of non-Korean StarCraft in Bonyth. So we'll have to see what he has prepared. The map is going to be, the first map is going to be Blade Runner, as it was last game. And we saw earlier today that, Bonyth has played PvZ on this map. He actually picked this map, right? Because he was in that loser picks situation, and he opted to go for Blade Runner. So in his eyes, this is a good map versus Zerg, but he got completely dismantled on it. So I don't know, man. Hawk might have a decent shot here.
Yeah, it's true. Definitely, he's got a chance. trutaCz really did a good job with his multitasking. However, I think the multitask with the Hydras is, I guess, a trutaCz specific thing, because I haven't seen anybody else multitask like that. I've seen other players macro as well as him. Tons of players come to mind, like Striker and Eon Zerg and them. Even last BSL, they macroed incredibly. However, the pulling apart of Bonyth was something that we haven't seen any of the Zerg players do, so I'm not too sure if Hawk is going to have the same type of success. We were talking about how this map looks good for Protoss if you can get the 4 bases, but it's getting there that's the problem. So let's get into our final match of the day. It is Bonyth versus one of the hopes of NA in Hawk. And that's going to be 1-0 for Hawk right there. What draw? No, I'm just kidding. So I guess it was on dynamic. They're going to go into turn rate 14.
Yeah, we got debated once again. But happy to see that. Yeah, honestly, guys, here's a tip. Okay, dynamic turn rate is not very stable. And even though, like, you might be playing someone that you can actually play turn rate 20, 16, even 14 on if it's selected. But if you get turn rate dynamic and your internet stutters a bit, or the connection stutters a bit, it's very easy to go back to turn rate 8, down to turn rate 8, and it never goes back up because of how whatever the coding is, despite the fact that you can have like a stable turn rate 16 game. So that's what happened in this game. We are ready once again. So take 2.
So in the top left, in red, it is Bonyth.
And in the bottom left, in blue, it is Hawk.
By the way, MadiNho lost last game and he was red, so I guess that theory goes out the window.
Well, we'll have to see this. Yeah, I mean, well, this is going to be the tiebreaker, if you think about it. We're starting to, you know, we just started the tabulation of the statistics here, so the early variance is going to be real.
Oh, you know what I remember? You know what I remember? In the groups, we actually have an NA representative in every single group. There's one player in each group. Hawk is our NA rep here. Michael's in one of them. Dragon's in another one. Who's the other NA player? Oh, Cork is in the other one. So every group has an NA hopeful. They're not going to eliminate each other in the round of 16. So that's nice. Finally, maybe we'll get somebody into the finals. I'm hopeful every single season, but it seems like Europe just dominates every time. However, in Europe versus NA, who was the victor, Mihai? That's right, it was NA.
Well,
we need to have that again.
Yeah, we definitely do need to have that. South America, of course, also always has very strong showings in the BSL. Dandy and Terror are absolutely strong players.
Oh, this is gonna be 2K. Oh, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, I am disappointed too. Bonyth probably saving the strats for later in the tournament, which is what we always say. I'm always hoping he whips out the robotics, one-base robotics, fly that Reaver around with the speed. It's really, it's not that bad, you know. It would be interesting to see if he ever prepares that. But so far, the patented gateway opening, and I like this end scout basically from Bonyth. For some reason, he knew that I don't know if he saw the Overlord or saw a drone or something out on the map, but scouts Hawk second. Hawk, meanwhile, did go hatchery first, it seems like. So this is, oh, he actually did go hatchery first, and look, he has the third hatch on the way already. So really kind of unorthodox. Well, unorthodox. You don't really see hatch first too often in this matchup these days. Gas is going down. The lings are popping. But this is why Gateway first is quite decent versus Hatchery first, because you get this timing where the Zealot is in the middle line, and if he gets one drone kill, that's good enough. But so far, the micro is clean from Hawk. Thing is, he is losing a lot of mining time, but hasn't lost a drone just yet, which is the important part. But this mining time is starting to hurt. Of course, you know, you don't want to lose a drone, but when you're losing like essentially an entire mining cycle plus, that kind of represents a drone's mining for a while. So the damage, in my opinion, is done here, and Bonyth forced 6 lings with just 1 zealot. This is really good for Bonyth.
Meanwhile, behind this, we finally have a deviation. It looks like Forge went up very quickly, so he's got a cannon coming up. I guess he's worried about potential counterattack quickly. Now, you're talking about how much mining time is lost when you pull workers. Actually, it's almost basically 1 per second. It takes like 8 seconds to mine 1 mineral patch, so basically 1 per second. So lings are going to come in here. No way they're getting through that. Second zealot popped out back in the main of Bonyth, I assume cybernetics. Yep, it's halfway along. Now, you have more experience watching Hawk, playing with Hawk. I thought I heard you say that he's more of like a Hydra player as opposed to Lair, and this kind of seems like what we're going to see.
I don't know, man. I don't play Protoss. We'll have to. I don't know, actually. It looks like he does have a Lair. I can't really remember Hawk having a preference for either one, to be completely honest with you. So, you know, But again, I haven't really watched him play too much ZVP. He doesn't really strike me as someone that's too aggressive, though. I feel like he is kind of macro-oriented. You don't really see him go for the 973s. You don't really see him go for like the really early busts. At least not that I've seen him. And so far this game, I mean, with that 12 hatch opening, he is getting into a really nice spot. He has his lair finished already. Spire is on the way. So Hawk kind of trying to transition into a very standard mid game here. And it's going to be, you know, the next step here is whether or not Zerg gets a second gas to try and go for early Mutalisks, or if he tries to go up to that 5 hatchery count with the Hydra Den. But meanwhile, Bonyth in his base, he has the second gas going, has the core spinning, and the Stargate finishing. That can only mean one thing. That is going to be Corsairs. And we'll have to see if he mixes in DTs with this. Or, yep, looks like by adding those gates, it looks like he is going to favor kind of Zealot Corsair.
Yeah, it looks very similar to what we saw on Overwatch. And this is going to be another big round of Zealots just flooding in. Maybe around 9 or so, looking to deal some damage, I'm guessing. Probably at the third base, but of course if he sees an opening at the Nat, he'll go there. Spire should be done now, right? I don't think that this Zerg will get a kill, but maybe it will get just one. For sure, it's not going to get 2. Meanwhile, 4th and 5th hatch going up, Hydrogen going down. So Bonyth sees exactly what's going on. 3 gates are already done. Citadel is done, but I did notice that Bonyth was mining his gas relatively early, so he is going to be banking up that Templar energy pretty quickly afterwards. But for now, Hawk is going to have to be dealing with a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, with the early gates here, Zealot count is going to ramp up, and as opposed to one of the earlier games we saw Bonyth go, you know, against trutaCz, he went for kind of a Zealot push, but he had pushed out earlier with his initial 4 Zealots and lost them before he hit that speed lock timing, and that kind of weakened his push. But this time around, because he goes for the second gas really early, it looks like he's been much more conservative with his initial Zealots. So that means that the subsequent push is going to be much stronger. And honestly, Corsairs, even against, you know, there's one problem Corsairs have, this Corsair type play. It's when Zerg does not go for that Spire, or does not choose to go for Mutalisks, it's hard to find the value in these Corsairs, and they represent a lot of supply. That's like 10 to 12 supply, plus all the resources spent into them. It's very easy to get run over by mass Hydralisk production. But Corsairs in conjunction with something like this 3-gate Zealot, the Zealots kind of run in there and start fighting the Hydralisks, and the Corsairs fly over and start killing a bunch of Overlords and really slow down the Zerg economy. So that's going to be Bonyth's plan, is to try and get the Corsairs to kill a couple of Overlords, make sure that he buys himself enough time to get into Templar tech, and we'll see if Hawk is able to deal with this push out.
Well, this is a ton of Corsairs. Already 6 were done. You can see that he's trying to engage right at this choke. It looks like there's a bit too many Hydralisks for Bonyth to feel comfortable moving in. There are those Sayers. I thought he had 6, but it's only, I guess, 5 for now. Plus 1 weapon for the Sayers. I think should be completing pretty soon if he had it upgrading. Yeah, plus 1 is done. So these Overlords have to be very, very careful, because for sure they don't have plus 1 armor anytime soon. Hydra's in the main, nicely defending these couple Overlords. 1 is going to fall though, but not a big deal to Hawk. He still has, well, I guess he only has 1 supply available. Zealot's coming through the back line, but already Hydras were in position. Now, if I was Hawk in this position, I'd be worried about potential DT, but we see that there's no DT anywhere. Behind this, it is just Templars being built. And now Bonyth is going to lose all of these Zealots. Sure, Hawk is getting supply blocked. Oh, he's going to get massively supply blocked, and we've seen this before. This is going to be so many resources going into Overlords that are not units. And now Bonyth, sure, he just needs to hold like a potential counterattack right now, and he's going to be going into the mid game feeling pretty good.
And thinking back to trutaCz playing this matchup, actually, this is exactly why he enjoys going for that early lair, because you can get Overlord speed so fast that this doesn't become a problem. Like, a lot of those Overlords died because they were just slow, you know, and they just couldn't move away, and they got completely picked off. But once you get the Overlord speed, this isn't as threatening. And you can see now Hawk, I mean, that was a good trade for both players. You know, Hawk picked off a lot of Zealots, so it's not like he lost economy there, but he lost like close to 6 to 7 Overlords, and you know, that does represent like almost 1,000 minerals right there, which is a huge amount compared to like replacing Hydralisks or something like that. Plus the fact that, you know, you're not making any more units or the drones. So definitely, you know, both players kind of even at this point, I would say. And Zerg is looking to be in a nice spot though, because he is getting his 4th base. Meanwhile, that is a lot of gateways from Bonyth, 9 gate. Even more. This is 11 gates. Holy moly, this is going to be a huge 2-base timing.
Yeah, I actually had to do a double take there. That is actually 11 gateways on 2 bases. Now, I was thinking like, okay, maybe he banked a lot of gas and like 4 of the gateways are going to be used on Templars, but he's gas starved. So this is just an overwhelming amount of gates. I guess he's expecting to get his 3rd base up and running this time, you know, versus trutaCz. It got constantly denied, and for now it looks like that's going to be the case. But look at the supplies, 105 to 95. I feel like this could have been a scenario where again he could have gotten denied. Lurkers are being more for Hawk. It looks like the Corsairs did spot them though, so maybe he should know that they are coming. Goons are already out, so Observer should be coming out pretty soon. Wow, he might actually get another Sair kill, and this Sair count that was at 6 is all of a sudden only at 2.
Yeah, but here's the problem compared to, I mean, I definitely like Hawk's position, but he's not putting on any pressure, and if you let Protoss just take this 3rd base for free, basically, it is a feels bad moment. I mean, usually Protoss has to fight tooth and nail for this 3rd base, and this 4th base would be disastrous to let happen unpunished, because the 4 bases is really, and the sooner you get it, here's the thing, the sooner you get it as Protoss, the sooner you can transfer your probes away from your main and your natural, so you mine out your main and your natural that much slower, so you get such efficiency from your probes. Your econ basically is huge, whereas generally the Protoss only takes their 3rd and their 4th base as they're basically mining out at their other 2 bases. So this is going to be a really, really good position to be in as Bonyth. You know, that being said, Hawk is getting Hive. He has a massive economy, but Protoss can go blow to blow with Zerg, especially if they're untouched like this.
Yeah, this is why I was saying that I expected this map to be pretty good for Protoss if they can get 4 bases, and he just instantly took it. And if you look at the routes that Zerg has to take to attack, okay, he's attacking up high ground into the 4th base. If he goes to attack the Nat or the 3rd base or the main, he's got to go through the power generator, so it's choked up anywhere he attacks. So Hawk, I don't think if he goes for lair base play, okay, thankfully he's going for hive base play. I don't think a lair base like timing would almost ever work on this map. I think he's going to have to channel his inner Larva. You know, Larva loves to play split map style.
Yeah.
Now this map does look quite big. If you do leave the 4th base, you are going to be exposed there to like an instant counterattack or a drop. And that is a pretty wide ramp. You can see how many zealots he's leaving there just to defend. So I think after the 4 bases, it might be a bit hard for Protoss, but initial 4 bases seems like this is a dream scenario.
This is so weird. It's like getting transported back to like 2007, 2008 with how Hawk is playing. Just Lurker sunken in base, teching to Hive. He is ahead in supply, but he's just going to take bottom right. So Hawk's going to play a very, very kind of old school style in Turtle Zerg, which is, it can be extremely oppressive, but it relies on quick defiler timing because there is no answer to this goon push other than defilers. I mean, of course he has sunks and lurks, so it's going to take a while for Protoss to push through, but it can be extremely cost efficient when you essentially give Protoss the space to set up like this and to just make goons and storm off of 4 base. So really at this point, Hawk is desperately going to try and get into defiler tech. And look at Bonyth, just so smart of him to expand this choke. It's going to allow him more space to essentially siege down these lurkers. My god, this is going to be so good for Protoss, actually, because now there's no choke really funneling the Protoss units in. Of course, there is a lot of Zerg to plow through before going on the offensive here, and Hawk smartly runs a couple of lings forward. There are no Zealots there to defend the Dragoons, because of course, the Protoss does not want the Zealots to kind of start pushing forward and get into the Lurker fire. Nidus is done, though, which means, of course, the Hive is finished. Defiler Mound probably on the way, and once Dark Swarm gets added here, it's going to be very hard for Protoss to do anything, and really Bonyth is going to have to basically grind this out in a long game. Now, Protoss, long game, what are you thinking about doing? Thinking about taking that 5th base, you're thinking about starting to add shuttles and shuttle speed and reavers and storm drops and getting into Zealot Archon composition.
Yeah, it looks like Zerg is about to hit their power spike. Hive has been done for a while, so I imagine Adrenaline should be done pretty soon. Powerful Ling upgrade is going to be coming in pretty soon. Defiler Mound should be done. Looks like Bonyth is going to attack. Yeah, Consume is done, so Dark Swarm comes up, and that's going to nullify the majority of the damage output from Bonyth. Meanwhile, he has no idea about bottom right. Hawk has got that up and running. He's got a Nidus there, too. Looks like... Okay, I thought Bonyth might continue to push. That would probably be suicide. And now what does Bonyth do? We know that he loves to harass. Looks like he's trying to take top middle. He is moving around the right side, and there's the answer. He's got triple robotics and support bay.
Yeah, that's gonna be nuts. So many shuttles, so many reavers are gonna come out onto the field. Bonyth is gonna poke around, trying to go for another attack here. This is gonna force Hawk to react, but of course 2 sunks with the lurkers out on the high ground, and then the following lings, it's gonna be impossible to break. And it's going to really kind of jeopardize his unit or his army's position if he did commit to that attack. Hawk is expanding to the bottom right. He does have a Nidus, so he is going to be safe. And really, Protoss has to rely on Reavers in this case, has to rely on a different tech path. It's not just Gateway Man push through the middle like in the mid game. So this is going to get kind of dicey. It is really, really hard to play the situation out as Protoss in the late game, but Bonyth definitely has the tools to do it. I mean, he has 4 base, gonna have 5 base. He has the tech, but now Zerg has upgrades on the links, has cracklings, defilers, drops are gonna come into play soon enough, and there's so many options Zerg has in this stage of the game.
Yeah, and you can see Bonyth was so extended that Hawk instantly went for a counterattack, and Bonyth had to turn around simply to just make sure he didn't lose his main. Instead, he's only going to lose top middle. I think that's a best case scenario for him because his entrance had 6 Zealots, not even cannons. He easily could have gotten wiped right there. So nice move from Bonyth to turn around and make sure to save his bases. Meanwhile, shuttles now are out. Archon got so many kills. We don't know how many Reavers are out. It looks like an attempted attack at mid-left is going to be denied simply because there's no Defiler. Man, that's going to be a lot of Reavers coming pretty soon.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of Reavers, and, Bonyth no slouch when it comes down to controlling those units. But with this denial of the 5th base, Protoss is getting on dice in a dicey situation. The main and the natural are going to be running out. Main is out. Natural is getting low. So, Bonyth needs, and that 4th base actually doesn't seem too saturated. So Bonyth needs to kind of start securing new bases here, or else he is going to run out of steam. Meanwhile, Zerg is maxed with a huge bank, just running Zerglings around, which are totally free, basically, and getting plagues off, weakening this army. This is really where you want to start making a bunch of Templar, because Archons, Storm doesn't care about Darkstorm. Archons are good against Plague. These 4 Reavers are going to do a massive amount of damage, but the shuttles did get picked off by those Scourge. So these Reavers can get surrounded.
Yeah, that was a crucial catch right there to catch all those shuttles. And now the Reavers are going to be somewhat exposed, but because of how much AoE there's, that's another massive plague. Just so much. 6 Reavers. Holy moly. Now, how do you actually get on top of the Reavers? It looks like he's going to send Lings. He does manage to take out one of them simply because all the Scarabs cannot connect onto all of the Lings. But it looks like this might just be a death push. There's really not a great way for Zerg to engage. Well, that's one way. Go for a massive
flank.
flank, but Bonyth sees it with his observer.
Oh, but they already went down! All the Reavers, they got too far forward and got shot by that sunk. Only one Reaver remaining, and I was going to say this is do or die for Protoss. If he loses this army, he's going to lose all the map control that he has, and Hawk... I think Hawk's done it, man. He's in such a commanding position. He's going to be forcing some units to the 12 o'clock as well. If he denies that 5th base once again, it'll be massive. That's a huge Hydra strike force coming in here. There is Storm to work with on Bonyth's end though, so probably will be able to defend, but having lost his main army, you can see now there's no presence in the middle of the map for the Protoss, and Protoss crucially relies on having a strong mid-map presence with a very cost-efficient ball. Once they lose that, and once Zerg can start running rampant around the map, it just becomes so difficult for the Protoss to play. These probes all go down to the lurker spines, and now you can see Hawk is cutting off reinforcements at this 12 o'clock, and he's going to start funneling units. You can look at the mini-map, just blue coming in from all sides. This is like a campaign mission where Bonyth is trying to survive on this 12 o'clock on this hill, but there are going to be too many Zerg units coming in here. Where are the shuttles? Did Bonyth manage to rebuild shuttles? Yeah, here comes one shuttle to try and defend, but I think it's too little too late. More storms though with the 2 Reavers. Actually, Bonyth does hang on to this base for now.
Yeah, it looks like Hawk just not able to reinforce just in time, but that's another huge stream of units, and this time I think he's got more than enough. Simply only 2 Reavers, 2 Archons, 2 Cannons, and that's definitely not enough to stop this incoming blue wave. And I think with top middle going down, also eliminating all of those probes, Bonyth is now going to be down on basically 1 base mining at mid left. I think the mineral only is also gone. So, well, okay, mineral only is not gone, but Hawk, he's on 6 bases. He has bottom right, he has the natural there too. He's just flooding units. The only thing lacking from his comp right now is Defilers. Bonyth realizes that the game is starting to get chaotic. He needs to match the chaos. He's going for a Reaver drop or Zealot Templar drop at bottom right. He needs to eliminate that econ.
Yeah, and this is what you need to do as Protoss. Have to go for this shuttle harassment. Oh my god, but 1 shuttle that goes... Oh, the second gonna go down before dropping any Templar. It's only Zealots so far. These aren't gonna do much against the units that are already here, so... Bonyth gets repelled with his drop, gets his army crushed, gets 12 o'clock denied, and now basically in a desperate situation. I mean, there's just absolutely no way for Protoss to get out of this ditch. He's stuck on his quadrant of the map in the top left. He's behind in supply against Hive Zerg. Still making Dragoons. I mean, it's just over at this point. Hawk is going to move his units here. I mean, you know, Bonyth is going to get some nice trades. Of course, Bonyth's micro is always impeccable, so these trades are going to go well for him, but there's going to be too many Zerg units to deal with.
Yeah, it looks like the end is near. That's really not a strong army. 1 plague eliminates so much of... Oh my god, that's a massive lurker surrounding. These Reavers and Archons and Zealots are all going to die, or maybe, yeah, the storms are not good enough. Oh, actually they are. Wow, so many lurkers end up dying there, but there's still so much Zerg.
Yeah, well, I mean, it is a formality at this point. Hawk is going to take game 1. You know, I mean, Bonyth does have... He still has a couple bases to fight from, but the only way he can ever get back... I mean, I am calling this game that I can, but remember that game, Bonyth versus Eon Zerg on Sylphid last season? Where
Yes.
Bonyth just like ran around with shuttles forever and grinded infinitely into a victory. That's what he has to pull off here, but like times 50.
Yeah, and Hawk is not giving him time. He's just attacking through the front. Now, the Reavers have been super effective. I think they even have the damage upgrade. Hydras are getting wrecked by this AoE. Storm Reaver is just ridiculous when you can support them with cannons or zealots or something to make sure they don't take hits. Now only a 40 supply lead for Hawk, but he still has 6 bases. Actually, 7 bases. I didn't even see mid-right has been taken. But still, top middle has been denied, and it's crucial that Bonyth gets this pretty soon, because maybe 5 minutes or so, this mineral only and mid left is going to mine out. More shuttles are moving across the map somehow dodging those lings, but it looks like the Scourge, I guess, maybe spotted it. Looks like he's going to go for some harassment at the natural bottom right, though.
Yeah, but the thing is that Hawk has so many hatcheries to work with. He has such a bank to work with that he could lose 50 drones and instantly rebuild them. So, of course, this is the way back into the game for Bonyth. Storm Drop is nice, though. It does connect with a lot of drones. That is 9 kills for him, and the Reaver also picked off probably 3 or 4 drones mining the gas. So, definitely a worthwhile drop. But the problem for Bonyth is that securing a 5th base just seems like a Herculean task. He has to commit his entire force up here. 2 lurkers burrow. They're going to get some nice shots off onto the Zealots, but you can see this is a nice composition from Bonyth. You know, stop making Dragoons, use all that gas for Reavers, for Archons. This is exactly how you should play against the Filers in late game also, because, you know, this composition not only can fight under Dark Swarm, but it's very mobile as well. And he is going to try and take this 12 o'clock again, but there's so much Zerg on the map. It's just up to Hawk to really box a move around. But he has so many units to just throw, like, he can just do whatever he wants. He's going to come here and try and attack 12 o'clock again. His game plan is to deny that 5th base from Protoss. This is a nice position for Bonyth to be entrenched in.
Well, this is one of the most fortified positions that Bonyth has, so I don't know about this. This is kind of a questionable move. There's so much AoE. Templars, Reaver, Archon. The entrance to Bonyth's main is actually not that heavily defended. That could have been a way for Hawk to just end this game. Oh, he is busting through the front. Those cannons have been popped. Reavers are obligated to stay at top middle because the shuttle got taken down. Now another one's coming out, and now Hawk is kind of making it very, very dicey. He can attack almost all the bases. Instead, he's going for top middle again, but this seems like it's kind of just the meat grinder attacking at this angle.
Yeah, these Reavers are crazy. Thankfully, that Templar does not have enough energy just yet for Storm. Shuttle comes in with more Reavers, so Bonyth is going to be able to hang on to this position, and it can get a bit frustrating here as Zerg, where you're desperately trying to attack a position, but you can't quite assault it successfully. And most of the time, all you have to do is just kind of change your focus. Like you said, Nyokin, there's so many more other options to attack. Wow, these probes all die, which is massive. Now, even though Bonyth secured this base, he can't mine from it just yet. And obviously, Hawk, his reasoning is, why would I attack any other base? They're probably almost mined out. There's literally no reason to fight for anything other than this 12 o'clock base. And he is going to overwhelm this position. I mean, he has so many units, and probably at this point, I mean, Bonyth is going to be thinking about GGing, but these Reavers are still doing work. Okay, he's still bringing in a couple of units, but those Lurkers, they're going to make short work of these reinforcements.
Those Lurkers are still there. The Observer has never come down to clear them out. Maybe the DTs can clear them out, but look at the supply, 60 to 150. It's just a matter of time now. This base goes down, this is probably going to be game over.
Yeah, GG. So Hawk takes that early win. GG.
So, yeah, so Hawk gets the victory versus Bonyth. It looked like, it looked pretty good in the beginning for Bonyth with all the loss of mining time with the drones, but really nice micro from Hawk to save all those drones. And then neither player could really get anything done in the mid game. I thought that Reaver contained with goons, he was just going to push through, but didn't happen. And I think the sneaky base at bottom right is really what saved Hawk, because Bonyth had map control almost the entire game, but because he never found bottom right, well, until it was already set up, that's a lot of free econ for Hawk. And also, the Scourge connections were amazing. He killed so many shuttles that never unloaded.
Yeah. And it was kind of interesting to see Hawk go for that style. I mean, it's definitely a premeditated idea. He's like, you know what, I'm not going to play the standard kind of Hydralisk, heavy mid-game style. I'm actually just going to sit here, turtle, and force the game into late game. And I wonder if that was, because to be completely honest with you, that's generally not Hawk's forte. Let's just say, you know, it's not like he's the fastest player. It's not like he has the best end game management. I mean, we saw there, despite having a huge lead, he was struggling just moving all his units to end the game. But at the same time, I feel like maybe he feels that that's kind of the same for Bonyth, where it's like, you know what, if I take Bonyth to the ultra late game, that's going to tax his management skills as well, and I feel like I can get ahead in those situations. So, you know, both players there kind of slugging it out, but Hawk, once he got to Hive Tech, despite the fact that Bonyth had 4 bases and all the resources in the world and had time to get into robotics play and shuttle play, he just got ran over. So definitely good choice there from Hawk. And I wonder, is this next game, you know, obviously this is kind of map dependent. It's harder to do it on a 2-player map like Overwatch or Eclipse. But what do you think Hawk is thinking about now? Do you think he's going to try and go for this ultra late game type build, or?
Well, I would expect him to do it again. There's no reason to change something that's ended up working. And a lot of times players, like you said, aren't able to make Hydra play work or standard play work versus Bonyth. So you might as well try to go for, first off, something that just worked versus him and something that a lot of players don't play versus him. Now, the next map is going to be Gold Rush, is what we've been told. Now, this is an interesting map because... Oh, Hawk banned Gold Rush, so my mistake. Yeah, I was surprised that would not get banned, because that's a map that I feel like Hawk definitely wouldn't practice, whereas Bonyth might practice, since you can get those bases and rely on shuttle harassment and stuff like that. So if you're Bonyth here, well, what's your map pick? I feel like Eclipse is a great map. It's the most balanced. It's 2-player. You know exactly what Zerg's going to do. You're going to scout them first.
I don't know, man. I don't know what his pick is, because that was his pick last time. We just played on it. Talking about Blade Runner, of course. I would think it's either going to be Eclipse or Sylphid. Probably Sylphid, honestly.
You like Sylphid?
I don't like Sylphid, but I think that's what Bonyth's going to pick. If not, it's going to be Eclipse.
Yeah, I think Eclipse or Sylphid is a good pick. Now, we haven't seen the 1 base yet. We haven't seen Cannon expand either. I don't think we're going to see Cannon expand, but I do think we could see a 1 base build. However, this is something you don't see every day, and that is Bonyth 1 game away from being eliminated. Not just in general from the BSL, like in the finals, but 1 game away from being eliminated in really the first round that he's played in. This is the round of 16, but because he got placed here, this is actually his first round. So I don't know if he's willing to risk a 1 base build on an elimination game, but we're going to find out, because our next map is going to be Overwatch. I'm not shocked that this is a 2-player map pick, but as I said, in my experience as Protoss, this is a good map for Zerg when it is split map. So let's see, can Hawk do it? Can Hawk eliminate our BSL champion in the round of 16? All right, this is for all the marbles. In top left, we have our blue Zerg player. It is Hawk.
And in the bottom right, the man on the ropes is Bonyth.
Yeah, so I personally think, well, not personally, I hope he goes for a 1 base build, because for 100% sure, Hawk doesn't have a lot of experience versus 1 base play, right? Unless he's hitting the ladder and like Koreans are like proxy gating in the center of the map. But we know Bonyth won't just proxy gate in the center of the map. It will be like 1 base robo, something along those lines. But as I say that, we've got low ground pylon. Now we've already seen Quark and Oyaji
Revolution
pull out
Ver
crazy
is
stuff.
Gosu for
There
6
are a
months.
lot of proxy positions on this map. So if there are proxy gates, they could be absolutely anywhere. Top middle, mid left, mid right. I mean, that'd be very weird, but there is a possibility that we could see something like that be pulled out.
Well, it is going to be gate first here, and Hawk is going for that overpull. So of course, on a 2-player map, cannon rushes are kind of a problem. 12 hatch or 11 hatch, basically. Hatch first can be a bit more risky than on 4-player maps. Yeah, gonna go for the overpull. Meanwhile, Bonyth is probe is going to get in here. It's going to scout that it is overpool. It's going to scout that there's no gas. So that means that he can go with 1-2 zealots, then expand behind it. Hawk is going to put down his hatchery. Okay, so Hawk knows that he might get blocked by this probe, so he's sending 2 drones out. We'll have to see how good a micro is. Of course, you want to kind of put down the hatchery as early as possible, but...
Well, it looks like Hawk may feel like he can't get the hatch up at the... Oh, he's turning the probe around, drone around. This drone might actually die. Okay, he's gonna have to be very careful. Now I think there might be actually a pylon block. Nope. And smartly, Hawk is gonna use the weakened drone to build the hatchery so that the probe doesn't just turn around and kill it. Now that's most likely going to be all 6 lings coming out. Yep, there it is. Now we saw trutaCz do something very similar. He's, well, more than likely he's gonna send 2 lings past and try and pick off this pylon. So we'll see if Hawk can have as much success as trutaCz did. Actually, first Zealot didn't even move out.
That's the 3rd pylon.
That's a 3rd pylon?
Yeah, that's the 3rd pylon from Bonyth. He's playing ultra defensive here. I mean, he sees that it's only 6 lings. I'm kind of surprised by this. You can definitely... Well, I mean, he knows best. He is Bonyth, so... interesting decision, though. He is going to delay his Nexus, which is obviously a win here from Hawk, because Hawk only made 6 lings, man, and he's getting his 3rd hatchery. I mean, this is a nice opening here from Zerg.
Yeah, 3 hatch for Hawk. He did not rush the gas and go into fast layers, so he's going to have good econ. Nexus is coming up. It's not going to be forged before Nexus, so at least he's got that going for him, but again, it's going to be a micro battle for now. trutaCz got the better end of the stick earlier in the series, where he was able to out micro the Zealots and take down the probe sitting on the ramp and get a couple into the main. So Hawk looking to repeat success. Look at that juke. Not only avoiding the Zealots, he took 0 hits on those 4 lings as they turned back around. So nicely done. And okay, now Bonyth, I guess, is going to move out with his 4 Zealots, but this could be risky because remember, he doesn't have vision into Zerg's base. Zerg could have been building lings and gone for an instant backstab. He's trying to cut off this 3rd or this 4th Zealot coming in. I think this is really nicely done by him, but 3 Zealots are moving across the map.
That was so sick from Hawk, man. He's playing out of his mind. He's playing really well, and definitely ahead just from the build orders right now, but of course this can always even out. Here come 3 Zealots from Bonyth. The upside of delaying that Nexus is that he has a lot more Zealots than you would expect at this point in time. 5 Zealots is a significant number here. So definitely Hawk is going to have to make more lings to respond to this, but he does have lings on both sides of the bridge. So if he can get a nice round... Where are the other lings though? Oh, I think he didn't bring them back. They're out in the middle of the map. Not in position. And now Bonyth is going to take control of this ramp. Is he going to try? No, he's actually going to run into the main base. I think Bonyth knows there might be a counterattack going to his base or something. I know he knows there's 5 lings out on the map. Hawk is going to take this fight, but it's a bit too premature. The other lings are not in position. And if Bonyth gets inside of this, tucks himself behind the minerals, he's going to get a much more efficient trade. Does spot the Hydralisk Den, which is huge. He knows this is like a 973 type of build. And he's putting on so much pressure with just these Zealots. Kind of a misstep from Hawk.
Yeah, speed was just a little bit too late, and now he's obligated to attack, because if he doesn't, the spawning pool is going to go down. Now that's a great surround from Hawking. He's finally going to get a bit of revenge, taking down all of these Zealots. But whether or not the Zealots did a lot of damage or not, they confirm that this is Hydra play and not Lair. So an amazing scout. That also means that the Sayers are going to be able to pick off any straggler overlords. So that's also something that Hawk needs to be worried about. Behind this, fast Citadel as expected. 3 gates coming up for Bonyth, so everything looks pretty much the same that we've seen all day long. Only difference I'm noticing here is no nat gas. Of course, that's because he sees that Mass Hydra is coming, or potentially Mass Hydra, so he definitely needs to get as many cannons up as possible. Now, this I do want to point out. Look at that Sim City. Only 1 row of cannons can be built, so if Hawk all-ins this, like, look, he can only build like 6 cannons, and that's it.
Yeah, but Hawk, he's just not the type of player to pull the trigger here and just go mass. Yeah, you can see he already has a bunch of drones. I think as soon as Bonyth, and I was thinking just this, he only has 2 Hydralisks. As soon as Bonyth saw the 1 Hydra in conjunction with kind of like the Speedlings, I feel like it's such a smart play to just drone up in this situation because Protoss is going to be forced into making these four cannons. And he only made 2 Hydras, so this is definitely a win for Zerg. Definitely unconditionally, this is a win for Zerg. Now, Hawk, this is interesting. He is going for that lair instead of going up to 5 hatcheries first. So, you know, I suspect maybe he wants to get Overlord speed sooner rather than later, especially seeing this Corsair out. But Zerg is unquestionably in a very nice position here.
And not only does it force a lot of cannons, it delays potential counterattack from Bonyth. You can see that he only has 4 right now. Of course, he lost 5 in the early stages. Quickly, it's going to ramp up to 7, 10 Zealots. But for now, Hawk is kind of stabilizing. It looks like he may lose one of his overlords, and that would not be ideal because we know an attack is coming pretty soon, and that would supply block him at a moment that he definitely does not want to be supply blocked. Now, I don't think he saw this move out just yet. The Lings missed it because they turned around. Okay, now they're going to see it, but these Zealots should have +1, so they're going to hit really hard. I didn't notice a sunken at any of these bases, so I think Hawk might be in a bit of trouble. That's only 4 Hydras at the Nat, 1 at the 3rd base. Oh no, a couple Hydras are going to miss rally or miss move. Luckily, they don't get picked off, but I still think this 3rd base is just going to get ransacked.
Yeah, I mean, Hawk is quite out of position here, but he does have Hydra Lings to deal with this, and that is +1 though, so these Zealots are going to take this trade really well. But with the drones in conjunction, I mean, these Zealots are so tough. They're not target firing the drones though, and now they're going to get blocked by them. Okay, finally Bonyth notices, kills 1 drone, and still a couple more Zealots, and probably behind this rallying a bunch of Zealots as well, so this is a really dicey situation to be in as, oh my god, he even snuck a couple of Zealots into the main base. This, you know, we were talking about this earlier, how Protoss doesn't often win with this push, but this time around, this is some massive amount of damage, and I feel like if Hawk had went for that 5th hatchery first and kind of had more units here, he would have been completely fine, but the lair not really doing too much for him, and now having his drones get basically pulled off of his natural, he's not mining it at all. Oh, he's just gonna GG. That's a bit premature.
I think the GG is okay because he pulled all of his drones at his nat, so he's not mining there. He had 4 drones at his 3rd base, so it's really not even mining almost. And meanwhile, Bonyth's build, sure, he built 2 extra cannons, but I mean, does that really impact his build that much? So unfortunately, Hawk not going to be able to seal the deal. The 5 Zealots did way more damage than they should have. He had so many Lings, we thought for sure that, okay, he's going to engage at the bridge. Okay, he's going to engage at the ramp. And then he just lit him up into his main, and that was not the greatest move from him. Sure, he eliminated them, but he took so much damage there. And as you mentioned, maybe going into the 5th hatchery would have been a wiser decision instead of going into lair. But regardless, if you're a Bonyth fan, he has tied up the score 1-1. So now he's got a bit of breathing room, and now it's going to come down to this. Only one chance now for both players. Whoever wins here is going to make it into the round of 8. But now it's Hawk's pick. And I think the only map you can really pick here is Polypoid, I was going to say, but now I'm thinking about it. Well, Eclipse is a good map. You played Zerg more than I did. What map do you think is the go-to for Hawk in this scenario?
Polypoid.
Yeah, I'm feeling like Polypoid too, because if we think about Blade Runner,
The first game, yeah.
I mean, it's a 4-player map. There's a ton of bases. He won on that map. Overwatch has limited bases, and it's smaller. So you don't want his Zealots to get to you faster. Maybe you get lucky and get cross spawn.
I was so sure we were gonna get the map there, but we'll see. We'll see soon what he picks. So yeah, I mean, the thing is, there's so many good maps for Zerg. You know, Eclipse is a pretty decent map. Sylphid is a decent map. But just thinking back to how Hawk won that game 1, and if he wants to kind of have a repeat of that, Polypoid is the only other map in the pool that might allow for that. We might see something crazy like maybe I forget what the bans were, maybe Gold Rush or Demonio Azul, but I feel like the players probably don't practice those maps as much as the other maps. So I mean, if I were a betting man, if I had to choose, it's definitely probably going to be Polypoid, but we'll see. I mean, looks like he's still thinking about it. It is 1-1, like you said, do or die for both players. And man, this would be such a massive win for Hawk if he got through here. That would be so crazy, and this would be such a massive loss for Bonyth. You know, definitely both players are feeling the pressure.
Yeah, he's past 3 seasons he's won the BSL. So, and then, you know, every other time he's basically second or third place. So he's been streaking really hard. Literally the past year, it's just his tournament. He doesn't lose. So if he was to lose here, not only would it be a huge upset, it would be a very surprise result. You expect him to at least make it to the finals every single season, but this is kind of what's happened over time, is that every single player on ladder has gotten much better. The skill gap is slowly closing, maybe not between pros and foreigners, but the foreigner skill gap is definitely closing. And you can see it right here.
Closing between pros and foreigners for sure.
Oh, is it?
Well, we got our pro league now, so we got our own pros.
Oh, that's true.
You can see Hawk here, you know, his MMR said 2280, but Bonyth's MMR said 2425, so it's an awfully close game. Makes you think.
I don't know, my opinion is once you're over 2400, you start reaching other levels. That's at least my experience on the ladder, is there's a noticeable difference between 2400 and 2200. But
yeah,
could
but
be wrong.
Wait, now I can. You live in. Where do you live in? What country again? You in the States?
Right now?
Yeah.
I'm in Korea right now.
Oh. Okay. So. We are still waiting here. I'm not gonna lie. This is the most Hawk thing to do. Is he's taking his time. And let me tell you, Bonyth, I mean, it is getting late in Europe.
You think this is calculated? Let me just say, in a tournament, I just want to play the game. I don't want you to say like, oh, I gotta get a phone call, I gotta take a break, oh, I gotta walk the dog. Nah, man, let's just play. So for him to do this is actually probably well, for me it would be tilting. I don't know about Bonyth. Bonyth seems pretty chill. I feel like I'm a chill guy, but when I play, I kind of just want to go. I'm sure people that have watched my stream when I ladder, there's no delay between me hitting the ranked button after the game completes. We're just into the next one. Like, I just want to go. I want to get it over with. And if you won, I definitely want to hit you and get a rematch. Yeah. Or if I lost, I definitely want to hit you and get a rematch. So this could be some mind games from Hawk.
I get those vibes from Bonyth. You know, Bonyth, he's kind of cool, calm, and collected, but that's because he's always winning. But you can tell, like, if he loses or, like, there's a bit of edge. So,
oh yeah.
I mean, that's my reading. I might be completely wrong, but the reality is that he is coming off of a win, and that Overwatch game was kind of convincing, so he's going to be feeling good about that. Still waiting, though.
Yeah, however.
Okay, well, we are getting closer. There it is.
Yep, so Polypoid is going to be the deciding map between who makes it into the round of 8 and who is going to be eliminated in the round of 16. Both of these players are definitely deserving of making it at least to the round of 8. Of course, Bonyth, we expect him to go much farther, but this could be the one season that he gets eliminated earlier. And I'm thinking back to last season where trutaCz got eliminated earlier. So both of the Kings potentially in back-to-back seasons losing their throne in the early stages of the game. So let's get into it. This is it. Who's making it out, Bonyth or Hawk? Well, in the bottom right, our Polish BSL king. It is Bonyth.
And in the bottom left, in that blue Zerg, is Hawk. And remember, Nyokin, game 1, these were the colors. Well, game 2, they were the colors too. So, game 3, they're the colors.
Well, we've got first scout for Hawk. He's going to go to the natural instantly of Bonyth. And we've talked about this before. Hawk has good spawns. He's not going to have to go into high ground attacking into Bonyth, so that's going to be great. However, remember on the Blade Runner game, he had Bonyth had 11 gates, so I don't even know if you really want to fight Bonyth at all, if he's just going to have that much production. So this time, again, it's going to be Gateway Expand, the usual. Now, Hawk has done a different build both games. He went for the 12 hatch. He went for Overpool last time. He's going to get first scouted. I think he wanted to go for 12 hatch, but now that he's going to get scouted, well, this looks like it's going to be 11 hatch.
Yeah, he's going to go for the same build, but this time around, it is going to bite him because the first scout is so annoying to deal with. Now, this probe can just run around in the main, constantly harass you, and also kind of threaten a cannon rush. Of course, we know that there's a gate behind this, and probably Hawk, especially on a map like this, can hinge his bets and kind of just assume that there's a gate behind this. So, you know, we haven't seen Bonyth throw in a Forge expand. This pool does go down. 11 hatch is kind of the safer version here of 12 hatch. 12 hatch is so incredibly risky actually against Protoss, especially close positions like this, and especially if Protoss scouts you first. So probably that hatchery wouldn't have even went down, and it's very possible that the probe would have been intercepted the drone. So a little tidbit for you guys out there, Zerg mains, you know, get that 11 hatch going. It's kind of the better 12 hatch at this point in this matchup. But first Zealot is already out, and you can see the pool isn't finished. So this is why Gate, like, you know, we used to have this conversation quite a bit. People are, you know, people ask about what's Gate first good against, like, you know, what are the differences between versus Overpool versus 11 hatch? What's the better way to open? And honestly, like, this is why I do like the Gate first. And we saw in the first game, Bonyth put on a lot of pressure, but this drone, man, is buying so much time. It doesn't even die. That was sick from Hawk.
Yeah, the delay on the Zealot was actually massive. The Lings still are not out in time, so that's just how fast this Zealot pressure is. Zealot is trying to find some success, not able to get any drone kills. First couple Lings are out. Okay, it's going to be 4 Lings so far. Remember, we've seen all day long the probe has gotten picked off relative. Oh, the probe can hit that drone from through the mineral line. You have to remember, so that's a lot of threat there too. Oh, great trade there. He's going to kill 1 Ling basically while taking no damage. Now a drone gets taken down, but the probe does fall.
Would be massive.
A second drone.
He can't lose a second drone. That would be so huge. Even the 1 drone does hurt, especially when you're 11 hatch and you make 6 Lings like this. But okay, so okay, that was really close, man. Honestly, almost dealt with it better than in game 1, but kind of a similar result. I don't know, game 1. Oh my god, that's so many Lings. Is he just gonna go for all in here?
No, I don't think so. The Overlord's in position. He sees that there's already 1 Zealot out. Yeah, Probe is blocking it. It feels like this would be suicide. We saw trutaCz attempt this, and it got mega denied. 8 Lings? No way. If this was like 20 Lings, maybe, but yeah, I don't think Hawk is going to risk it. Probe snuck out across the map. It's not a Zealot, so the third base is not going to be harassed at all. That is a fast Nat Gas, I think. Well, actually, it's not that fast, but this is going to be Stargate follow-up coming in from Bonyth. So everything so far, these games have been pretty much the same. I'm probably going to see that Citadel come in pretty soon, and then 2 more gateways.
Dude, this production value is so sick. The probe is going to get in, though. That is really unfortunate for Zerg. This is kind of the most crucial time for Protoss to get a scout in. The most crucial time to get a scout in, because this is where you don't have you don't have Zealots out on the map pressuring, and you don't have a Corsair just yet. And Zerg could literally be doing anything, but with the probe getting in here, scouting the layer tech and scouting the drone line from Hawk, Bonyth can basically sit on this one cannon. And if he sits on this one cannon, he can get everything that much faster. The gates are going to be going up any minute now, and that's going to give him a ludicrous timing in the mid game. You know, as Nyokin does not notice that he hasn't unmuted himself.
I am muted. So Corsair's already almost out. Meanwhile, Spire kind of just started. So again, Sares may be able to get off a couple Overlord kills. We see that Hawk is setting up to put down a couple more hatcheries. Fourth one's going to go down pretty soon. I don't see a fifth one anywhere just yet. So yeah, we'll see how much damage. Wow. Only halfway done, so this could be multiple Overlord kills, and I didn't see a Hydra Den anywhere, so Hawk is in real trouble now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see this Corsair again. When you get away with one cannon, and like, you have to remember, if you looked at Bonyth's entrance, he only had 2 zealots, so this tech is insanely fast from Protoss, insanely fast. 2 zealots, 1 cannon, total of 3 zealots. Like, his gates are coming. This is a dream opening for Protoss, and he's getting... Oh, okay, he doesn't actually supply block the Scourge, so that was huge, huge for Hawk. He does get his Scourge rolling. He is going to lose 2 Overlords, which is annoying. But on the Zerg side of it, he does have maximum saturation at all 3 bases, which is nice. Does have his Spire going. He will have the 4th hatchery coming along. Does have to get Sunkens now. 5th hatch, is it building at the 3rd base? I wonder... yeah, it is going down. So this is okay from Zerg, but definitely Protoss has had the I mean, Zerg has had the shorter end of the stick in these openings, and Bonyth has all the tools he needs to get into a comfortable lead here.
Yeah, it looks like Hawk is kind of struggling because Sunkens are going up. That means he doesn't expect his Hydras to hold an incoming push. I don't think I even saw a Hydra Den started anywhere. I definitely didn't see Evolution Chamber started anywhere. So his upgrades are also not going to be matching Bonyth's upgrades. Yeah, there's no Hydra Den, no Evolution Chamber anywhere. So Hawk is in big time trouble now. Of course, Bonyth doesn't know this just yet. However, once he sees this, we may see a faster Goon Switch try and punish the Zerg. There is Templar Archive, so he is just going to be banking that energy as we've seen in all the other games.
Look at the supply, dude. Protoss is ahead 30 supply already. You don't usually see these margins these days because Protoss has to delay their timing so much by getting cannons early. But here comes the attack, and Hawk has to pull drones. This is so scary. He has no anti-air to deal with these Corsairs. The Zealots are just going to push through here. The 2 Sunkens are doing work. Mitos do pop out, though, but this is 6 Corsairs with +1. What was... Hawk just did not notice that Protoss was committed to these Corsairs, and... I mean, what does he do from here?
I think it's just game over. Well, he can't do anything because he's supply blocked. He can't build any units. That's it. There's no Sunkens to defend. And with the Sunkens falling down and more Zealots streaming across the map, this is going to be game over unless these Scourge somehow miraculously kill every Sayer. They did a good job, but the Mutalisks just aren't strong enough to deal with the Sayers. There's still 4 left over.
Yeah, and that's going to be it. GG. Hawk calls it, and Bonyth narrowly escaping elimination, but of course he does make it through. And kind of heartbreak there for Hawk. Dude, everything went so well for Bonyth that game. I don't think it's so hard to stress just how much of a lead he got from that early game, and specifically from the rescout on the probe. Like, dude, he teched off of like a total of 3 Zealots and 1 cannon. That's insane. Like, and he didn't even have to make more cannons after teching. So the timing, like the kind of like acceleration you get as Protoss in that situation is huge. And somehow Hawk, for some reason, he just didn't notice. Like, maybe he was assuming that Bonyth was not going to go for the +1 Corsairs, but he did do it in the previous game. In the previous games, really. So kind of weird that he tried to go for Mutalisks there.
Well, it might have been that Hawk just felt like he took too much damage, so he wanted to go for like a Hail Mary. If he gets Scourge connections and wipes out the Sares, there's, not much for the Bonyth to defend with. But regardless, Bonyth played very well. Hawk, I loved his micro in game 1. The game 3 that we just saw with the drones was also very nice. However, just a little bit too much damage, not able to stabilize the game. And as you mentioned, he built a lot of links. You thought he was going to go for a bust, and those all could have been drones. Well, maybe not all, but some of them could have been drones and ramp up his production a little bit faster. So unfortunately, he is going to fall in the round of 16, but he put up a good showing, one game away from bringing it to the champion. So he shouldn't be too disheartened about that. It was a good showing.
Yeah, definitely. So yeah, well, that's gonna be it for today. We had the two, basically between the two kings of BSL, trutaCz and Bonyth, collectively having won the previous 7 BSLs, 6 BSLs, starting from BSL 4, plus more than that, collectively probably having won 8 of the 11 or something like that. I don't know, something crazy. But both of them make it through. Tough group though for both, really.
Yeah, after seeing Bonyth versus trutaCz, you thought there's a real chance he doesn't make it out. I thought for sure Hawk might be able to do it, especially after game 1. But in the end, just way too strong. trutaCz looked really, really good versus Protoss. And then, of course, as expected, his ZVZ, always really good. MadiNho had some clever builds, but some of them just didn't come together for him. So unfortunately, he ends up falling. But he still put up a good showing, especially versus Hawk. And of course, Hawk did a really good job versus Bonyth. So predictions today were correct. Bonyth and trutaCz making it out. And unfortunately, the insurance salesman, he's got to go back and do insurance, man. He's not in BSL any longer.
Well, we will be seeing Hawk again in the future. He has posted some very, very solid results and almost knocking down Bonyth here. Yeah, just unfortunate for him, but that is how the news goes, as it were. And that's gonna be it for Group A, guys. Exciting group. But tomorrow, we are going to be having another sick group, Group B. Stands for Bombastic. It is going to be Oya, Gornich, Michael, and Avilov. So, sick group to look forward to. But that is going to be tomorrow at same time, same place on this channel. 6:30 Central European Time, 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. See here, Oya versus Gornich, Michael versus Avilov. But that is going to be tomorrow. So, Naokin, hit us with the ways in which, well, I don't know, just read these names, man.
Yeah, so big thank you to Esports Fund, of course, for supporting and sponsoring the BSL. But if you, the viewer, want to support the BSL, you can do so by becoming a Patreon. At the $100 level, we have Andrei Stravkowski and Star Lover, Bombastic Colonel, Grail, and Striker. $30 level, Tupacalypse and Gruglog. And at the $20 level, X Civil War X, Christian Eddington, Mad Cats, Fury Road, Martin, Hrit, Harzmar, Elemal, Lingenpump, and Kamchak. And thank you so much to all of our other Patreon supporters. Remember, at the $20 level, you get all of the BSL replays. So if you're interested in any of the players' sick builds, definitely subscribe or become a Patreon of the BSL, and you can get those super sick replays. And that is going to be it for today. Make sure you tune in tomorrow for Group B. We've got a ZVZ Fiesta with Gornich, Avilov, and Michael. Should be very interesting, especially Michael, since we know that he likes to pull out a bunch of shenanigans, or at least that's what I've been told. And then it's going to be the first time we've seen Oya in quite a bit, and we're going to see if last season was not a fluke, because with Bonyth almost getting eliminated, I have a feeling that Oya is also going to be in trouble in the round of 16.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard group for him, especially all Zerg group. PvZ, of course, is very difficult matchup to navigate, especially with all the strong Zerg players in that group. But that's going to be it for today. He's Nye. I can't even point it. I'm Guy. That's it.
Game on, gamers.
Bye.